Boys, good morning. How the fuck are we? I've got one of the most reassuring things in human history to say to you right now. I've got a room temperature Dr. Peppy. The world is healing. Ice was the problem the entire time. Leon, first in chat. I got a Dr. Peppy. People are throwing pennies at me one at a time. Cliffsy's here, Okru's here, Kirito's here, Z-Tab's here. My boys, how are we today? What have we got up to so far? And what the hell is there to get up to? Second of all, it's a beautiful fucking day. Surprise mid token was... No, literally, so I want you to know, Leon, it was how you called it. I was fucking dying laughing to myself for like 30 seconds because of you before I came over here. And I was getting ready for stream. I came in after grabbing my Dr. Peppy and like saying bye to Carla. And then I sat down and I just go, what the fuck is this song and how did this sneak into my algorithm? Bro, it was fucked. Yo, Dot, what am I, chopped liver? I mean, depending on what you want to be. I appreciate you coming through, dog. Hope you're having a good day. Cypher, Bad Dad, Kiefer, how my boys doing? Getting my level 10 gear from level 6 mobs. Just a normal day. On PTR? I saw a couple... Ozzy, boys, thank you for the combos. I appreciate y'all. Combo chaining the shit out of me early today. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I heard PTR drops were a little fucked, to say the least. I was trying to keep tabs in the Discord today and just kind of, you know, stay up to date on what was happening, right? Naturally. And some people were giving Maggie shit about the patch notes she wrote. Poor Maggie. And then, people were talking about how the drop rates were like 100% from mobs, basically. And I don't really know much past that. The notes, they were great. Yes, I also like the notes. Almost. Oh no. So, my bag is full of gear. I mean, deconstructing's gonna be massively valuable should this stay true. Maybe we just loot pinata the whole shit. Just burn it all down, like fuck the crafting emphasis, you know, you just give everybody else a million drops and then you're good to go. Are you getting any high rarity or is it just low rarity everything? Because I would imagine that it is probably like mass low rarity, you know? Or are you actually finding like heroic plus with it too? Because I think that's where the level of like, oh shit. I got a blue from level 6 named. Oh, blues are fine. I found over on the PTR yesterday, I found a blue from like the 3rd mob that I killed. The only unfortunate thing was that it was a wand and I am a tank. So, naturally, as any sane human being would do, I equipped it and I just started slinging the wand. I didn't have any fucking fizz power. My fizz power was lower than my magic power with that goddamn wand on. So, I just started slinging wand basic attacks. Worked for a little bit, let me tell you what. But I very quickly got tired of all of my abilities hitting for 6. Zine, what you doing? Haven't seen anything too high, just lots of green and blue. Green and blue did seem, at least, I don't know where you're farming at, but green and blue did seem more readily available in the anvils than I had expected it to be. Doing the goal one-handed cleaning, which you... Didn't you say your shoulder was better? What's the other hand doing? What are you cleaning? Out in the yard as usual. Oh, if so goes the ongoing battle for the trees. Are you holding strong? Wait. Oh, what is the terror bird doing to the otter? Oh my, oh, it just threw it back. What is, oh. What is happening here? Oh my god, wait, oh my, Jesus fucking Christ. I do not want to watch this. What the hell? What it... Report bug. What the mounts doing? I feel like this would be NPC interaction, breeding in, but no freehold needed. Thank you for the experience. Oh my god, I got the screenshot where the otter was just like laying down for it. Oh no. That was like the worst possible time for a fucking screenshot too, or the best possible time. I don't really know what's going on here. All that I know is that there is an otter throwing it back. There is a terror bird that roars periodically. And that otter is looking... Oh my... What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What? No. I'm just gonna go. I'm just going. Game-breaking exploit? That's probably a 3-day ban exploit. That shit is dangerous to show. Yeah, like, was that a preview of the new breeding mechanics? Will you have to position your mounts in your farm, in your freehold? Breeding leaked. Animal husbandry updates. Restoration and improvements of freeholds on the PTR soon, TM. Chat, are freeholds back on the PTR? I haven't been out there today. They pulled them a couple of days ago to, quote, improve functionality. Now, what I'm curious about is how that functionality itself is improved. I'm slightly curious. Because if anything is added to freeholds to incentivize them past what they already are, freeholds do give you guaranteed output of materials at a higher ratio in most instances. For instance, like blackberries, it's 1 blackberry to 1 poop outside of a freehold, and then in a freehold you get 8 blackberries to 1 poop. It just has a grow time. So you need a little bit of a, I don't know, a little bit of a jump start to make the freehold super worth it, so to say. Get everything all like ahead of schedule, and then it really pays off. But I feel like a lot of people just don't utilize their freehold growing consistently or growing the right things early on, so there is a surplus. But when Ashes releases, you're shaving the head. Like my hair? Why would I shave my hair when Ashes drops? What? That? I look like an egg with a shaved head, dog. Like, what do you mean? That's... Do it? What? What is this, like, uproar? Where did this come from? Here I am, just trying to say hello to people, run to the new player area, and, you know, get a little Dr. Peppy flowing through my veins. And I'm met with this. I thought about doing a sub goal to shave my beard. Well, if we're doing a sub goal, I gotta hit the first sub goal first. And we're on our way to that, but we're not quite there. So, anything's possible. Anything's possible. A sub goal does speak louder than words, I will say. I will say, that's a bit of an obligation. So, you know, anything's possible. Are we talking like when P3 releases? Or are we talking like when the game releases? Because by the game, you know, release time, I might have just shaved my head out of fucking madness streaming this every day in development anyways. You never know. I could just like, what was it, 07 Brittany? And just full get rid of this shit. So I mean, Z, hope you're having a good day. How's the mount grind going? Oh, I didn't even do the mount grind. I'm not too interested personally. Like, it's cool, but there will be so many other mount skins that I would rather use than that. And we also don't know what would be available, like, you know, on the cash store or anything like that. I'm not too worried about having, like, you know, a cloudy skin, so to say, as much as I am a skin that I like. Because I think any skin's, like, you know, story, so to say, can do a lot. Like in New World, for instance, I had a skin that not many other people wore. Everybody had access to it, but nobody else really wore it. And so everybody called that shit the Dusty skin. And so that was kind of cool. It's pretty cool. The only mount you can't buy? Yeah, but everyone's just gonna have a journeyman one anyways, you know? And you also can't buy any of the mounts that are from like incredibly far back, like Kickstarter packs or like, you know, the monthly packs. Those packs that were incentivized with skins are also likely to not be available again. So I mean, you'll have a lot of nice mounts that are kicking around from all the early packs. Crazy hard to get to? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the best way to get it is going to be finding a bug with repro steps over there. And it's cool for those who want to go for it, right? Like, it definitely wouldn't be a bad thing to go for, especially with the testing. But to get the mount, you have to go so ungodly hard, right? So, like, if it just happened to line up where it was like, oh, complete these objectives and you get this mount, you know, on your account, then I'd be like, all right, bet I can do that in no time. But I'm trying to kind of, like, save myself, so to say, for P3 before I go super crazy long streams every single day and start pumping out 12 to 20 hour streams daily again. And so I'm trying to kind of like, you know, be smart about everything. And I feel like the grind for the mount for something that I would probably like, it'd be cool to show off like, oh, here's the story on how I got this, but I'll probably just use a different mount. I'll be completely honest. And, you know, cool mounts and cool skins are subjective to everyone. I see it and I'm like, oh, that's great. But it's a journeyman mount that exists within the game. I mean, most skins will probably be acquirable mounts within the game. But that one's already in the game. And I already wasn't too crazy about acquiring it in the game. So, I'm not really going to go out of my way for that one. Maybe if it was like a different skin, I'd be super incentivized for it, but it's already in game. Yeah, it's under, sorry, processing, animal husbandry. It is the Shatterclaw mount. So it drops and then it has a chance to become Beast of Burden or regular Shatterclaw at 160 move speed. Yeah. So that's another reason why I was just like, okay, it's not too crazy, right? Because it's cool. Like day one, people will be like, oh, you got the Shatterclaw skin. But like once people inevitably have Shatterclaw drops, it's not gonna be as crazy out there, you know? So I just kind of keep that in mind. And that's why I'm not too like, I don't know, super omega limited skin. I realistically will probably not use the skin that came from my supporter pack much, just because it's like, I don't know, maybe I will actually on a Renkai. On a dwarf, I don't think it would look cool, but I think on a big ass Renkai tank, that set would actually go so fucking hard. So maybe I do wear my supporter pack skin. It's like a red skeleton-y set. Like it does go hard. You just need like an imposing character for it. And like maybe a little adorable skeleton dwarf running up to you, like a skeleton dwarf of doom running up to you and like hitting you in the knees would be really like devastating. But I don't know. The Renkai is the big sell there. The big sell there. Guess what level I am from Just Gathering? Like Just Gathering? No refining, no processing? How long have you been gathering? Because I might make a new character and do some over here and see what the pacing is. I've killed like 8 things. Do you do quests? Or like just running out in the open world and like yopping trees and shit? Because I feel like that's actually a very valid and consistent leveling path. Trees? Okay, how long have you been going for? Because I'm a little curious there. Okay, wait, let me catch up on Hoofsy's yard stuff. Worms are controlled, across the way may be doomed. My mouse recruiter is losing half its leaves on one species from leaf rot. Wait. Oh, mutant. Why did I read that as mount? Jesus Christ. Why did I read that as mount? My brain just like doesn't process when I'm trying to catch up on chat. But a Japanese pink sakura pink double blossom tree, like 1-year-old, a second trunk grew off the same planting. Turned out to be a white single blossom. Even the trunks are different and they bloom weeks apart. Wait, so you got like 2 different trees in one? Interesting. Hoofsy, why do I feel like your property is just like pink and zen and beautiful? What the fuck? I feel like you just have these like big hangy, I don't know, these like big droopy trees just everywhere. There was a willow in between like my house and my neighbor's house when I grew up. And I used to always love the willow because it was so droopy, and then when the wind would blow, it would sway in the wind, and all of the like the hangy downs would be swaying too. It was so relaxing. Yo, what up, Mac, over on YouTube? How you doing, my boy? What are you having about tonight? Honestly, just run around and seeing what's what, man. We're kind of doing some, well, like I'm not currently doing some PTR testing. I may hop over in a little bit and do some PTR testing on some leveling loops today to see how it's feeling that way. I did start a little leveling loop that I was getting some information on, and we're very curious about what gathering, refining, and crafting is going to give us for a gameplay loop in terms of XP output. So I may go gather, refine, and I don't think crafting would be the play, but I think like a gather and just mass refine on the PTR, trying to utilize the neutral stations, just those novice ones. Even if it's just queuing one job at a time and then vendoring all the extra wood you get, putting it into the guild storage, whatever it may be. Like, anything like that could be a very valid way to get like an economic startup, help the guild with the startup, and also simultaneously get XP that would avoid a lot of the bottlenecks, so to say, of progression off launch. I have this bush that I grew tall into a tree for shade that just partially collapsed under the storms. I just got done anchoring it to the next tree to it with ratchet straps. Oh, so why do I just feel like you have a fucking compound of nature? Brother lives on like a fucking conservatory, and that's absolutely beautiful. Wait. So, are you just in like a very shaded area? Because that's quite nice. I miss, like, when I go up to my parents, they have so many massive trees up there, and it's not like a bunch of willows, it's a lot of just like the, you know, the main forest, a lot of pine trees and shit, oak trees, whatever it may be. But it's nice just being near massive ass trees and the wind blows and you hear the wood creak. It's one of the most relaxing, but also sketchy ass things that you can be next to, I will say. I make this shade. So do you just bring in a lot of your plants and then just kind of like raise them from there? That's also the downside of apartment. I would be bringing in so much like beauty and value. I mean, I planted grass and planted some plants out here. Like, we got a sunflower and shit and a bunch of beautiful grass in the yard now, so that's awesome. But like, I can't like full landscape this shit with trees, nor do I have the room to. And it would be wonderful to be able to do that. Bring the weeping willow in the front to sit under. It's a few years away from that. Like, are we talking on the ground sit under the willow, or are you gonna have like an old man rocking chair underneath it? Brother's planning ahead with the relaxation spot of dreams. A weeping willow, an Adirondack chair, a dry herb vape, and that's a happy hoofsy. Let me tell you what. That sounds like a beautiful spot though. Some chairs or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, fuck, I love it. Now, fire pit would be a bad idea. This wolf is like matching my strides. Brother is actually trying to grief me. Would not recommend a fire pit near a willow. That seems like a dangerous route, especially depending on the density. But you could always have a fire pit kind of like adjacent to the willow, a nice little chill area. Wait, so how did your tree end up with leaf rot on half? Because I also have a couple tomato plants, just humble tomato plant farmer here, that I'm raising. They just got some tomatoes like on them and shit, right? Not ripe yet, but they're getting there. They're still green. But one of them was in a pot that I had not yet, because I'm an idiot, and I put in like, you know, drainage in the soil mix and everything like that, right? But I didn't punch the holes in the bottom of the pot for drainage that were supposed to be punched in the bottom of the pot. And it may or may not have got a little bit oofy. Fortunately, I realized it in time once that plant started performing way worse than the second plant. It's like an experimental versus a control. And we got it corrected. And I think it's safe, but could have been too much watering or just needed treatment to prevent the leaf rot, period. That's only on the west side. Interesting. Yeah, Carla tells me that I may or may not overwater my plants, but 99% of my plants love it. I mean, any of the plants that have proper drainage love it. Maybe plants just don't like being actually drowned and held down in the water. Who would have fucking thought? But those roots were probably getting 0 oxygen at that point. Yeah, it was quite awful. Wait, so Z has just been hitting trees for 26 hours straight. 26 hours, only trees, no refining. You're level 12. No, you're probably higher than that. You're probably higher than that. Are refined enough to make 5 axes. Holy shit. Do you have bags past? No, because you won't have bags past novice. So, are you even, like, getting it and vendoring it? Or what are you doing? Like, getting it, refining it, vendoring it, getting it, storing it, getting it, destroying it? Just once you run out of, like, full room? Has there been level 4 node testing of the PTR? Yes, level 4 nodes have been shown, tested on the PTR. Basically, they told us that they had some missing visuals and shit that they wanted to add to them, so not to judge them too hard. But they are very large, very expansive. A lot of plots, a lot of actual, like, functionality to the nodes themselves in those areas, too. But they're fucking huge. We've also got a good glimpse of vassaling systems over on the PTR, too. Now, the dev stream actually gave us another look into vassaling in what was presumably an updated sense of vassaling comparatively to the PTR. The PTR vassaling was giving a tier 4 node 3 vassals underneath it, but I believe it's only supposed to be 2, and it does seem like that's fixed now. It's 12k wood, give or take 100. You've gathered 12k wood? How much XP is it for a basic wood? An Addo Oak, if this goes common, we'll have a good indicator. Okay, no, that's fine. That Lion Guard sentry is going crazy. So 65 XP for common T1. That's not that much. I feel like that's not that much. I feel like you're level like 12 to 14 at most. Maybe I'm tripping. 13? I'm so good at this fucking game. I'm so fucking good at this game. I actually hate how much I just like have rough mathed out. I was like thinking about how much XP you were getting, and then I was like, I guess that puts me like right in that range. Like maybe right there, and I guess way better. Fire pits for off the deck corner area I've been passively doing. Ooh, a good fire pit's massive too. I don't know what your plans are, but if you build up the fire pit enough to where you can put grates over it selectively, you can also cook over the fire pit without having to worry about it. Like if you're doing like a very tall fire pit with like a stone built up, that shit goes hard. Like, if you want to do steaks, if you want to do glizzies, you want to do some kielbasa, you want to do some veggies, brother, you could probably fucking bake a cake on that bitch. Like, you can do anything with a good fire pit. You could put a flat across, and then on top of that flat, you could have a pizza oven. Like a fucking, one of those wood fire pizza ovens, the personal ones. And then you could take wood out of the fire pit, put it in the back of the oven, as it's burning, like a man, and then fire the nicest, freshest pizzas. That would actually be nuts. If I pulled up to somebody's fire at their house and they were doing like fresh pizzas at the fire. Oh, so I'm just saying, that would be zen as fuck. Like you just walk through these beautiful weeping willow trees, all of the blooms, none of the leaf rot, and then you smell the za and the pizza. And you know it's about to be a good fire. That's like my ideal day. That's how I want it to end. Brother, the leaf rot's awful. I've been hit by it before. I have I don't know what its like scientific name is, but literally like a braidwood tree. It's like a money tree. And it has like the, you know, the braided twisted trunks. And I lost one of the trunks specifically to, I believe it was root rot, but it only hit that one, and like the soil wasn't even saturated or anything. Like I always let it completely dry before rewatering, but some. What? Did you see half a bag of Cheetos as soon as I got on stream?
No, it's taken me 3 days to eat this much, but hide it.
Carla just came in and gave me a bag of Flamin' Hot Cheetos and told me that I have to hide it to keep her away from it. I respect the honesty. This is the self-checking systems that the people need to survive. Alright. I've hid the Cheetos. She'll never find them. They're in a super secret location. Never to be found. But yeah, Max, so T4 nodes, you have 12 empty plots, if I remember right off the tip of my peen. You have some activities that were shown in the dev stream as well. And with that, you've got the new crate system that weighs into like how the buildings are actually put together, the construction process. You have to bring construction crates over to the buildings that you want to construct to make sure that they're actually getting built. Past that, you've also got these little events that can pop up within nodes that they showed on the PTR as, not on the PTR, sorry, on the dev stream. As basically a way to get experience for the node outside of just like the passive gain of things, right? So once your node actually has an area where you can make crates and shit, then you will have these random events that pop up throughout the node, and it'll be just like the smaller building that's not initiated through the mayor itself, but it'll be in the town. Hello. Storm. I know that guy. So it'll be in the town itself, and your citizens, and you, if you're the mayor, will have to make construction crates and run them over to that event and complete the event in time with enough crates. And if you do, then your node will get an experience boost. Because everything with leveling nodes, as soon as... Smells loud as fuck. With leveling nodes, everything is going to be a race. You will not have the time to, like, you know, do other things and then level your node, or your node will end up vassaled. So, if you want to be a sovereign node or one of the parent nodes, then you need to hit level 3 very quickly. You need to lock out your vassals, and then you need to keep pushing up to level 4 before your vassals can actually get to level 4. And if you're able to do that, then you're very likely going to see a lot of people coming through your node. And that'll help the economy, that'll help the, you know, the establishment of your node, every part of it. And with the vassaling system, you're also going to have some kind of like forced lockouts, so to say, in terms of the tiers that your vassals can go to. So a T4 node vassals, according to the dev stream, 2 T3s, seemingly. All right, got the AoE farm going crazy. I see you. My goat. Going absolutely sicko mode on these level 3 creepers. I respect that. That's probably some good XP. Hello. What up? Can I help you guys? Hello, good day. I don't know if I have any like cool mounts to hand out. Oh wait. I have a skinwalker. Wait. I think I only have like one mount that would actually be cool. Cause I have a skinwalker, and then all the other mounts I kind of use. And the lion's not mine. I'm gonna just give this guy like fucking 5 gold. I don't really have anything for him. I'm gonna do a caravan to get some money up. I do not have more cool shit, but it's okay, we ball. That guy probably feels slightly shorted. That or he feels like he just made out like a bandit. Depending on how much money he has seen as a player so far, he might feel like an absolute demon. Hey. Wait a minute. I know that, Fox. It's awkward. This is Emu's mount. And Emu's on my mount. Because Emu's running mayor commissions. Wanna what? Wanna go run Caravan, but can also LM. Where to? All right, where are we going? Zine. Cheeto, not water. I choose Dr. Peppy. I do not have the capabilities to eat the hot Cheetos, Big Red Jeff, because hot Cheetos fucking suck. I probably should not say it publicly with Carla like in earshot, but I think hot Cheetos are ass. I said it. I stand on the business. I've said it to Carla's face before. Now it's a good thing for her as a hot Cheeto girl because she enjoys hot Cheetos a lot and it's no longer a contested area. Like, she doesn't have to worry about that shit. Like, nobody else near her likes hot Cheetos. What about Takis? I don't really like the ultra processed, like, random textures of food. Like, Takis and Cheetos and, like, I don't know, cheese puffs and shit like that. I'm like, am I just biting into styrofoam? I'm genuinely curious. It's like a packing peanut, but more crunchy. And don't ask how I know what packing peanut texture is like, by the way. It was a long story. But, like, I don't know. I don't necessarily fuck with the whole, like, ultra super processed stick of flavor, in a sense. Where the fuck is Emu going, by the way? Cereal, chips. I don't really like cereal that much. What do you mean? I don't really like eat cereal much. Golden Flake, dill pickle, or S tier? Golden Flake, dill pickle. Doritos? Yeah, Doritos are like 1-2 flavors if I can get the black bag. Jova? Oh, word. Okay, cool. I'll meet you there. Like 2 flavors of Doritos will get me to eat Doritos. But like your salsa verde Doritos are safe because those are also ass. They're just flavorless. I don't understand why salsa verde Doritos just don't taste like there's anything on them. It's like they forgot to actually spray like the seasoning shit. Your mom's flavorless? My mom makes delicious food. Or are you talking? Anyways. I never eat junk food. I tried to not eat like complete shit, but I'm like a late night snacker. Sometimes it's a bowl of ice cream or a tub of ice cream directly out of the tub, you know, before bed. Other times it is waking up at 3 a.m. and eating Doritos at the butcher block with my dick out because I was sleeping naked and didn't want to put pants on. I'm just, you know, I'm a late night snacker. Various things, and then I sometimes wake up with a stomach ache of sorts, and I wonder why I have stomach aches. And I'm like, man, it must be all the coffee I'm drinking in the morning, not attesting it to the fact that I probably consume half of my food once I actually go to sleep for the night between waking up, walking out of the kitchen, and just nomming shit. It's not just like a once a night thing either. Some nights it's just like, all right, I need a snack. All right, I need a little more of a snack. Like I'll go out, I'll have like a couple spoonfuls of ice cream. I'll like fucking Kobe the spoon into the sink, R.I.P. Kobe. And then I'll go back later for some Doritos. And then I go and I like look in the fridge for anything that would like translate to a good cold snack. Like it's a big eater. It's a reason I can't keep like Little Debbie snack cakes in the house, dog. I will eat those shits way too much. Said help, I don't know if I want to join the game till phase 3. We'll just wait till phase 3 then. I think that joining now is going to be much more boring for a new player than it would be before phase 3, and the only big benefit to joining now is that you kind of like get more information if you want to start phase 3 like better, right? Or as like a more competitive minded player or whatever you may have. I really don't think it's to the point where you have to like force yourself to hop in before P3. There's no price difference. You don't really lose anything. Whether you wait or jump in now, it's just like If you want to jump in now, it's great because you can get some more information, but you'll get that information throughout P3 anyways because phase 3 is still development. There's a whole lot of time to still learn. So don't even let the FOMO of like, oh, I'm gonna be so bad on phase 3 launch. Like, all of us are gonna be bad on phase 3 launch comparatively to phase 3 end, even the best players in the game. The skill ceiling of Ashes always grows and evolves. Like, as people practice more, everything is group based, so groups can always perform better together. So just keep that in mind. Like, every aspect of the game will continue to kind of like evolve over time, and there's not necessarily anything that you are going to be missing out on, so to say. Well, Debbie, Christmas tree cakes are awesome. Bro, I don't even need the seasonal Little Debbies. That's the problem. If you put a box of like the giant box of fudge rounds in front of me, I will eat most of that box in one sitting unless they get taken away from me. It's absolutely fucking insane. Being competitive now doesn't matter because the game hasn't released yet unless you're trying to run a large skill. Yeah, it's literally just depending on like what people's personal goals are. And I don't even necessarily think, like you said, game hasn't released yet. Even guilds that are large and powerful now are not necessarily going to be those that are large and powerful on launch. Even in phase 2.5, we saw multiple of the strongest guilds die relatively quickly. Bang, bang, bang. And anything can happen, you know? Literally anything can happen. So we just tried to go the mentality of like, you know, you could always lose all of your people at any point. There could always be this mass uprising of your leadership going elsewhere. Your community could fall apart. You know, everybody could stop watching the stream and everything could change in a heartbeat. But I and, you know, the community and the guild and everybody here work as hard as possible to ensure that doesn't happen for us. And while it still could, I definitely think that, you know, putting in the legwork now is definitely a way, like you said, if you're trying to run a large guild, if you're trying to run a powerful guild, to make sure that you're staying active and your community staying active and, you know, getting any advantage that there is to get. So a lot of the communities that fell apart this phase were the ones that, you know, took a little break and were waiting until phase 3 to come back. And when they took their little break, the people that did stay were like, well, damn, there's no community in this community anymore. And then they left and went elsewhere. And it is what it is. That's probably naturally what's going to happen in most instances, where like your leadership goes on break and you're just like, oh, we're not really doing anything for the next few months. And I think a lot of people kind of like learn that. Dusty Jova Mill, I'm working my way over, but you're doing it again. No, there are just so many willows. Look at my bags. I've got so much fucking willow. Do you need willow for anything? I'm just trying to yop on my way over, because I am, unfortunately, still level 15 lumberyacking. So, while it may be wise for me to just, like, mindlessly yop somewhere, I'm trying to get some value out of this route, you know? I'm on the way. I'm on the way. We just gotta get around this high ground without seeing any more willows, and then we'll be perfectly okay. You know, I did know that I was supposed to go over to Jova. It was just like, it's the trees. It's the trees. You know or you don't? You must try them. Like, do the tree cakes look like they go hard? Yeah, but isn't it literally just like vanilla cake with vanilla frosting inside with like vanilla coating and then like some red, what the fuck, Airwolf. Jesus Christ. That guy drank a Red Bull. But like, it's all just like vanilla with some colored vanilla on it, right? Like some red and green vanilla? Because that seems vanilla-y. I'm a big chocolate enjoyer. If there is like chocolate on chocolate on chocolate anything, I will consume. I will absolutely consume. I'm not a huge, like, dark chocolate, I like it more than white chocolate. But milk chocolate is bliss, in my opinion. I think milk chocolate just goes so fucking hard. So hard. Most guilds won't make it to launch. The ones that do will be really strong rep-wise in the community. Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is a benefit to being in, like you said, on the competitive scale, right? If you are trying to be on that level. one of the biggest benefits is that as updates are coming in, even if there's this massive update right before launch, right? You're still in a spot where instead of having to parse all of that information, you know, all at once coming in as a brand new player for launch, you are now able to just parse the new information from the update, and you've got all of the systems up to that update all stored away in the old spank bank. And from there, you are able to just kind of like look at the new changes, see where you were coming from, see where you're ending up, and it's a much quicker process to be all up to par. There are a lot fewer growing pains along the way too, in my opinion. So it's nice. Cats will have a strong rep. Hopefully, as long as they don't go on too many trips again. No, yeah, we're gonna be very active, and I think that we have, like I said, a lot of people that are really bought into cats this early too. With our leadership, we have a lot more people that want to get into leadership, and we also have a lot of people that were involved in leadership in New World that are yet to come over, that will honestly probably come over at some point and end up with us too. So I'm excited. We have a lot of interest both in the immediate community and in the community that doesn't even play yet, which I think is a massive bonus for recruitment purposes. Just being able to be like, oh, you're gonna be coming in and playing? Well, here, you want PvP? Might as well join us, because it's the most accessible you're gonna find and probably the best reps you're gonna find right now. So it's a good combo. Good combo. And I think that we will continue to play the game in a very, I don't know, positive way, right? Not necessarily that the way we play is the only way to play or anything, but we're willing to not be worried about winning by any means necessary. So that's the hope. That's the hope. My life savings in cat stocks better not crash. No, we're fine. We're fine. I did rug pull coming out of New World, but like, you know, we got to do that. We just got to cash out a little bit more. Bro, I really should have ran a higher sub goal before I left New World. God fucking dang it. Cause like I left right around Christmas too. I could have juiced one more sub goal from New World. And then dipped. We could have had it all. I could have put it at like 1.5 million subs, broken the Twitch all-time sub count record, and then just came over here with it. We could have been Kai. We would have done it. Sub goal leave forever. 1,000 subs and I'll fuck right off to another game. You hate me, this is your chance to show it. Jesus fucking Christ. I wonder if somebody came in and they were like, just unironically, Dusty, how many subs to get you to go back to New World until phase 3? It'd be a lot. It would be in the thousands. Like multiple thousands, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe like 5K for like 3 weeks of New World, because 5K subbies would be more money than I make in multiple months. The other guild's crowdfunding to get you out of there. Bro, every guild lead just comes in and starts gifting 5. Planendorf comes in and gifts like 500 to get me the fuck out of here. Just thank fucking God. Thank God. Hell no. I mean, hold on. For 5,000 subbies. For 5,000 subbies. You'd be disappointed in me if I sold out for 3 weeks. It wouldn't even be like I'd be dating him. I'd just be fucking him a little bit. Wait a minute. I need to delete this. Maybe that's enough? Nope. Maybe that's enough? I don't think it is. Nope. Maybe that's enough. Well, I apparently only have one lumberjacking bag. I don't know where the other one went. And the herbalism bag's not big enough. Do it. I don't think I would anyways. Honestly. It would be like...
Apes together.
Yo, Vit. My goat. Thank you for the 10 months, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. 2 to mill. This. I can just get another fucking novice bag on the way as well. I feel like that's a more reasonable thing. I'll just spend like 37 copper to get the novice bag. I don't know where my other one went, if I'm being completely honest. Fit, I hope you've been well, dude. I appreciate you. But yeah, no, I don't. There's a 5K people in New World 2 sub. Yeah, No, I get it. I get it. But what if it was just like Jeff Bezos and he was like, Dusty, save my game, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to save that shit anyways. I'm not Captain Save-A-Ho. But I don't know. No, I wouldn't. I think I would hate myself every second I played that game. Because I still pop in and lurk on some of my friends' streams sometimes. I don't really say much because I don't want people to know that I'm fucking there. But like, I hate most of those motherfuckers over in New World. I'm glad they don't know I'm there. Anyways, sometimes when I pop over and lurk, everyone is just constantly bitching about how bad the bugs still are and how AGS still can't handle a deployment and still can't get anything right. And it's music to my fucking ears, if I'm being completely honest. What the fuck? Wait. Why did I say so like... What? Did that movement look really weird to you guys? I went like up, right? What did I just do? Wait. I'm so fucking confused now. Okay, something was wonky with my movement there. Anyways. Yeah, I don't think I'd have fun in New World in the current state of things. Like, jokes aside, unironically, I think I would... Oh, fuck me. I think I would just not enjoy playing it in its current state. The only thing fun about that game was the combat. And the combat's only fun for so long before it's just mindlessly I left click, I left click, I left click, I left click. And honestly, most of the people that are left playing are so fucking bad at this point that the combat wouldn't even be enjoyable. Combat's only fun if you have good people to fight against in that game. Otherwise, it's just like, I click you, you don't move, you die. And, I don't know, I do like it over here a lot. So, I don't think I'd go back. Plus, I also don't think somebody would be crazy enough to offer someone thousands of subs to go back to New World. That would be a goddamn mistake. That would be a lost investment. Although, would Amazon Games give out hundreds of thousands of dollars to streamers who are just shitting on their games while they stream them anyways? You bet your bottom dollar they do it already. Do I have Larch? I do have Larch. We're up tremendous. You didn't give me any fuel. Not that I'm like complaining, but I just want that known. Ah, shit, fuck. Why did I start this oak? I'm going to the other one. Where is the other one? Over here. I go this way. I'll see you over here in a second. Apparently that one's in use. Logging back onto the world felt as bad as it does logging into the old Republic. When did you log back into New World, you fucking rat? Wait, what do you mean? When did you go back? Other workshop? Yes. What are these Acacia beams? Word. We're up tremendous. Just 250? Because I can do more. If you need me to. I can set up another 250 in the other shop if you need it. Because I can go clean that out right now. Excuse me. Claim. I'm level 14 now. Y'all still have it installed? I actually think that I do have it installed, but not updated. I don't think I've uninstalled it yet. Don't ask me why. I don't quite know why. But it is still installed, technically. I believe. I have an IRL event in a couple hours. Oh, shit. Do you need help, like, bringing stuff over? Do you mean to, like, transfer some loads for you, so to say? Because we could. We very well could. What do I have? Oak? Or... should I have common or uncommon? Common would take up more space, but I can always just double queue it too. And I can run these while we're out. And then that will get some Beamingtons for us. That'll free up some space. That'll also get me a tiny bit of XP. Now, my PTR testers, what I am curious about, I'm probably gonna go gather a little bit on PTR today and see what it is. But like, one thing I'm very curious about, what is going to be our new granite grinding stone? That is what I'm wondering. P2, it was wood to timber, timber to beams, planks, or boards, and then vendor that bitch. P2.5, it was granite to granite grinding stones to vendor that bitch. What is P3 going to give? Just to get house screenshots and to find out my 800k was Thanos? Oh no. Short on money? You should hit Papa Shambles and I up. The house screenshots did go hard. I really do hope that Ashes also has a very in-depth like housing decoration system with like housing, you know, housing acquirables that are drop only, that are super rare drops, like goldfish in a bowl for the housing, right? Goldfish in porcelain bowl for the New World housers, or like your telescopes or shit like that. I think chase items for casual players are so sick because casual players will go through hell to attain one singular thing to put on a fucking stand in their house, and they will show it off to every single person that ever wants to go to their house as like a point of pride. Just one small thing. It could literally be like a fucking lamp on a shelf, and they'd be like, I got this lamp from thousands of hours of contesting one mob. I didn't leave for months. My wife left me. My kids, well, custody's over there because I don't have the time to take care of them. But this lamp is almost as bright as the future ahead of me. And they'll show that shit off. Never got a goldfish, but have a scope. Carla was clouded in the housing comps. She used to run in a lot of the housing competitions. Logged New World yesterday for the first time in a few months and jumped some rooftops in TK and logged off. Brother literally Spider-Man for a little bit. Yo, Pac, how you doing, my boy? What you up to today? Hope the stream was fantastic for you. Yeah, bro, I don't know, the New World dream died a while ago for me. Like, it just, I don't know. It wasn't fun anymore. The flying pig is crazy. You make a lot of things like just Minecraft that shit. My houses, I wouldn't do any decorations, but I would always just do this super weird stack that would somehow result in one animal looking directly out the window at people. Now, they couldn't see it because my house never had a high enough score, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Limited space housing in cities will cause so much bloodshed. The real estate system, dog. Like, genuinely, the real estate system could go absolutely hard. Because keep in mind, I could just rent out the perms to basically like co-own the house and decorate and share storage and use the functionality of the house without getting the buffs. And I could also let someone decorate it, but I could be the deed holder of the house itself and charge monthly rent that would cover all of my housing taxes, some profit for me. The real estate system is a fickle bitch, but landlords simply exist everywhere. Smart contract integration would be insane. You just send them an e-doc to sign. Yeah, I'm gonna need some written confirmation here. Please verify with 2 different documents, including your home address. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, not like that deep, but on like you know, an honor-based type shit, right? Because the entire real estate system is gonna be deed-based. If I have an apartment and you want to buy it, I could either completely sell it to you, or I could, in theory, go the sandboxy thing, because they have also said that shared perms and housing will be a thing that the owner selects. So I could be like, yeah, you know, 50 gold a week, and you get to be in the house. You get to have perms to decorate. You are the, you know, you're basically the occupant of the house. You just pay me once a week by this day, and you keep your perms. And if you don't, you know, pay me, then you lose your perms. And I take all the shit that's in the house. You get evicted. Now, would there be slumlords? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Would people get scammed like crazy? Oh, hell yeah. But would the landlord that used their house for passive probably make some good money off of it if they didn't scam? Absolutely. Slumlord RP? Oh, fuck yeah. And then you just go like node to node, grabbing a house in that node for a significant upcharge, and then renting it out for more and more and more for lower quality houses, and then you just keep scamming people node to node until you're so rich that you retire. That's literally, I feel like that's IRL real estate sim just in Ashes. So I mean, if you guys are really into real estate, any licensed, certified realtors in the chat that would like to help negotiate some things for cats? Because we could have cats with first-time homebuyer bonuses as one of our guilds, and they could really just go entirely into the real estate side of things. We could diversify. Avocados, craftable goods, slumlord apartments, cats with abs on top. How many other guilds are offering this shit? I had my house with the pig displayed for weeks until I hit 300 rep and couldn't spam points anymore. Bro, were you 300 every territory rep? 300 is fucking insane. I don't even think I have any at 300. Granted, I played on a lot of characters in a lot of different places and played a lot of Outpost Rush and not really like the in-node stuff. Because also, I'll be completely honest, I can't even talk about New World without my brain just shitting out of my ears. The in-node housing, like didn't really bring anything to the node itself. The cats with mortgages, cats with crippling debt. There wasn't any incentivization to take part in any in-node activities prior to hitting, you know, max level. There weren't buffs that were going out. Like, you didn't have to upkeep buildings at T5 with materials and shit. Like, you just kind of existed. You just kind of existed. Any node that the slumlord hangs out will be prime node siege targets. Oh no, wait. Like, surely at some point there will be a node siege that is declared because somebody really hates one person in that node, and it may not even be like the mayor of the node. What would we think about a way for, like, you know, say I'm a mayor and this guy messages me and he's like, wow, Dusty, love the stream, and I'm like, fuck you, idiot, and I want to kick him out of my node. I feel like I, as a mayor, should be able to kick somebody out of that node and, like, excommunicate them and prevent them from becoming a citizen if I really fucking hate them. I think that's reasonable. I feel like if that's the case, they're locked out. Exile, yes, exactly. Like, sure, maybe they can come into the node as a traveler, but, like, node services are disabled for that person. Like, the vendors won't sell to you. You can't interact with the marketplace. You can't use the tables. You are, for every way, shape, and form, locked out of using that node if you are exiled. That'd be kind of fucking fire, personally. And then I guess there would have to be like a process to get unexiled. Now I wonder if the mayor would be involved in that as well, or there would be like a bring yourself back from exile quest line. So say like I really want to be in Halcyon, but they're like, no, fuck you, Dusty, and they kick me out because I'm annoying and keep asking them if I can join their guild. I then go back and do the quest, and then I pop up again and I'm like, hey, you got any games on your phone? And then they're like, I thought I kicked you out. And then they kick me out again. And then I pop up again a week later after doing my exile quest. But each time, it can be longer and longer until your quest actually activates. I feel like I should be able to kick a motherfucker out the node. Just straight fresh prints their shit out the front door. I'll be completely honest. Just send Jeff. Just send Jazz, DJ Jazzy Jeff. I went with his Govy. Send Jazz directly out the front door every single time. Anybody named Jeff is getting it now. Node reputation was supposed to be a thing with an enemy of a node state. Don't know if Andromeda still wants to go there. PTR actually had a UI for node reputation. Big Red Jeff sent me. Yo, wait, how big though? Because, like, we might need multiple people for the throw, depending on the size. Or we might need you to, like, WWE sell that shit. Like, just kind of, like, jump with it and really take the brunt of it. But, yeah, the PTR patch notes did say that they added node reputation UI. Now, do I know what the node reputation is actually going to do? Not yet. Do I have some hopes? Absolutely. You lower your reputation like crazy, like you said, that enemy of the state would be fire. If you raise your reputation, each bracket that you go up allows you more benefits in the node, stronger versions of the in-node citizen buff bonuses if you're a citizen, you know, stronger versions of the buffs if you're not a citizen but you have high reputation anyways, maybe reduced vendor prices if you're buying goods from vendors, or maybe, I don't know, something related to taxes, and then accessibility to higher tier gear and rewards from the node vendors. I think that's very simple. That would be the most baseline thing of it. Like, maybe at the highest tier rep, you pull yourself some consumes, or not consumes, cosmetics, or like a mount skin or some bullshit. Would be quite nice. Be cool to have a Fallout like rep system. Are you gonna be mad at me if I say that I never really played Fallout? Like, I don't know, man. Mars put me on when we first got together. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like sacrilegious of a take to actually put out there in some circles. But some people respect it, and they say it's okay. Not a story guy, but she is. Yeah, in terms of like the single player story type shit, I don't know, man. Like, I love a good like loregasm in a living world, right? But I like my lore to be living. I like it to be developed by like player actions and player behavior and a lot of things. And I feel like if it's not, then things get extremely stagnated. Builder Fallout was one of the best games on PC. The new ones are not. Yeah, for a while when New World was dying, well, New World's still dying, but like when I was still streaming New World and it was cooked, people were trying to get me to go play like Fallout 76 and shit. What are you doing here? Why have you traveled all this way? You're quite far from home. You appear to be in a spot where you don't really want to die. Hoofsy's mutant tree? Yeah, on God. Just out of nowhere, just popping up. It's like that one gray hair in your beard. Everybody that has a beard, you got at least one gray hair. Even if that shit's stubble. Go find it. Pull it out. They must not know. But when you pull that one out, two more pop up. Just be careful. I watch play Fallout and Skyrim all the time, but I don't like playing. Yeah, I mean, personally, I also never got crazy into Skyrim. Just fucking funny enough. Just funny enough. The story single player RPG experience, Dragon Age hit me for a little bit, but like, I tried to play Skyrim and I was just like, she kind of feels like ass to play. And I just didn't play it, and I went back to gaming other shit, you know? Things that were actually fun. Things that presented PvP and combat and opportunities. So, yo, Ron, what up, my brother? How you doing today? I have, currently, a lot of wood on the lumber mill. I'm trying to help Emu with the Mayor Loop shiz. So we started a rather large job, and I'm just kind of like milling around. I have no idea why, but I've been chopping a shitload of willow today. I guess I'm just addicted to the willow. It seems like there's not too much. Punch rocks. What rocks do you need? Because I can hit rocks. I could absolutely hit rocks. Basalt called us fat and ugly. Wait, that's actually insanity. Yeah, we literally can't have that. Okay. I will go over to the Miraleth node cork and I will start grabbing some basalt. I don't know if any other corks have it, like, other than Mira, but I know Mira has basalt out the fucking wazoo. Got like 10 of them hoes now. Gray beard hairs. Yeah, they'll sneak up on you too, dog. Like, one day you were just chilling, vibing. You've got a luscious whatever color beard, and the next day you look in the mirror and you're like, the fuck? When did you? Oh, these are 3 stars. Yeah, I'm just gonna go fuck myself, actually. I like killing mobs, but I'm not gonna fuck around with 30k HP 3 stars. That is, it's a pass from me. I will get the hell out of here. People focused on P2 or PTR today? Probably a little bit of a mix. I'm trying to help Emu right now, like I said, with some of the mayor stuff, kind of like prepping some shit for whatever node Emu's in. I feel like motherfuckers be winning elections out here with like one vote, and it's themselves. I don't even think Emu was running contested. So Emu's trying to like hit up mayor, try to get a building stood up, and trying to pre-prep mats as much as humanly possible. I figure I'll lend a hand with that, because I don't think many people are going to be on for that. But with that being said, the PTR, they did drop a nice little patchy for us today. We could actually hit those patch notes if we did want to. I would be absolutely down. And I feel like that may not be the end of the world. Gives us a good glimpse into like what's coming. Let's see. I just got so scared. Speaking of that vote pocket for Mirolith, how many votes do you think you'll need to win Mira? What if I just come over right now and start roughing up the place? Because I could. Also, hello, Henry. Hope you're having a good day. So, PTR did get enough of an update to make me want to actually go over there and test it a bit. I probably won't go too crazy in terms of like, oh, I got to level super fast. I really want to check econ. And I want everybody to spread the fuck out. And I want people to see what gather to refine is the most efficient to gather, refine, and then vendor. For mining, for herbalism, for lumberjacking, like our core things that give such a surplus, I want us to find that gold faucet before phase 3 actually begins. Because that gold faucet, like caravans are wonderful, but caravans are finite glint. Now you can farm up glint like a madman as well. That doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter at all. Vans are always going to be the best way, especially in a large community, large clump of them. But the gold faucet of like granite to granite grinding stones to vendor levels your mining, levels your stone masonry. Back when it was logs to timber to beams, planks, boards, leveled your lumberjacking and your lumber milling. I was a fucking grandmaster lumber miller. It was going hard on the lumber milling. Like, absolutely sicko mode. Fallout Vegas was put on an 8-month development limit, and it created this intensely intertwined story that's better than any story game I've ever played. Fallout New Vegas? Yeah. It was on an 8-month development limit? That's kind of crazy. I feel like an 8-month development limit in anything succeeding off of that is ridiculously impressive. Is the game player market as well? How dare you ask me fucking questions, Papa Shambles? What the fuck? You come in my chat expecting me to tell you, a dear friend, things about this game? The entitlement, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, so, yes. I love you. It is player to player. Basically, everything in Ashes, take all of the systems of New World, like the social systems from, you know, crafting being intertwined with the actual progression of things, take the towns, the player ownership of towns, all of that, extrapolate it by 1,000,000. So, OG New World vibe with a lot of the player markets. So, every player market is just bound to the node or the town itself. Long term, there are going to be 85 player ownable towns or nodes on the map, but there are 4 different types of nodes. You have scientific nodes. Those are your popular vote. You have your economic nodes. Those are an auction to see who becomes a mayor. Military nodes, PvP mode to see who becomes mayor. And then your religious node is questing to see who becomes mayor. Each of those 4 nodes have different benefits as they level, you know, up and eventually to level 5. But through a system called vassaling, there can only be a certain number of, you know, each level of node on the map at one time. So as far as we know, there will only be 5 tier 5 nodes on the map at most. And then when a node is tier 4, it basically takes 2 tier 3 nodes. Well, takes 2 nodes prior to being level 4. But a tier 4 node will have 2 tier 3 nodes under it. And then those tier 3 nodes will each have 1 tier 2 node, I do believe, underneath that. So you'll have vassals and like node lockouts basically in terms of the level progression. So you'll have these like these mechas, these capitals in that area. Then you'll have more of a, you know, a smaller town feel outside of that. And then you'll have the willy wax where everything's like fucking tier 2 and shit. And then you'll have completely undeveloped areas where players may not go. All of those areas will be completely unique server to server and dynamic server to server, and there will also be systems where certain nodes can get, well, every node could get sieged, and if your node loses a siege, that means that your node is going to get like de-leveled, turned to ruin, basically. And then everything that was in player markets becomes lootable, like player storages. Your town gets de-leveled, you have to re-level it, you have to rebuild everything that's in there, or you just leave and go to another node. But yes, ton of fucking systems related to nodes, and then nodes in themselves, once they hit level 3 village, that's when their election process starts. So they have these empty plots instead of just having, you know, every building for gathering, refining, and crafting. So you'll notice I ran all the way over to Jova, which is here, to start my lumber milling stuff. And then I ran back over to Miraleth because Miraleth Node Cork has a lot of these basalt spawns that are just super, super tight together. So Jova used 2 of their building plots to put down wood shops, because when you level a building like past tier 2 crafting up to like T3 and higher, it has to be declared as one of the 3 for that building. So a wood shop gathers lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry, that entire loop. But when you level it to, you know, journeyman tier 3 or higher, it basically has to be specialized in one of those 3. So certain nodes have certain things. A node cannot just have everything in it. So every node's going to be different. Prices in every node as a result will be different. In different biomes, you have different gatherable sets, different recipes, like completely different material sets and everything. So things that are outside of one biome that are very good if you shuttle them into another biome would be very rare and very worthwhile. So yes, there is 1000% a very manipulatable player market. There is also a way that you can generate gold outside of that to get yourself started, which is called caravans. So essentially, when you kill a mob, it has a chance to drop glint. Glint basically is like just a form of currency that goes in your materials tab. When you have anything in your materials tab, on a normal death, you drop 25% of it on your ashes, your body, 25% of it goes into the void, and then you retain 50% of it in your bags. So glint drops, it goes in your materials tab. If you die, you lose a portion of it, but you can either vendor it, sell it to vendors to get gold, silver, copper, or you get a much higher rate of return if you use that glint to craft what are called commodities. Basically shit that you put on a caravan or a boat. You put the shit on the caravan or the boat, and then you drive that caravan or boat place to place. I'm actually going to be doing these in a little bit here because I'm going to make some gold to give away to some new players and shit. And basically, if you make it place to place without players coming along, attacking you, killing you, attacking your caravan and killing your caravan and taking your shit, then you get a multiplicative reward on your glint, on your investment, depending on how far you've traveled, the region that you came from, the region you go to, all of that. So you can run vans to get gold, and then you can go to an area, you can buy up all the materials in that area, transport them to a different area, and mark up those materials like crazy. Depending on where people are housed out of, something that's a, you know, a very large commonality as well that's needed. If you take, for instance, carpentry as your main craft that you want to do, because you cannot be an omni-crafter and have everything maxed out, you could make really good caravans, which different caravan, like wood types and rarities, give different like stats to the caravan itself, including the storage. So because this is a braidwood caravan carriage and chassis, this is an 8x3, but vans go much larger than 8x3 as well. So you can basically have super cheap vans, or you can have Cadillac vans. If you have a very expensive van part, you could sell that somewhere. Are you permaflagged in the open world? No. So basically, you can flag up for PvP and like engage in PvP, right? So it's changing a little bit for phase 3. It won't be like just to hold your flag all the time. But if I alt and F, I get these swords. Excuse me, that's not my node buff. Anyways, so when the swords are there, that's not your node buffs. That's supposed to be your PvP force flag. Basically, I am flagged up for PvP. Now, if I'm flagged up for PvP, I can hit another player. So this lad that's going by here, I could probably scare the bejesus off of him. Hello? What? Hi. Hi. How are you? What's going on here? Hello. Anyways, so if I flag up for PvP, I can hit him. I don't want to hit him. He's just a new player. He's just a baby. And if they hit me back while I'm flagged, they also flag up, and then we're both purple. Purple is flagged. That's consensual combat. If I flag up, I can hit them before they flag. If I kill them without them hitting me back or flagging, that is called corrupting. Corrupting takes you to red instead of purple. When you corrupt, you can't take gear off, you can't trade with other players, you can't go into towns. You basically have like an experience bar, so to say, that is your corruption level. And you have to either farm off a shitload of mobs or die to reduce that corruption level. There will be more ways in the future too through certain node types, but corruption is always meant to be a net zero, like a net loss actually. In terms of like you corrupt, you lose something for it. It's a punishment, it's not a reward, it's not like a haha, I play corrupted all the time. Like you can, but you're gonna lose a lot of shit. Corrupting is the only time that you will take a chance of losing your equipped gear. So if I corrupt and I die with base level corruption, the lowest level of it, I have a chance to drop 1 to 3 pieces of my equipped gear. Then as you go up in corruption, you have more chances to drop more pieces of gear. So corrupting is very, 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 very incredibly punishing. In terms of people actually corrupting in like a meaningful sense, it's very rare because gear is incredibly hard to get. Incredibly hard to get. And keep in mind, when you die, you drop your gear. Whoever killed you just picks up your gear and then it's gone. And in Ashes, acquiring equipment is meant to be very hard. Not in a sense of like super tedious, but completed item drop rates are meant to be very low. So there's a heavy emphasis on like gathering, refining, and crafting the things that you need. But if you want to make good stuff, you've got to gather, refine, and craft until you have the high rarity materials to make it. You've also got to PvE and kill the mobs themselves until they drop the recipe for you to give to your crafter. Your crafter's got to be high enough level. And then they've also got to have the buildings up in the nodes to actually craft. Then past that, you've got your crafter gear, your crafter buffs, and all of those add quality to the craft, which increase the rarity of it. Yeah, as Shmoon said, crafters make the best shit. Quite literally. Everything is intended to be through the player-to-player crafting route as like your best incentivization. Like, you're the man, Smoozen. I appreciate you. From what I've seen, corruption's mostly done by mistake. Or some asshole bitch-ass motherfucker baiting the corruption. Yep. But they're also taking passes to try to prevent that with the new flagging system for Phase 3. It's good so far. A lot of people complain about it before they realize they don't have to hold down Alt all the time. But once they realize they don't have to hold down Alt literally all the time, they get used to it. So there is technically like you can die in the open world player to player whenever. Now keep in mind, everything in Ashes is open world. There's no instancing where you can get out. There's no fast travel. For perspective, the entire New World map fits in the Riverlands. Here you go, right about the same size. This is your entire New World map, but shown in Ashes. All of this water, swimmable, navigatable. The oceans, swimmable, navigatable. There are aquatic mounts. There are boats. We have harbors. The ocean will also eventually have like ocean life and like staging and shit in it. Mobs, combat, all of that stuff. Ocean world boss that spawns right here. Will spawn right here, I should say. So this is one node one biome. The nodes are the towns. One biome. You've got 5 nodes within the biome. And we're going to have about 18 of these biomes. About 85 of these player-ownable nodes, so keep in mind, the Riverlands is about the size of the New World map. You've got the Riverlands, the desert, the Goondark down here. You've got the Tropics up here. You've got the Anvils up here. That's going to be the second starting area. That's being thoroughly tested on PTR before it comes in for P3. You'll have the Crucible right here, which I think is going to be a guild castle. You will have more biomes up here. You'll have the Dunes and Kill Mountain range, and then the entire world map. Just for perspective, where is it? Right here. Just for perspective. This is you'll have more biomes, more zones, more biomes, more all of it. Yes. But this is the entire world map for launch. This is approximately the size of the New World map. No fast travel. No, just taking all your shit and going back over here because you click on your, recall to in button. Can't pay a little Azoth to remove that cooldown on your teleport because there is no teleport in the first place. I love it. You actually have to think about your time allocation. You have to think about what you're doing, how you're investing your time. You've got to make every little thing count. So, with that, there are also some systems in the open world that can kind of like opt people into PvP. Excuse me, that was the Dr. Pepper saying hello. Basically, I keep a guild declaration scroll on me at all times. So if I want to, or I need to for any reason, I can pull up my guild deck scroll, and then I can declare on any guild in the game, and whichever guild that I declare on, we have a 2-hour guild war, or up to 100 kills for either side, and basically PvP is just turned on between the two guilds at that point. Same thing with nodes, so nodes can declare war on each other too. So unlike New World where it's just like, you know, war determines who takes the territory, no ownership is changed of nodes through PvP. It's through the actual elections. Well, I guess military election would be PvP. But like a war isn't gonna get like a new owner of the node or anything like that. A node versus node war allows citizens of those two nodes, those two towns, to attack each other when they are in the zones of those two towns that are at war. So if you meet each other out in like a neutral area, you're not just gonna, you know, just get full cooked instantly because of that. You can play safe around that. You can make decisions to do whatever you want there. But there is a chance that, you know, say you're in cats with us and somebody gets really pissed off at us one day because we're contesting a mob grind and you're just doing your own thing. You're gathering, you're doing whatever. Somebody could deck on cats and you could be a participant in that war because of that. So Ashes is a full PvX gameplay loop where your incentivization is to enable your gatherers, refiners, and crafters, your econ side as much as possible, to enable your PvPers as much as possible with the best gear, so that way your PvPers can protect the areas in the best way possible and secure the areas for your PvEers to then provide for your PvPers more. So it's a little bit of like a kingmaker system, so to say, where you have like your rich getting richer and your rich and your powerful are able to hold more important areas, thus becoming more powerful. But there are many checks and balances within the entirety of the game itself. All of the social systems allowing players to go where they want to do, go where they want to go, do what they want to do. The node development being as in depth and intertwined as it is. It's fucking massive. You need a lot of nodes to work together collaboratively to make even mid-tier gear. And if your nodes in your server aren't working together, you're not going to have access to crafted gear. So you're going to have to go the mob grind route. If you can't mob grind because you can't contest the areas, then you're not going to be able to get the base gear drops in the first place, won't be able to get the recipes, won't be able to get quite literally anything. The incentivization on gathering, refining, and crafting is absolutely fucking massive. And keep in mind, the only time that you're at risk of losing your gear in any way is if you corrupt on somebody. If you don't corrupt, you're not losing shit. So, Zoppington, how you doing, my boy? Any new news today? Yes, we got some patchies. I was actually about to go over those, but I got distracted. You guys would never fucking believe that, huh? Also, Socks. Oh, we're having a beautiful day. The deflagging that got you corrupted when you were chasing that guy in the water shows they need to change a bit more to avoid unintended corruption. Okay, we don't need to talk about me corrupting and shitting my pants because of a literal split-second deflag difference while the projectile was already in the air. Dude, what a crazy set of circumstances that was. It was one of those where, like, we VOD reviewed it, right? And we literally went back to see everything in split-second timings. And there was just nothing I could have done. The projectile was in the air. I was targeting the mount, and the mount's PvP status doesn't flash like the players. It just goes off. I shoot the bow. Projectile is going for the mount. Deflag. Mount is 27 HP. Arrow hits the mount and kills it. Dude, it was so sad. Pretty much Albion Online, but looks better. I didn't play a lot of Albion. A lot of people tried to get me to play Albion. Again, people tried to get me to play pretty much every other PvP-based MMO when New World was like going through its shambles over the course of me being there for 3 years. And Albion never really looked too crazy to me. I also watched Arrow play it a little bit. Like saw his clips and shit. And I'll be honest, it looked kind of shitty. But everybody enjoys different things. Not in terms of like the systems looking shitty or anything like that, but just like the camera angle and the combat looked so weird to me. And I'm sure I could like play it and have like an appreciation for it. But from an outside in, I was like, oh, this is fucking weird. So I shouldn't say it looks like shit. I should say it looks weird to me. Like it was a very new system that was unfamiliar. I'm trying to not just call things shit and articulate that I'm the oaf and not the system. But yeah, it was a very weird looking MMO to kind of like check out. You're not wrong. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure, like I said, if I got used to it, right, it's kind of like OSRS for me. I watch OSRS and I'm like, what y'all doing? But here I am doing the exact same thing. It just looks slightly different. We're still hitting mobs. We're still hitting gatherables, shit like that. It's just like, oh, this looks weird to me. For some reason, I am averse to this. But I was always a WoW kid and not a RuneScape kid as well, so I don't know, I just kind of got like shaped up in, I guess, the different types of systems that were more familiar to me. So anything that's reminiscent just falls into my comfort zone a little bit. It's one of my biggest gripes with this game. The deflagging stuff, yeah, I do think in terms of deflagging, if they add like an extension, if you're hit during a flagged up instance, then that would be nice. Also, Rudix, how you doing, my friend? Are there corruption areas, not PvP corruption in the world right now? I remember Steven talking about it a lot during streams. Yeah, so the rotating like PvP battlegrounds, is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like the actual, like not PvP corruption? So do you mean the actual like corruption going through Vera type shit? Because there is, I mean, I guess Carfin is a very good starting example, because Carfin is technically like all corrupted area. There aren't like rotating corruptions yet. But we did also have a couple GM related events recently where they were like, hey, there's a darkness spreading throughout Vera. Get ready. You're going to have some big event soon. Bloody bloody. Oh, wow. That's terribly inefficient storage usage or inventory usage. This will help immensely. Okay. We're up tremendous now. But we don't necessarily know if that'll be like a corruption based event, if that'll be more story arc based in terms of the corruptions or anything like that. But story arcs will also be added on, you know, later down the road. Bruh. Can't make this shit up. And when story arcs are added in, that has the potential to actually like change up how different areas are looking, right? So with story arcs, I'll just go there. That's fine. With story arcs, those can be activated by a myriad of different things. It could be a quest being completed a certain number of times, a name mob or a boss being killed a certain number of times, a world event being completed in a certain way, or something being discovered within the world that could activate a story arc. And during a story arc, areas will go into essentially modified states, where during that time, you have unique mob spawns, boss spawns, loot tables, potentially quests, and story arcs will also have multiple ways where they can end, where if we're on the same server and have the same story arc, but you end at option 1, excuse me, and I end at option 3, we could have different story arcs down the line as well, and potentially, you know, go on some divergent timelines, so to say. Just has a lot of similar systems when it comes to nodes, crafting, weapon skill trees, etc. Now, if I remember correctly too, Albion has had quite a dedicated, like, smaller player base for a while, right? Did Albion ever really hit mainstream, or was it always just kind of like a smaller community? Because low-key, I don't necessarily expect Ashes to be like the mainstream where like fucking T-Pain and everyone is coming over to play it, right? I don't necessarily think that off-rip it's going to have that polarizing, you know, oh my god, Amazon is making New World and it's action combat and it's only 3 buttons. Wow, I'm stupid and never played an MMO and I can figure this out. I definitely think what Ashes has the potential to do is bring a lot of the small to mid-sized communities into this one community through its variety of systems, through its variety of like accessibility to these systems too. It'll appeal to casual players, hopefully. Like Mr. T rolling up a Night Elf Mohawk. Yes, Sirski. Yes, Sirski. The Night Elf Mohawk was a fucking god tier marketing campaign. You're the idiot, sucks. It has a decent player base, but has a lot of issues due to pay-to-win markets. Oh, yep. Nope, that's all you had to say. That's literally all you had to say. Pay to win. Man, pay to win fucking kills games. Genuinely. it takes out all of the incentivization of grinding, all of the incentivization for like everything. You're jelly of the socks? Why would I be jelly of the socks? I need no socks. I'm also wearing slippers, no free toes, haha. But yeah, I'm not wearing socks. I'm not jelly as shit. I'm letting my toesies breathe. I had a day on my feet, so I got home, I took my socks off, I spread my toes in the shower, and I let the water run between my toes and then flow through my hair. It was the most relaxing thing. Well, not like, and then, because that would imply that my toes are above my, maybe I was just doing some fucked up bendy shit in the shower. Who knows, man? Who knows? Anyways, how do we handle this? Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. I think that's reasonable. Nobody needs rubies at this point anyways. Handstand shower? Yeah, I mean, you just gotta be like a little athletic and you can pull it off just fine. It's not even that big of a thing. I love all the wallet warriors. Wallet warriors are fucking insane. I feel like it devalues so much of what an MMO grind is supposed to be about, man. Like, genuinely, I think it devalues a fuckload of what the MMO grind is supposed to be. The second you can circumnavigate what I'm doing with hundreds to thousands of hours and like simply being better at the game, not you in particular, but like pay to win players, you can just get around that because you have more money IRL. It's fucking cool. If I wanted to deal with people telling me they have more money than me IRL, I would go IRL. I stream because I'm cool with not having more money than people IRL. I don't make a fuckload of money in real life off of this. I'll be completely honest, and I'm unemployed. So, the thought of pay to win, A, is out of my fucking budget, and B, I think it's the dumbest thing possible. Where you're like, oh, your retention point is supposed to be playing this entire gameplay loop. Look at what we've designed for this gameplay loop. Oh my god, wow, look at all of our hardworking system engineers that worked hard for this immersive, fun, and challenging gameplay loop. And then there's just some corporate guy up at the top that's like, fuck the engineers, $5 and they beat it all. What are you developing a game for at that point? Is that not a slap in the face to every single developer that put their time in to make the entire gameplay loop immersive to lead up to that point? Every chase item is a fucking chase item for a reason. It's like, what are you just taking your development team and like, are you just spitting on them? Like, what are you doing? I fundamentally don't understand, even from a business standpoint. I get it. You probably make more money from pay to win. I get it. Gotcha systems are fucking insane. It's millions and millions of dollars. But like, how terrible would it feel to be like a system designer and you put in so much work to like this raid content and this beautiful build up all the way through the raid, and you're one of the stage designers, and like, you know, you literally make all of the dressing for that area by hand. You're working on the lighting, you're working on all of the effects of the, you know, the fucking decoration in the area. And then they're just like, oh, skip to the end of this area for $1.50? Bro, I'd quit. I would literally... you got me fucked up at that point, genuinely. I cannot imagine. Do you play the NDA stuff off stream? I play the NDA stuff on stream. I just don't show the visuals. I usually do a good mix of like PTR and live. I actually have the PTR patch notes pulled up on another monitor. So I'm doing a little bit of basalt grinding to help our dear friend Emu with their mayoral campaign and progress with their node. And then I was going to hop over on the private test realm in a little bit and do a little bit of testing over there as well, related to probably some gathering to leveling process and some econ changes. But in terms of like playing off stream, I don't really game off stream, I'll be completely honest. I'm not really at a point where I have to, you know, care about average viewers or anything like that. And if I average less, then whatever. But I stream as much as I humanly can, and anytime that I'm gaming, I'm on stream, just because, like, partnered, I don't have the average viewer rat race to pull off, right? I don't have to worry about metrics. I just stream, and if people show up, then that's fucking amazing, and it keeps going. And if people don't show up, I have to get a real job. So even when I'm playing the PTR, I figure it'd be kind of dumb for me to play it off stream when I can just throw up stream and have people hang out anyways. So that's a big thing that I try to keep in mind. It's like, there's no really like incentivization for me to do anything off stream. Even if I'm at my computer just fucking chilling, checking emails, fire. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Like, if I'm checking emails at my computer, shit, it'd be better if I was doing it on stream. You guys would probably get to go through some sponsorship shit with me and tell me if it sounds cool or not. But, you know, it is what it is. Gaming on stream also kind of ruined gaming off stream for me, because I'm so used to just yapping to chat every second of the day while I'm gaming. It's literally like, it's mixed into everything else. And when I'm sitting here, like, not yapping with chat, not reading chat, like, I just habitually look over to the left when I'm sitting at my computer and I'm like, anybody typing? And then I'll be like, wait, Dusty, you're not even streaming yet. And it makes it feel weird for me, dog. So, I don't know. Can't wait till late 26 so I can decide to go on PTR. Sick, I like it. Oh my god. Dude, the PTR is fucking amazing. It looks better, it feels better, it performs better. You get, like, actually more to do over there as well. It's nice. Something as simple as a building going up, and instead of just having one person bring all the raw materials over that's been saved up, you have to have a ton of people that are actively contributing crates to the construction of that building to make sure that it's actually getting up. You're gonna have to have every single person cumulatively with crates on their back going crazy. Only dislike of the PTR is the foliage. See, I really liked the foliage, actually. I won't even lie, because they got a new foliage tech for, like, the leaves and shit. It's like nanite foliage, and I personally think it looks a lot better. But the thing is, it's like each individual leaf is basically made, I think, by the whole, like, nanite thing. So I don't really know, like, how it works, but glad they're still active Ashes creators, bro. I am also glad there are active Ashes creators. There are not many of us left out here. A lot of people abandoned ship and abandoned all hope a little bit, you know, earlier on. I would say, like, June was a big fucking fall off for a lot of Ashes. And I kind of had the double dip death where I traveled for like 3 weeks of June basically and wasn't super active, at least in terms of like 10-hour streams daily that month. It was like IRL streams and shit like that. So while a lot of the player base was leaving Ashes because they hit their point of burnout, phase 2.5 was over a month in at that point. People had leveled, people had got their gear. They were like, all right, we'll see you phase 3. A lot of people left, and I wasn't here to kind of like, you know, keep people into the scene, so to say, and give people some incentivization to watch, at least in terms of my community. So I came back to not only a lot of content creators being gone, a lot of the player base being gone, and like half of my viewership being gone. So it was intriguing. It was very intriguing, but we're at the point now where we're starting to see the kick up again of people coming in for phase 3, and I need to go to my storage. That makes me very happy. I naturally, like, there are always going to be ebbs and flows of the content cycle, and I think you're never going to be able to expect a lot of people or really anybody to stay into something that is in a fucking alpha and stream it constantly and still enjoy it, right? It takes a certain type of person, and not everybody's going to be that type of person, that type of content creator, whatever it may be. And I absolutely 1000% wholeheartedly understand that, right? Well, I'm super happy to actually be over here and being able to do what I do. I don't necessarily hit a point of burnout. I have the community to play around. I have a lot of things keeping me in. I know a lot of people burn out. I know a lot of people get bored with this phase. Feel like there's not a lot to do. Absolutely makes sense. And again, I don't expect people to stay every day. Or, you know, even be everyday content creators through development. I don't think there's any expectation for anybody to do that. But I personally will be here every single day. I don't miss a day of stream. I haven't missed a day of stream in 766 days in a row or some bullshit. I'm not missing shit. I played New World for 3+ years. I'm over here and I'm happy as a clam. So I was very sad to see a lot of people leave, but more people come in, man. And the thing about it is everybody will always hit a point where the hype hits, right? The hype will absolutely hit for some people, and they will come back and they'll be like, I want to play, I want to stream, I want to make YouTube videos, I want to do this, I want to do that. But if they wait too long, then their community is gonna go elsewhere. Their community will have gone to another content creator, to another YouTube video maker, to another streamer, whatever it may be. And really, I think that people that get in now and the people that stay consistent are going to very much and very definitively grow as the playtesting environment continues to grow. For perspective, In May alone, we crushed any numbers that I ever had in New World. Absolutely decimated them. And that was with multiple New World relaunches and hype cycles and everything associated with that. So, was there a confirmation about fresh servers for P3? Yeah, like many of them. Steven said it in the dev stream multiple times. It was originally in the plan for P3 as well. There's going to be one NA and one EU server. So we don't know the name of them or anything, but everything wipes in terms of Shoal at the end of this phase. And the plan was always for fresh starts for P3. Like, this was only supposed to be a 3-month duration to this, but it got extended a little bit. It was supposed to be May 1st to August 4th. Now it's May 1st to August 26th. But either way, this was supposed to be kind of like segmented off in itself, so to say. And with that, P3 was going to bring in, you know, the 2 regional servers again for people to go back to if they did want to. We'll bring in the new chance for people to get active in terms of, you know, having that equal playing field to start out. And also this little build up. The extension, the delay, whatever you want to call it, does also give people about a month to familiarize themselves with some systems that they may not otherwise be familiar with. I personally like that a lot. I like that a lot. A lot of people being on the road now. Big line of dwarves with crates walking along the road. I think that's going to be a lot of PvP though, Para. Because think about it. If you have a bunch of people in caravans, then people can still get out of the caravans and fight. Like, say we have, I don't know, just cats and all cats friends doing caravan runs, right? That's going to be a lot of caravans. We can all hop out and fight from the caravans at full movement speed. If you get jumped while you have a crate on your back, sure, you could maybe drop the crate. We don't know if you can in combat or not. We don't know how long it'll take to drop the crate, but if you get jumped with that crate on your back, you're absolutely full cooked. Absolutely full cooked. You'll probably interact, drop, be down 50% of your HP, and then go from there. Now, you won't be flagged like a caravan from crates, but a guild versus guild deck, well, that'll do. That'll absolutely do. Been playing since pre-alpha and I was worried about burnout, so I took a break. Yeah, absolutely smart to take breaks. Absolutely smart. I mean, I also had the benefit of coming into like December in terms of my entry point to actually play. So I jumped in for P2 to play. I had my access before P2. I had the January 2024 pack and have been following for a couple of years. So like, I waited very long to specifically make sure that I saw an entry point that I was extremely happy with and like wanted to get into. And fortunately, that's helped me avoid a lot of burnout. My expectations were extremely low. And like my expectations when I entered were, you know, gauged around when I entered. And I expected it to not be perfect, but I expected it to grow and progress as I was here. And it's done exactly that. So people come in and they're like, Dusty, are you not burnt out? Like, your viewership's down, your subs are down, player base is down. There's not much that you can do. You just run around and hit stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. I still have a lot of fun with it, man. I have a lot of fun. I know that it's a temporary lull in player base. I know that systems that people are not enjoying right now are also temporary pain points in systems. I get it. Some of the pain points are going to absolutely fucking suck. They genuinely will. But I'm here for them. I expected them. I went through more pain points than this in New World's live service deployment. So I'm just over here enjoying seeing the progress. New World was done on arrival. I mean, the craziest thing about New World is its peak player base was fucking insane. If it was able to, keep in mind, comparatively to modern MMOs on launch, oh yeah. Yeah, New World's peak player base was insane. It dropped at a great time. It had social systems that people looked forward to, combat systems that were very accessible for good players, bad players, pretty much everyone in between, appealing to people who weren't just fans of the traditional tab target system. But New World had to do so many things consecutively to get down to the point that it's at. They could have just coasted and had a slow content cadence, but actually fixed things. And the game would still probably be at 400k plus concurrent players. That shit could have coasted. But they dropped the ball after ball after ball after ball after ball after ball after ball, and it was the worst balls that they could drop. It was breaking it and just shattering it, and having those shards fly off and break something else in the room, and then they have to fix all of that. It was remarkable how disconnected from the comm they were, how out of touch they were, how it's bad they neutered themselves. Oh, they did worse than that. Where? My goat. Hello. Hi. What a pleasant way to say hi, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5, dude. Steelheart, Hamhawks, Easy Core, Low Key, and Tricks. That guy's a celebrity, Twix Wabbit. My God, I know that guy. I've seen him somewhere before. You're a legend. You're a legend. Where? I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the support. I'm lucky to be here doing what I'm doing, man. I enjoy it. Like I said, the comm's here for it. I'm here for it. Emu's here for it as well. Emu coming in with a gifty for Spectre and Boyce. Just like that. A hype train approaches on the tracks. You can see the headlight through the tunnel if you stand at the end of the tunnel and you click on your purple sub button and you see if you have a prime available. Boys, you just may start off this hype train. Earn yourself a little conducty wucty badge, perhaps. And help support the channel and get us 1 sub closer to a 24-hour stream for Phase 3 launch, whenever that may be. Now, if you guys know, you know I usually limit myself to 10-hour streams, 12 hours at most, so I don't lose my voice. I have said a subathon would be weird because I fart in my sleep, I wake up and I go eat in the middle of the night, and I don't really want to do a subathon where I sleep on stream. That'd be weird. And I stream so much anyways that, you know, a subathon is quite literally just me streaming the same amount and then sleeping. So, on my end of things, I'm just like, what if I bring a 24-hour banger stream to the point where I'm like fucking dragging across the desk by the end of it? Ron, coming through with the itty bitty. Listen, itty bitties can build the biggest cities, brother. It takes 1 to start the stack. And if you don't have the 1 at the bottom of the stack, your stack falls over. You always need that base, and that bit may be the base of a bitty mountain someday, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So you're saying crates are pointless. I was thinking the same thing, caravans being larger. Like, crates are not necessarily pointless. It's just caravans are larger risk and larger reward. In my opinion. I think that crates are lesser risk because you would either need to flag or have somebody guild versus guild deck you or have somebody corrupt. You are safer with a crate than you are in a caravan, right? You've at least got one of those bicycle helmets on. You've got some elbow pads, you got some knee pads, so if you fall over, you got a little protection, right? No one's gonna come up on you and just corrupt on your shit. Crates are good. I don't even think it's about affording it, because like a base caravan's 10 silver. That is so ungodly affordable. I think from my perspective, it's entirely about, do you feel confident defending your caravan if it gets hit? Are you willing to lose your caravan if not? If both of those are no, then brother, strap on and go for a little jaunt, because you're gonna be walking down the road with a goddamn crate strapped to your back. I'm just gonna be completely honest. And I feel like vans, because vans can just have multiple crates on them, can they not? I'm pretty certain if you just take a caravan, you can put multiple crates on the caravan. For the cost, mounts will be so much faster. Mounts are also going to be slowed, though. You get a 50% move speed reduction. And I don't think you can, like, boost past that. Now, there will be donkeys, like mules. So that could potentially be fire for the transport of that. I could see crates as a sleeper. Absolutely. But I also think if I have a crate and I have a caravan and I'm running the same route and I don't get attacked, time to gold is going to be substantially higher with a caravan, but that's also just theory crafting on the basis that you can put multiple crates in a caravan and there will be different sizes of crates too. Breed some crate specific mounts like elephants and BDO. Don't have to bring Twitch chat's mom into this. God damn. God damn. I'm in Shoal until Journeyman bench is up. Wait, are you actively the mayor or like what do you need for the bench? Because I got a full inventory of basalt so far and I don't have a lot of storage space over here. So I can buy another storage. Actually, yeah, I'll just buy another storage and then I'll just run another fucking caravan. Or run a caravan. Yeah, we're up tremendous. Buy additional storage. Bup. I should probably grab another mining satchel, shouldn't I? The triple mining bag would probably be bis. Oh, okay, we're up. We're up. Caravans are dope. Throw basalt into storage is dope. Yeah, I mean, I'll get my gold back up. Gold can happen at any point. So do you just need basalt to get the bench up? And like, are you directly mayor or like, what's the deal there? Be careful with Subathon. I trapped Derek in a prison for months. I feel like his times were also really long though, weren't they? Like per sub? You gotta math that shit out ahead of time. You gotta account for those things. And I will say, he cooked himself in terms of the duration of it because he didn't stream during the downtime days. He would end the stream during the downtime days. So he could have cleaned up 48 hours of quiet time on the 2 downtime days and probably got out of the subathon way sooner had he not, or I should say, had he abused the downtime. Just sit there and like say nothing for 24 hours. There's no content. He could have woken up and just gone, for hours. Literally 24 hours, 2 days in a row. 48 hours. If people are subbing, then he's getting paid to sit there and do nothing. It's a win-win for him. Absolute win. But yeah, subathons can be scary. That's also a part of the reason why if I did run one, it would be capped. But like, what I figure is I will just take the same sub goals that I would do in a subathon and then just do them concurrently for a month that we're popping off. So like, say the 26 hits and the 26th through September, we're going absolutely sicko mode, right? I basically have a lot of sub goals already planned where it's like, oh, we hit the 24 hour, then we'll go to this. Then if we hit this, we'll go to this. And if we hit this, we'll go to this. If we don't get it this month, then it basically gets allocated to like another month where it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, we hit the first sub goal this month. Let's go to the tier 2 sub goal. Let's go to the tier 3 sub goal. So I've got it all kind of like planned out the same way that it would be if I did a subathon. I just don't have to sleep on stream and be weird. And if I really need to, I can go do something for a little bit. But I will say, subathons are legit. If you need numbers, fill up extra storage and riverlands with raw basalt. Massive. Massive. All right, cool. I have PTR patches for us to read through. I will not be showing you guys the PTR patches because I would get in trouble. But I will be narrating the PTR patches for you guys. And we'll go from there. It's like 10,000 raw basalt minimum. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I can have a few hundred on me. We don't want to watch you sleep? No, that's what I'm saying. Like, there have been nights where Carla has got out of the bed and gone to sleep on the couch because I am ripping so much ass in my sleep. I have woken myself up from ripping ass in my sleep. It's loud because I'm not there to regulate it. I'm not there to like pinch the flow, like slow the gas, so to say, right? And that unregulated fury, I don't think needs to be out here. I think watching me sleep would be a terrible experience. I toss and turn. I'm a side sleeper, so there wouldn't even be a chance of a boner cam. It'd be pretty fucking boring, and I'd probably be very anxious as well. So we'll just do the sub calls. We got those all in place. We start with that, and then maybe we end up in a maid outfit again. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Maybe I got a new maid outfit. Maybe this one has tassels. I recommend common and uncommon basalt. Sell the rest. Yeah, I'll probably clear out my storage and then do another inventory or two. It's a fetish? Oh, wait, is it really? Why is watching people sleep a fetish? Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense because there were always the creepy, like, murderers that just, like, stare at their victims as they were sleeping and then hit them with the yacht. So, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I could see that. Maybe if I was, like, a pretty sleeper, like, maybe if I was, like, a me sleeper instead of just, like, a... But I'm not even that. I don't even snore, actually. I'm just not like a cute sleeper. I'm all, like, mouth open, like, just neck cranked off at an angle. Like, it's probably not good. I'm pretty sure I sleep in the fetal position. So it'd be a little weird. Guess what else? I'd prefer not to ever do that, if we're being completely honest. And I'm hoping the era of that happening to streamers unironically is done, considering people have quite legitimately seen prison time over it and people have died over that shit. I know there's a certain element of like, haha, funny, but unironically, as a streamer that has a non-zero amount of people that watch my channel, there are people that dislike me that have like gone very far to threaten like physical violence and shit. Somebody didn't like that I was enjoying Ashes, so they basically told me they were gonna shoot me at TwitchCon this year. There are genuinely people out there that would do weird shit like that the second they found out any information. Why do you think this window behind my stream setup is never open? People probably aren't going to be able to tell where I am off of it, but there is a non-zero chance that somebody could focus on that if those curtains are pulled and figure out roughly where I'm at off of that. And crazier shit has happened to streamers smaller than myself, and I never rule anything out, but that shit is genuinely like terrifying as a streamer, because I don't even do anything that controversial, right? And people still have literally threatened physical violence on me for not liking me as a streamer instead of just leaving the channel. So like, I don't, like I said, I don't rule it out from anybody. People are fucking crazy on the internet nowadays, but thankfully with the swatting stuff, people quite legitimately like lose their futures because of that when they do SWAT streamers now. Thankfully. But I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm also gonna get a hoodie because my nips are hard. I'll see you guys in one sec. my dudingtons. I hope you're having beautiful days. Yeah, I grabbed a hoodie, by the way. Cold as a motherfucker. Also, earlier, I don't even remember who said it, but somebody said I had nice hair. Thank you. And then they jokingly asked when the shampoo sponsorships were rolling in. Listen, I'm open to all sponsorship opportunities. If there's anybody out there that runs a company that for whatever reason wants to pay me a monthly stipend to say your company's name on stream a couple times and put a link in the chat, you hit me up. You hit me up. It can be a life changer for a streamer. You get a couple of those low stipends and suddenly you're making what you make in terms of like a bad month on Twitch and you're secure. I think that is every streamer's goal. So if you guys run a small independent business that also drop ships, you know where to go. Shaka has a farm and she's doing blackberries and needs some help. If she's on, I think she needs droppings. 500 is a good start. Poop! So, how much poop are we gonna need? Also, Zop, Diablo 2 Resurrected update is quite disappointing. What's new? Every single direction that they take Diablo 2 is a worse direction because Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction is the single best ARPG ever created. On the single best build ever created. And it cannot be beat. It can't be beat. Like, Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction is quite literally a near perfect ARPG experience. Botting ruined that game in terms of its economy, and JSP ruined its economy as well. But the gameplay itself is fucking exquisite. Genuinely. Just do a Grail and you'll have so much fun. The updates, China's getting the game and they're getting pay to win. Doesn't China always get pay to win? I feel like another game that I played, was it Path of Exile that gave China like the pets that have increased functionality or something like that? Am I remembering that correctly or am I talking out of my ass? Feel free to tell me if I'm talking like out of my ass. This isn't a pirate software stream, you won't get banned. I've been wrong on things before, but I want to say that a certain region for PoE, or maybe it wasn't PoE, but Diablo 3 also had pets that did everything. Maybe I am talking out of my ass, but I feel as though an MMO that I played had more functionality for pets in a certain region, and that was a huge fucking like point of contention among players. It was very localized pay to win. So that's yeah, that's unfortunate. But also, I don't know that I expect anything different from the Diablo team. But you know, it is what it is. I don't think you can top Diablo 2 in the ARPG scene. It's like trying to follow up Burning Crusade for WoW. You can't. Wrath of the Lich King was good. Any other MMO, Wrath of the Lich King is probably their best content. WoW, it was some of their best content because TBC existed. And with TBC existing, nothing else can be the best content because TBC was the best content. Simply was. It was so fucking phenomenal. So, it's for all three buildings, textile, mill, mem, and journeyman tailoring upgrade. Mem. The memorial site? That makes sense. I was like, what the fuck is a mem? Minimum goal is to knock out one building day one, hopefully. Okay, so you're basically just trying to preload all of your mats as much as you can. Are you gonna be able to funnel them over to your node at all either? Or are you gonna like need other people's storage is active? Because I can just fill up my storage and shit. Building load, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Just basically edging for the remainder of the election. What node are you even running for? Everybody's just running for shit now. Like... Sunhaven? Word. I mean, it works out that, like, people are basically going uncontested in a lot of areas. Like, I don't know how many votes Zombie will need, but I voted for his ass over here. I think my citizenship got yoinked, though. So I don't know how that works. If I vote and then lose my citizenship, does it still keep my vote? I wonder. But I need to go back down there, get my citizenship back, make sure I vote for the Zombler so he doesn't take the L. I talked with other mayors prior and they sort of said, yeah, we got you. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Even when I took over, like, Shorefoot, a lot of people helped, man. It was quite nice, because we got to remember, too, node development isn't just like, oh, Emu wants to develop the node for Emu. It is developing the node for the entirety of the server. Having people that are willing and able to devote a majority of their gameplay loop simply to progressing nodes is fucking insane. It's absolutely nuts. So I don't know. I think people need to be very willing to coordinate. And if you're not, you're putting behind a lot of progression. Mainly people don't want to waste their vote on a node, so they're not going to test and rather secure their towns. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That makes sense. Now, I feel like that'll also happen as player base kicks up too. Much less of a calculated, like, oh, we know exactly how many numbers everyone should have for votes, blah, 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 like, and more of a, okay, everybody needs to get active here. Because keep in mind, voting on the PTR is also tied to your node reputation. So if your node reputation is not up to par, then you're not going to be able to vote anyways. So we wouldn't even be able to fly in votes if we realistically wanted to. So I think we're going to have to prepare a lot, especially for KT. If we want to try to take Kalatorum, we're going to have so many people ready to fucking vote out there. Like, fuck the node that you guys want to go to first in terms of like our friends and stuff. We need to get every single player that we actively can over to Kalatorum, make sure that they are citizens with reputation, and make sure that they use their vote there. That's going to be our biggest way. What up, Pear? How you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. The 26th is the new start date. And in between now and then, I'm hitting rocks 10 hours a day every single day. I will be #1 miner. I will be in... Never mind. I will be #1 miner for hitting rocks. We're not gonna take it any further than that. We're not going that deep with it. I'll be my good dude. We have honestly been staying more entertained than I probably should with this downtime. There's been a big philanthropic vibe from a lot of people in the community. So I used to have a shitload of mounts. I've run around and given out all of my mounts, all of my gold, all of my cool shit to new players. Right now, I'm doing a little bit of gathering to help facilitate some node growth, even though it's the last few weeks of the phase. I'm still out here trying to help. I wasn't here for the whole, like, Squall's End pump, right? Because I was traveling during that time. That's my bad. And this is my atonement for this. Better fly me to NA when we siege, so I don't siege at 2 in the morning? Just, what do you mean? Just hard commit. It's fine. 2 in the morning's not even that bad. Like, I had wars at 1 a.m. because of... whatchamahoo's it? I had wars at 1 a.m. because of West Coast. And then when I played on EU, I also started having some wars at 2 p.m. So that was a little awkward. I was like 2, 3, 4. And then I had... I think it was 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I had a few hour break. And then the NA war timers started 8, 9, 10, 11, midnight 1. And it was packed some days. But hear me out. Sieges won't even be that frequent. They won't even be going that, like, all the time, all over the place. And Katz has full EU guild now. I'm just putting that out there. Full EU leadership. We have people on your time zone now. Merc, we brought you friends. It's like, we have an EU guild? Yeah! We absorbed an EU guild, baby! So we have EU leaders, we have people on the EU time zone. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely wonderful. One of the best case scenarios. Who do we spam? Well, nobody yet for phase 3. Although, I'm sure they're still active over here. I just don't know how active they are. For phase 3, the entire infrastructure will be set up. So we'll have cats with abs, we'll have cats. I don't know what we're going to call the EU guild. Because a lot of them are going to play on a different time zone. So it'd be smart to have them all, like, in their guild. Cats with healthcare? Honestly? Not bad. That's not the worst. It does make sense as well. Off topic, but I have to tell people, I've been looking for my wallet for 3 hours, Cleaned my house looking for it, and it was on my desk right in front of me on a Pringles can. What kind of Pringles? Is that why you don't do comms while you're streaming, Ultra? Because you're just chowing Prings directly into the mic? Just say you want the crazy Brazilian alliance? So, we may be able to make that happen. We may be able to make that happen. We had an SA guild come up to NA servers on New World. They were called Ping Diff. And they were pretty good players, some of them. But they were some of the most passionate motherfuckers that I've ever met. And also some of the dumbest people I've ever met at the same time. So basically, they came up and were losing and were losing and were losing. And finally ended up winning one of the wars against one of the companies that I was in. And keep in mind, I had no form of like leadership or anything within this company. I literally got on, did wars, and then played more PvP modes. I didn't do shit for organization or leadership or anything. One of these motherfuckers DM'd me on Instagram. Why? I have no idea. But just hit up my Instagram DMs and was like yapping about the war. And so the next time we fought them, I went absolutely fucking sicko mode. I had one of the greatest pop-offs in human history. I believe I stood on my chair, hip thrusted, and told them to suck my dick after the war as soon as we were done demolishing them. And they never DM'd me again. But they did come into my chat and say they were huge fans after that. So I will say, if we can acquire an SA guild, I'm fucking down. I'm beyond down. They are soldiers. They'll go through hell and back. Cats on Holiday? True, Cats on Holiday would go hard, but also maybe covered under the Copyright Act of Vera 2025. So we do have to keep in mind we've got to respect the original branding of, you know, Cats First mentality. But we do also have to respect things that have already been claimed. So with that, we could also have Cats on Toast. That could be a banger, but also could be misinterpreted as... you know, we're cooking the cats. And that's just not within the realm of possibility. That is not what I'm, at this moment in time, willing to do. The Catapian Union would actually kind of go crazy. Catapian Union, I just thought of that, would go kind of sicko mode. I played with a guild we absorbed when leveling an alt in P2. Oh wait, did you? Oh, that's quite nice. How were they as people? Are they all nice? What's your inside info from interacting with them organically and not as a, like, you know, in a formal leadership sense? Yo, what up, Ragnar? How you doing, my boy? Cats with unseasoned abs is fucking despicable. Chowing and looking for stuff. I lost the whole stream. Okay, but what kind of Pringles? Cats with Heinz beans. Oh god, nobody would join because Heinz beans are fucking dog shit. Cats with beans on toast. Yeah, we're discussing names for our EU guild that we absorbed. So people have to know that it is like our EU division. And it kind of needs to be like on brand with the whole cat stuff, you know? So XP rewards aren't showing in chat for you. In terms of, are you on live or are you on PTR? Plain cats. Cats with accents. How would a European cat meow? They didn't seem too different in Iceland. Iceland's also pretty close to NA, so it could just be the accent carrying over. Because a lot of Icelandic people also spoke English. So maybe the cats did as well, and the cats knew that we were tourists, so they spoke English. But the dogs were also speaking English at that point, too. None of the animals had accents over there. I don't think that'd be realistic. I didn't talk to them. I was in Oak with them. Wasn't a guild. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Pringles, hot ones, Los Calientes. Carla was asleep taking a nap in the bedroom, and I guarantee she probably just woke up like all fucking Undertaker out of the coffin style when I said that. It probably just activated her like Winter Soldier mode or something. Are they good? Because the last chip, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, dude, Ragnar, she told me that I had to hide her Cheetos and keep them away from her. She walked into the stream room. This was today, by the way. And she goes, I need you to hide these from me and not give them back to me. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Hot Cheetos suck. I stand on that business. By the way, I absolutely stand on that business. Hot Cheetos are ass. Absolute ass. Nothing like those way better. Okay, so the last chip that chat told me to try absolutely sucked. It was the Salsa Verde Doritos, like the green bag. And I was told that it was going to be good and spicier than the purple bag. It was neither good nor was it spicier than the purple bag. Japan bears. That sounds like a made-up Australian animal. What is a palm bear? I think purple bag is better. Purple or black bag or nothing. Yeah, I didn't have the black bag until I went to Iceland. I've never seen the black bag up here before. And I got the black bag in Iceland, and that shit was a religious experience. Black and purple are S tier. I will say both of those are directly up on S tier for me. Green is not it. Like, it doesn't taste like there's a lot of flavoring on them, if I'm being completely honest. There's just like not much to them. I have another bag in the pantry. I could open them up and test them again for science. But it doesn't feel like they went under like the flavorifier, you know what I mean? It feels like there should be more, right? Whoa, careful there with that N-word, Ragnar. The new world of Doritos. Like, I know you mean like the new era of Doritos, but it's like, gotta be careful throwing that thing around, man. It's dangerous in these parts, dog. I read that as porn bears. We have those. We have a lot of those. We have a whole lot of those. And welcome to today's pinned message. Bang, bang. Not everybody knew who you were before that, but now they do. Today's Pin Chatter Award goes to Mr. Ragnar. I don't even do it every day, but that's a good one. That's worth like hanging up on the fridge, honestly. Bring that shit home to mom and just be like, look what I made today. So what are palm bears? Crisps? Like chips? Crisps are chips, right? Because fries, wait, no. Chips are fries and crisps are chips, right? Bro, I hate that whole like translation thing. Learning a different language is so fucking hard. In English, they're crisps. Well, in English, they're chips. Are we talking about like a bag of crisps? I don't know if they are in American. Okay, well, hold up. It's still English. It's just the Queen's English versus the fucking Blicky's English. It's the Queen's versus the fucking AR's English. We let the yacht do the talking. That's about it. We don't need anything else. Lay's equals crisps. I guess they're Walkers over there. Wait, there's Walker's crisps? That doesn't sound right at all. I don't know if I would like feel good about that. Sure, the Queen's dead. Yeah, but surely they had a backup, right? I feel like that's a whole system that you typically have more people ready to hop in, right? There's supposed to be like a whole like princes and all that shit and like people marrying people to like take over the throne. Like I saw this in a couple documentaries once. One of them followed the King of the North, and a few other people really got into, you know, how the kingdom politics worked and stuff. It was really educational. Great cinematography as well. But I'm assuming England is pretty much the same. No? Dragons? Y'all got dragons? You guys have castles, right? Or is that Ireland? It's kind of fucked up over there. The backup is a king? Wait, okay. Okay. So, like, they still have a king? Do you guys have a king over there? I don't watch the news, so I don't know what the, like, international structure of anything is. I don't know who's dead. I don't know who's alive. Hulk Hogan died semi-recently. A lot of motherfuckers died recently. I feel like there was, like, a two-day, like, celebrity death wave. And then everyone just called it good for a little bit and people stopped dying for a sec. But this also, yes, Ozzy too. This also furthers my theory. These celebrities are not dying. These celebrities are simply retiring and a PR agency is faking their death to clear their social media presence and internet presence. And then they're simply fucking off to a different country elsewhere and living their life in peace without a massive celebrity presence following them when they decide they're done being a celebrity. Like, Hulk Hogan, the celebrity, could die, but the person behind Hulk Hogan could just theoretically still be alive somewhere else. Hulk Hogan just juiced too hard his whole life and died. Yeah, but what if he juiced super hard his entire life and now he's just like on a beach juicing more and like banging models and shit because he's Hulk fucking Hogan, right? There's a chance. I'm just saying. There's a non-zero chance. In the great beyond beach. Not like, what if he's in like fucking Belize or something, dog? Like, he could easily stop juicing, go to Belize, lose the muscles, become saggy, and then just chill with an infinite amount of money. They could absolutely Tupac. Yes, yes, as Zop said. Celebs die in threes. Who was the third one here? I mean, I'm sure more than 3 celebrities died all at once. People die all the fucking time. It just depends on like what tier of celebrity you're going to, but... Okay. Only Elvis went that route? So what if it's a helicopter that only has 3 seats and then the pilot seat? It's like a 4-seat helicopter that takes them to Belize. And that's why they die in threes. Do we have connections between the give me my fucking grant. Oh, and my basalt. What do you mean? The fuck is this scam? I worked hard. Been in the mines all day, sweating. Blisters on my fucking hands. I've broken my big toe on my left foot 17 different times. Thank you. Thank you. Around in Joven, about 25 minutes, the processes are finishing up. I think Emu had to go to like an IRL politic debate or some bullshit. I don't really know. Well, that's unfortunate. Excuse me. How far up do we have to go? Oh wait, here. Headed to this IRL political debate thing, and it's an hour-plus drive. I don't know if Emu's like the queen or something, but seems busy. Seems a little busy. So, the kid from Grown Ups, Cameron Boyce. Wait, another one? Wait, so is that 4? Yeah, so as I was saying, a lot of celebrities die. A lot of celebrities die. He's mayor. Yo, honestly, LAN party for an entire server. Like, long term, once the player base is established post launch, Steven just gets bored because there are so many subs that Ash is making too much money and he doesn't know what to do with it. So he rents out an entire convention center, rents a shitload of PCs from Power GPU, I'm not sponsored by them, to, you know, outfit the event. And then has a server capacity of players come through and play live for a little bit, you know, a certain amount of hours each day, and conducts a multi-day LAN party test for a server. There is a non-zero chance. And we can do like the mayoral elections for the server during that time. Be like the 1st through the 5th of the month. There is a non-zero chance that could happen. I always remind people that there is also a non-zero chance that Steven just walks in one day and goes, fuck it, game's done, and then just fires everybody and deletes the game. We just go to log in and the Discord's gone and everything's gone. Non-zero chance. Crazier things have happened. The Killdozer was made. Killdozer is a little bit crazier than that happening. I'd say that's honestly quite low odds. The whole company governor quit. Yeah, just literally just fuck it. We're done. Delete it all. Could happen. Not ruling it out. Live servers running crazy good today. Live servers probably running good today because there are 4 people on it. I don't necessarily know exactly what the player base is going to be, but I have a little bit of a feeling that PTR is going to be a little more active than live will for the duration of the night. Everyone's on PTR? Yeah. There's not a huge incentivization to be over here, other than, you know, if you are wanting to help people get their nodes up or anything. But even on my end, like, I'm going to top off this inventory with basalt. I'm going to dump it in my storage, and then I'm going to review the PTR notes, and then I'm going to hop on the PTR and test over there for a little bit for the rest of the night. It's just better to be over there, if I'm being completely honest. You're able to see all the changes that are coming in for P3. You're able to get ahead of the curve on that. You're able to explore however the fuck you want if you do want to level. Right now, it's supposedly easy as fuck to get your drops too. Is it still cooked over there where everyone's getting absurd drops? I would assume they'll just leave it until tomorrow, right? Because I don't necessarily think they're going to wipe it in the middle of the weekend. So I think it's a high drop rate. Okay, good time to farm. Let's get level up and do some of the lawless POIs. Highwayman level 4 is dropping endless adept gear. It's a joke. Well, it's a bug on a private test realm that is probably getting wiped at the end of the weekend. So, like, it's not the end of the world. Better to have that happen now than have it be like a post-launch oopsies, right? I get that. Probably trivializes pretty much everything over there, especially with the contest. But better now than after the P3 launch. I want P-Trinks. Just got 5 legendary basalt as Yuasa, so yeah, probably. Wait, are you gathering over on the PTR too? Are gathering drop rates cooked? As far as I know, it was a mob drop rates that were just dropping like level 10 plus gear. Oh, is it dropping legendary rarity for everything too? Huh. So what we crafted. Why is the wolf levitating? He's not anymore. Why are you accusing him of things? You made the wolf wizard self-conscious. Now he's back down on the ground like a peasant wolf. You're making him feel bad, man. You should have just let him done his thing. Now he's all sad, and it's your fault. Look at how sad he looks. Literally looking back right now. Ragnar, why do you make the wolf so sad? No flying wolves bad enough we have radioactive wasp nests in Georgia. Yo, that got sent to me. I got tagged in that. I think Leon sent it. That is a nightmare machine. Keep in mind, I'm very allergic to bees and hornets. That's nightmare fuel. Now, to my knowledge, there was a radioactive wasp nest, right? Was? Or do we think that there are more now because they've like spread out? Would they really tell the truth that they failed to kill them all? I'd hope. So like, what happens if they didn't? Like, what is the ramification of a radioactive wasp, like, existing? Right? Like fucking Wasp Man? Are we looking at a superhero like origin story? Making my Lego book? God damn. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to come over and craft some gear then. Shit. Do you have to start in the Riverlands to be able to craft and stuff? Or do the recipes for the anvils work? It's like Spider-Man, but hyper aggressive. It'd probably make some mean ass honey too, right? Or can wasps not do honey? Are wasps just assholes? Cause there's like a line between like passive pollinator versus aggressive piece of shit asshole. And they're like aggressive pollinators too, right? Just thinking you and Carla would be Waspman and Spider-Girl? No. Carla would be Spider-Girl, I would be fucking dead. I think you underestimate like how allergic I am. Like I am legitimately like die allergic. It's bad. Anvils isn't ready? Anvils isn't ready for full testing. I already made a character in the Anvils yesterday and it's fine. The first time user experience works. You just gotta detour a little bit to get your mount. That's all. Radiation might save you? Yo, wait. Maybe the radiation like neutralizes the poison? Or the venom or whatever's supposed to be like coursing through my veins that nukes me when I'm allergic, right? I'm picking up what you're putting down. Carla and I got this 3-pound bag of peach rings so fucking long ago. And I'm just now eating the last peach ring out of it. This shit was delicious. So long ago? No, this was like weeks ago. I wish I had the purchase day. It was at least 3 weeks ago. I would say we're putting down a pound of peaches a week if I had to guess. Which is still a good amount of peaches. But in all fairness, they have peaches in them. So like I'm eating fruit, basically. Is the rundown of that. It's a part of a healthy balanced breakfast. Basically, yes. Yes, in a roundabout way. Yes, I'm consuming servings of fruit. It is a ring of peach. And if you eat enough of those, then you get a full serving of peaches. But yeah, like the anvils, I ran through the anvil starting experience coming out of Hammer Rest. It was good. The actual like questing availability that's actually in Mount Dune is surprisingly good already. Past that, you have coming out into the Hammer Rest side, no experience ready. And I think that's why they're like, oh, it's not ready yet. They're also probably trying to tweak how named mobs, loot tables, all of that feel. So I do kind of want to pop out because I have like a 1-star Minotaur spot and I want to see if the drop rates are actually that crazy. Are people getting high rarity drops as well? Or is it just like gray-green drops, but in massive quantity? And are people killing non-elites for them exclusively, or are people killing like elites? Also, just food for thought. I don't know what would be more efficient in terms of like accomplishing material acquisition. I would assume just hitting raw mats. But deconning could also be a way to acquire some materials. I don't know if that would count in terms of like raw material acquisition or anything like that. But anybody that is pushing up, take note of that too. I got mostly grays and greens, but very high quantity. A few blues, but that was like 30 minutes a minute. Okay, so have you tried it with elite mobs or anything to see what's coming from them yet? Because I'm definitely intrigued there. Not enough space. What'd I get from that? My brother in Christ. Excuse you. Not yet, I'm testing crates. Ooh. Oh yeah, because they added the crates being able to be like sold now, right? They fixed that bug. So that's cool. I do want to review the patch notes. I came back and I got, well, you guys are never gonna believe this. Sidetracked yapping. And I was hitting some rocks and I was getting this second inventory full ready to go. And we didn't hit the patchies yet. I know. What a shocker. Nobody had it on their bingo card for today's stream. Everybody please fill in your free space. Anyways. Granite grinding stone's still the best source of gold. Really? Okay. So, does granite spawn other than the riverlands? Is next question. It spawns in the desert, right? But what's the spawn density of desert versus riverlands? Sidetracked by Pringles? Bro, I will go get a bag of Doritos right now so we can, like, talk about those doo-doo ass green Pringles, Jesus Christ, green Doritos. They don't have any flavoring on them. I don't understand what they're supposed to taste like because there's nothing on them. And that makes it incredibly hard to tell. Oh wait, am I actually full now? I am. This. Thank goodness I'm freed from my shackles. I've done 2 inventory fulls for a node that doesn't even have a goddamn mayor that cares about it yet. And I feel as though I'm substantially doing my part. I've also got coal. I don't think anybody needs coal at this point, but I've got coal. 3 blue coal would fetch me a healthy amount of doubloons, a healthy amount of clams on launch. That would be quite a nice haul. But now I'm kind of intrigued by Pringles. What's the best kind of Pringle? And why is it the cheese one? I'm just willing to debate. But like the cheese Pringles go fucking hard. I haven't had Pringles in years. I don't eat chips that are not Doritos frequently, and I don't even eat Doritos that frequently. Really, I don't snack that much. I've been eating a lot better lately too. But when I have chips, purple bag Doritos are the go-to. Green bag Doritos have no flavoring. It's simply not worth. I wouldn't wish that purchase on my worst enemies. Sour cream and onion is right there above cheese for me. Sour cream and onion is very good for the Pringles as well. I don't know. I feel like sour cream and onion Pringles are better than most sour cream and onion chips. I will say. Theirs are done very well. But that shit will stink up an entire vehicle. Don't ask me how I know. But on our Iceland trip, somebody kept getting sour cream and onion Pringles. And it kept stinking up the entire fucking car like sour cream and onion. Well, we had 7 people just all in that car. It was cooked. So, very tasty. I do agree. I think Pringles salt and vinegar is kinda eh. Original Pringles are super good too. You know, you're really not wrong at all. Genuinely not wrong even in the slightest. Best Pringles flavor I've ever had is French salad or Caesar salad, both Japanese flavors. Hoof, what are you doing in April next year? Community trip to Japan. Because Papa Shambles is going to be living over there, so Carla and I are going to be meeting up with him while we're over there. Carla's cousin lives over there. We're planning a trip for like April-ish. I'm just saying, it'd be a content trip. We're doing the Disney that's over there and stuff. It's gonna be fun. And many fun swims. Tempting? I'm just saying. 6'5" man goes to Asia, should be good. Am I tall over there? Like, I'm tall over here, but like, am I tall over there? Is it like... Because Carla's told me in Mexico, if I went there with her, I would stand out and probably get kidnapped and sold. You're gonna be a celebrity? Oh, like a good one? Wait, that'll be so cool. So I won't get kidnapped and sold? Think Andre the Giant. Oh. That makes sense. So is everyone just short in Japan? Like, what's Japan's average height? Because, like, people are still short over here, but, like, the average height over here is, like, 5'8", so it's not like I'm that ridiculously tall over here. Like, you see 6 foot plus people routinely. So it's not like I'm just this fucking, I don't know, omega tall lad. There are much taller people than me. Japanese aren't that short. Yeah, isn't Shohei Ohtani a fucking unit? 5'7" for men, 5'2" for women. Isn't that pretty similar to NA average height? Isn't it like 5'8", like 5'4", or some bullshit? Throw some platform shoes on? I could. Some big chonky boots. They're slim though. I'm pretty slim. I have a slender, feminine waist. Watch my figure. You have dual universities, university degrees, and request minor. I have 1 degree with a minor. Do not overhype me on the internet, because the internet will run with that at some point. I have 1 degree with a minor. My minor is behavioral psych, but it's not a full, like, 2nd degree. Just to clarify. I love the premium Gassington, but I can't fake credentials here. Yeah, no Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, no Minecraft streamer, absolutely. Yes, 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 absolutely. I just took a couple extra classes because I had a lot of float credits, and then they were like, hey, you can declare this if you want, and I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, works for me. Ooh. Alright, do we do patchies? But yeah, Japan's gonna be exciting, because I feel like, I don't know why, but I know an odd amount of people that are either currently out there or have been out there, so I feel like we're gonna get a good amount of guidance out there too. 13,500 wood. You are level 14.6. No? What the fuck? What are you at? Have you leveled yet? I just don't know, like... 13? Interesting. Interesting. Love a new standby and loading screen on PGR. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That, like, that intro screen before you click into the character select. Yeah, that's wonderful. There are a lot of nice changes for the game client that are going to be coming in that are just, like, outside of the functional, like, in-system changes. It's going to start to feel a little more inviting and like an MMO for players, I think. So it's cool. It's never going to be an MMO until it launches, right? It's always going to be a playtest up until that point. But it definitely gives a nice little, like, welcome mat, so to say. It's like walking up to a house and you have this nice, like, flower bed outside and there are birds chirping and they got a little porch that you walk up that's super organized and there's a welcome mat. It's one of those houses that you, like, take your shoes off instinctively before you walk inside of, right? There are some houses where you, like, would keep your shoes on and you'd be like, okay, we're getting into something. But it really gives you that, like, take your shoes off at the door, get cozy type vibe. I like it a lot. 350k to level. I'm getting 210 XP per tree. That seems kind of low, but they may have adjusted the XP totals as well. 210 XP per tree sounds quite low, if I'm not tripping. I feel like I was getting more than that. I worked off a good amount of XP debt doing this. That's not bad. I don't know exactly how much I worked off, but I know I had a hell of a lot more than that. And now, I've also got a metric fuckload of... Oh, sewer. Pleasure to see you, sir. I've also got a fuckload of basalt ready to go. So, we're up tremendous. I have 2 burrs ready to train. I don't know if anybody needs 2 burrs, but I have 2 burrs. Why do I have 2 burrs? I don't fucking know, but I got them. I would say the PTR environment also just outside of that screen, right? Outside of the visuals, feels a bit more clean to play on, I will say. I've always liked how Ash is handled and played anyways, even in the Unreal Engine 5.3 build over here. But going over and feeling what 5.6 provides... Dude, it's nice. I need to go down to Squall's End, and I need to get my citizenship back. And then I kind of also think it'd be fun to run a caravan. See if anybody pulls up to hit it. Could be fun. I don't think we have anybody else on right now. Oh no, we have 2 people on right now. I'd have 2 mages pull up. We're fine. We got the AoE support. That'd be kind of wonderful. Okay, I go back to Squalls. I get citizenship there. Actually, Zombie's probably gonna win. I don't think I need to get citizenship there, but that is where all of my currency is for caravans. So I do have the caravan in my inventory. Could just drop that bad bitch out, and then we're balling. But yeah, PTR build, man, it feels smooth. Over here, I can stay pretty close to 144 frames. Over there, I am far and beyond that at all fucking times. I've had fights where I'm sitting 144-ish. It's nuts. So, I've been really excited anytime I do get to play over there. It's just kind of like a little bit of a, you know, an awkward thing where I can't show gameplay. The visual NDA kind of cooks my shit. So sometimes staying over here is just the easier choice, so I can like yap and actually have gameplay sync up with the yap and stuff like that. But I'm also at the point where it's like PTR is so fucking incentivized for the next few weeks. Not even like considering the event or anything itself, right? But just considering the fact that all of the knowledge that's over on the PTR is only acquirable on the PTR. You are playing on a completely different build over here. You're essentially playing a different game over here. Makes me really want to be on PTR. In fact, I may just pop over. I might just throw on a VOD and run over. Because the PTR looks better, plays better, feels better. I can farm up a gear set on my tank very quickly because I'm parked right out next to some mobs in the anvils. I could run over, I could get my ram, I could run from the anvils to the riverlands with my ram, meet up with people there, start doing some research, we could do anything. So, how did we determine, by the way, that granite grinding stones were still the best econ? Hopefully we get a GM Mayor, Jova hit 3. Oh shit, wait. We need requisitions so we can do crates? Interesting, when did it hit 3? And what are its vassals? Does it have a sovereign? Because it should have 1 vassal at 3, right? Because it's at 3, 1 level 2, and then at level 4, 2 level 3s. Halsey is a vassal. Okay. Okay, interesting. And then is there a level 4 node over there so we can see if they fixed a level 4 node from having 3 vassals down to 2 vassals? Because I believe previously it was showing 3 vassals. Then on the dev stream on their build, it showed 2 vassals for the T4 node. No, yeah, Jova's moving? Okay, massive. Is there going to be player housing in Ashes? Yes, there will be. It'll be decoratable. There will be different types of it. Yo, Gunner.
Together.
Thank you for the prime, my dude. So, Sandwich, there will indeed be different types of player housing. There will be instanced and non-instanced player housing, and there will be basically, like, more accessible and less accessible forms of player housing. So, the cool thing about the player housing is that even though there will be finite amounts of player housing, there will be ways for mayors, the people who are in charge of nodes or towns, to use these, you know, the finite empty plots within their nodes. So, when a node hits tier 3, it has 6 plots. When it hits tier 4, it has 12 plots. There will be additional housing buildings that mayors can construct to allow more citizens to have better types of housing. So the entire real estate system, on top of being expandable within nodes, is also it's a true deed-based real estate system. If you buy a house, you are the owner of it, you have the deed to that house. You can sell that deed to other players, you can share permissions for your house. So I was actually talking earlier today about, like, if I have one of the nicest houses and I don't really care about it, I just happen to get it because I was ahead of the curve, I could potentially charge rent to somebody to use the storage and the extra stuff in my house, and I could share permissions with them to access that storage, access the decoration, let them decorate it, let them make it what they want it to be, but they have to pay me like a monthly or like a weekly rent so they can stay using that house. And if they don't pay, then they get their late notification, and if they continue to not pay past late notice, then they lose their perms to the house itself and all of their stuff in the house. So I could set up an entire landlords. Exactly. Exactly. We were discussing the entire slumlord gameplay route as well, of how you would have like certain landlords that would be, you know, ethical, normal landlords. And then you would have other landlords where, keep in mind, it'd be their house. They would like wait for you to log off and then sneak into your house and then take shit out of your storage and stuff, because it would be shared perm storage. It would be very interesting to see what tomfoolery and scummery could truly hit. But outside of the nodes themselves, there will also be freeholds. So freeholds exist within the game right now, and freeholds are these little player ownable plots that there are only a certain number of within each node or each area. And with those plots, it's a minimum level requirement and then a gold requirement. You can see one of them here. And if you meet both of those requirements and you're the first person to get there, then you claim the freehold. That freehold is yours. So there's a race to freeholds because freeholds also have whirlpool. What the hell? Freeholds also have a little bit of functionality attached to them too. So with the freeholds, they have their plot of land. You can currently plant things outside at a very efficient ratio of like, you know, input to output for what you're getting. Gives you something that only you can farm as well. So if you want to take wood, combine it with poop, make wood chips, combine it with poop to make a rooting ball, and then plant that rooting ball, you can make sure that you are getting high rarity farmed materials that only you can get. It just has to have time to grow. If you're growing blackberries, you can grow blackberries at a ratio of 8-to-1 poop instead of getting them 1-to-1 poop from like not having a freehold. Freeholds will have different levels, different functionalities, and there will be a system called estates that comes in that allows you to move your freehold throughout the node wherever you want to place it. You'll also be able to eventually have, like I said, different functionalities, including like a tavern on your freehold, where you could stock up a player-owned market. You could have different tavern games, different things for people to do. They'll be integral for fucking gatherers, refiners, and crafters. They'll be massive for our peers to have. You could have buffs associated with your freehold in the area of your freehold to incentivize people to stay in that area and farm. I could set up, you know, say I'm someone who has a freehold right on the coast. I'm fishing off coast. I could go into my freehold every day when I get on stream at 2 p.m. and I could drop off all my fish. So every day around 2, everybody knows they go out to my freehold. They stock up from my player market there. They get the fish that they need to cook. Could be an entire gameplay loop around that. I could also get buffs, like I said, that would improve the fishing in that area, whatever it may be. But freeholds are going to be fucking huge. Even in their early iteration where that functionality is severely limited, and it's very much so a base iteration of freeholds, people are still, us included, trying to plan ways to get guild freeholds and multiple freeholds in the area that you're trying to occupy as a guild. It makes so much sense, and it adds so much to your level of convenience and output. How do I burn down your freeholds? Well, as Ultra said, squatter's rights, brother. So you go in my freehold, and then if you sleep in my bed for 1 hour straight, it unlocks an active world event called squatter's rights. And if I don't come over and basically clear off your influence in my freehold within 24 hours, you take over my freehold. Kidding, but that would be fire. Squatter's rights would be absolutely insane. Why can't I just sleep in your bed and then take the freehold for myself? If you're not there and you're not using it, I feel as though I should be able to. Like if I will literally run back to one of these guys' freeholds right now. I feel as though if I can get into the freehold, I can get to the bedroom, I sleep in it, that freehold should slowly become mine. I should get some benefits. I should be able to take warm showers here. Maybe secure myself a nice meal, right? But as of right now, you can't. The fuck is this, California? I've been to California once, and I didn't see any squatters in my Airbnb, so your argument's invalid. If it didn't happen to me, it doesn't exist. It's a streamer world that we live in, brother. You just gotta get with the times. Anyways, I'm gonna break into this person's house, but it's for content, so you can't punish me. You gonna ban the squatters? No, we paid. And then we started a fraud request on the credit card. We did not do that. But yeah, so like, I don't know, say I just come all up in this shit. You used to be able to interact and sleep in the random bed for an experience buff. You cannot. But I feel like if I can just hold this shit down, like nobody's ever at their freehold anyways. Why can't I just, I don't know, awkwardly chill and take this over? Because now you can't even have them come over here because they're going to get pink eye if they try to sleep in this bed. And you don't want to get pink eye by coming back to your house. And if you do get pink eye, that's going to be very bad. So I feel like realistically at this point, they should just let me have the freehold mayhaps. See, it's so bad. What in the Lizzie Borden is this shit? What? What do you mean there's an axe above the bed? Well, now I'm intrigued. What kind of kinky shit is this? Why is there... Oh, fuck! Security! What the hell? It says defense against squatters. You don't need a defense against squatters. Squatters don't exist. If there's squatters in your house, it just means you're not living there enough to value it. This game would be a lot harder if you couldn't see any coolies or anything. Just kind of got to play off vibes. I don't really know like what I have up, what I don't have up. I do know that I have full courage now. And then I got this again. Okay. The full wombo combo. It's gonna die soon, surely. The B-hops are clean. The Tommy in the back. He truly hates to see that for his own existence. Big wombo here. Oh, I don't have those up. That was awkward. I thought I had those up and I did not have those up. All right, cool. We dealt with that. I want to get on top of this axe. Why is there an axe here? Oh, I think I just had it. I need to get like, can I climb on it? No. I think I have to jump from here and then just like trust the landing. Flick. We gotta get out here and then yeet. No! I must know. Something just made like magic noises over here. I don't know if I like that. Excuse me. Whose freehold is this? I wish I could see whose freehold it was. Because if I... Huh. Well, there's all my damage. That's intriguing. I wonder if I could do enough damage with my HUD off and then turn it on to have it like crash the game. Chat, possible or not? Just out of curiosity. Peasant of Jova. I had to spend a little bit of time in Jova earlier. I had to get the refining going for Emu, and I'm proud that I did. I feel as though I'm doing a good for society. I'm helping get journeyman tables up. Oh wait, you're over on the PTR though. Oh shit. Wait a second. Wait a second. Do I just need to get over on the PTR? I feel as though I really do. I think I need to run over to Squalls, and then I need to get on PTR for the rest of the night, and then I need to just pump on the PTR. Rank 1 is peasant. Wait, so are the reputations actually in and working now? God damn it, I haven't even gone over the patch notes yet. I hate this game. Why is there information all the time? Alright, while we run down, this would be a good time to hit patches. There's an affiliation tab. I saw the affiliations tab yesterday, but it didn't have any reps in with it. So is your reputation actually increasing if you do shit within the node? Because a rep grind is just another grind, which is wonderful. You have to be a citizen to get rep. And does your rep go back down to 0 if you drop citizen? That is a little odd, I will say. But I also wonder, long term, maybe there's a way for them to have, I don't know, say there are 6 tiers. Up to T6 available for citizens and up to like T2 available for non-cits. So that way people are actually accumulating reputation with areas during their early leveling process as well. I feel as though that could be a nice little incentivization. And maybe opening up just some basic node functions at friendly. So if you're not actually like, you know, the first tier or whatever, like you start out at tier 0, if you don't level up the first level, you don't have node functionality available. So you can't just go directly into a never visited before node and have access to like their player markets and their vendors and shit because they wouldn't know you. So it makes sense that you would kind of have to raise your rep a little bit, so to say. I don't think it'd be that terrible. I would actually kind of enjoy it. I like rep grinds. When I was playing WoW, I got a little caught up in a couple of rep grinds that had some nice mounts tied to them. Primarily my hippogriff. I loved my hippogriff on my paladin. It looked so trippy. TBC was great for rep grinds. Yeah, it most definitely fucking was. I would tank until I couldn't tank shit anymore, and then I would go rep grind. And the best part was, I could also rep grind through tanking, baby. It was phenomenal. I felt rewarded for all of the rep grinds. I had best in slot pieces from rep grinds. I had to go out and quest for rep grinds. I had to do all of it. And it was a fucking blast. And having different, like, having different factions within the nodes as well could be really cool too. Just like, you know, Winstead citizens or your, you know, your Winstead brigade, or even in different biomes. Like you have different factions where it's like, you know, these are your Kalar human reputation has gone up. And that's like the overarching faction. Then you have your town reputations. And then you have your Valoon human reputation in the desert, whatever, right? That could be fire. Trying to do that here, but you have to be a citizen. Hopefully that changes. Would be nice. Or even just having that overarching one. Because I definitely get like wanting the citizen rep to be tied to the citizen specifically. I get that. But I do also feel like something for the general grind. Like if a citizen grind is supposed to be, you know, a week of being a citizen to try to get to max level, maybe make a general grind like a fucking month to get it to max level, right? Or even require endgame stuff that's post 50. Could also be absolutely massive for the culture. Why are the guards going sicko mode? Alright, we made it to Squalls. What is happening here? Are they about to launch a van? Oh, they are. Wait. Oh. Oh. Chat, do I do it to him? I feel like I'm obligated to do it to him. They have how many? They're not even level 20 though. It wouldn't even be a fight. Fuck, it's a 19 and a 16. I feel like that would not be a fair fight. Has Zombie given them the pass to run their caravans through here or nah? Fuck, where's Zom when we need him? They should really have a higher level out here escorting their vans. I will say. Uh-oh. You won't, he will? Zop isn't here right now. Zop is not going to come bully the low levels. He won't do it because he's not here to do it. Although, it's 3 of them, it's 1 of me. There's most definitely a non-zero chance that they could win, right? Maybe I have a brain aneurysm mid-fight, and then I'm not able to do anything, and then they eventually wear down my 8k HP. Literally anything can happen at any given point that could change the flow of this battle. But I also just feel like I two-shot them. I'd be willing to bet this cleric has like 2,000 HP. I think one combo and the cleric's dead. Who's over here? That's Myth Cure. Okay. They don't see me right now. I could also call in a caravan right now, and I could run my van with all of their vans. And then I could just sacrifice their van if I get hit. Where's the rest of the Fungi Fellowship? Is my question. I wish they had more. If they had like 5, maybe, or if they were over level 20, I just don't think that it's worth. I think the time would be better spent on PTR than bullying low levels. Huh? You don't see me. You don't see me. Don't target me. You can't see me. They cannot see me. No. You're not. No. You can't see me. Just get back in the caravan. Did they call the caravans back, bruh? I would have hit it by now if I was gonna hit it. Interesting. So they called them back. Did they bring more? Okay, they have 4 now, so that's good. Maybe this gets to the point where I can actually, like, do combat? But it's just like, how many under level 20s is enough level 20s for me to actually, like, not be a dick for taking the fight? Because at a certain point, it's just me bullying new players. William Tarvo, how are you, my friend? What are you up to today? They're healing me. 5+. Yeah, I feel like it would most definitely be 5+. I feel like the 3 would have been way too few. I feel like 40 is probably too many. So it's definitely in between 3 and 40. We'll see what's up with it, though. Why is one of them at war? What node are they a part of? I'll go up and get my citizen real quick. Nice and slow Saturday? Honestly, that's the best kind of Saturday sometimes, dude. Auto-translator, YouTube and Reddit, and so on content is annoying. Wait. Auto-translate? Just in terms of, like, changing your website over and stuff? Or are you talking, like... As a tank, you have way too many mitigation skills that less than 5 will feel pointless. Not even the fact that I have way too many mitigation skills. It's also that there's just way too much, like, HP scaling in the current meta. It's fucking disgusting. There is genuinely, like, nothing that is going to feasibly rip through everything that we have as a tank. Active players 1. That's inactive. YouTube has fun features like auto voiceover. Wait, it's auto voiceover? No, I was gonna ask that, but I felt like an idiot. I was like, surely they don't have tech that, like, auto voiceovers. That'd be awful. Wait, is that actually a real thing? That is quite literally fucking god awful. See if they'll pay you for an escort? I don't think they will. I think they'll probably just wait for me to fuck off. If I had to guess. That, or maybe they'll call more people in. Slick Rick is a 25. Okay. Maybe there'll be content here after all. Wait a second. Wait a second. We may have enough to make this interesting. Because that's one of their 25s. Maybe some fungi van kill. They have 5 now at Squalls. It could be just enough. Oh boy. They dropped vans, then called them back when they saw me. Called in 2 more people so far. We may have content. Alright, I'm gonna give them a second to get— Fuck! They saw me! Vibin' mayhaps. Looking for any form of content in existence whatsoever. Any chance you guys have any that want to PvP? Join us if you want. God damn it. They don't want a PvP now. I feel bad. Oh, God. Is there some lobies? Yeah, it fucking sucks. Slick Rick said they just have— oh. First time van runners. No. Yeah, okay, we're good. I'll pull up with them. I'll run with them and see if people hit us. Fuck it. It'll give me something to do. I have the vans, like the van in my inventory anyways. I've been meaning to do vans so I can get a little bit of gold. And maybe it'll give them somewhat of an escort. Oh wait, could I drop the commods? Because there's no way that I can get Glint for Zop. Oh, I have to get it out of my storage, don't I? Fuck! Alright, well I guess it's van time. They're training for caravans runs, sometimes PvP happens. Yeah, I just do feel bad if it's like they're low-level players and shit. Like I said, if they had a bunch of 20 pluses, then absolutely, I would have pulled up on the vans and immediately attacked as soon as I saw them putting them out. But like, it genuinely looked like very new players. So yeah. What do we have? We have a 3x8. So we go here, because that's 2x8. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the 3x8, is that the most efficient way to fill it? I'm assuming that's going to be the most efficient way to fill it, because otherwise it would just be these and shit. But I think all the ratios are the same still, right? We're just gonna purchase that. All right, we're up tremendous. Yo, Sally, how you doing, my boy? I'm about to run a caravan with these fungi lads. I pulled up to Squalls and with some lolos. What's up? Coming down to take your time. So I pulled up to Squall's End down here, and some Fungi Fellowship lads, some of their low levels were calling in caravans. And originally I was like, do I hit them? And then I was like, no, it's too many low levels. So now I'm gonna run a caravan with them. So we try to make the content wherever we can, man. If we can't get the PvP because it's not gonna be good PvP, then we'll help them. So we're still gonna stay entertained, dog, but it's been that little pre-phase 3 lull into the pre-phase 3 hype for me already. I mean, I've been hyped as fuck for P3. I personally haven't stopped being hyped for it, even through the delay and everything. Community's been still trying to grow. We got people on the private test realm testing right now. We got people over on public still doing stuff and gathering data right now. Just trying to get every bit of like combined efficiency out of everything that we humanly can before phase 3. We have such a large community that's all ready to go, and we are trying to put in, like I said, as much legwork right now to make it as smooth as we can for P3, dude. Need to be caught up what's going on in P3? Oh, brother. So many fucking things. So right now, P3 launch is set for the 26th of August. So I would highly recommend, if you do have time, checking out the private test realm. The private test realm is kind of like a, you know, the precursor to the build that we're going to get for phase 3. But to simply put it, like, on a very early introduction, This build is on Unreal Engine 5.3, right? The PTR build is on Unreal Engine 5.6. Massive upgrade there. Dynamic gridding has already been tested and will be active for the start of phase 3 on the 26th. We'll have the second starting area, so up in the anvils. This is going to be all active and finished up for phase 3 on the 26th as a second starting zone. T4 towns will now be in. There's an entire crate system that has been added in, kind of like, not added in, but basically the crate system was, you know, it received a spot of love that it didn't have previously. So there are now multiple different types of crates. Basically with the crates, you can now carry a crate personally, like this guy basically, but it's on your back. Slows your movement speed by 50%, but it's like a caravan, but way smaller, that also doesn't automatically opt you into PvP. So you've got a little bit of a, you know, a low risk, lower reward, but still giving you a reward. Then from there, you can also take those crates, put them on your caravan. Caravan can hold more crates than, you know, walking, of course. With the crate, can you mount? Yes, but it slows your mount. They're also going to be adding in mule mounts that are meant for crate transit. So crates are going to be like less risk, but much less reward than caravans. Caravans will be like your mid-tier inventory type thing. And then your ships will be your largest inventories. So they're redoing the sizing on inventories over there as well. Caravans actually received a rework in terms of their sizing to bring down like the verticality of the sizing a little bit on some of the tiers. So it's intriguing. And then with the crate transit and caravan transit system, keep in mind, you do also now have like dynamically, or will for phase 3, have dynamically adjusting rate of returns. So you'll have like economic borders and economic regions where if you go across the border of an economic region, you get a bonus. But basically the game will track like where goods are being like bought and sold. And if too many goods are being bought in one area, sold in one area, in just like the same route back and forth, it will dynamically adjust the supply and demand rate and give you a lower return on your crates themselves. So every time you're getting ready to launch a caravan, you will basically go into your actual, like, into your crates, into your cargo storage, into that shit, and you'll be able to actually see, like, what you have purchased caravan. You'll be able to see, like, what is actually in your cargo storage. You'll be able to see all of the prices. So you go in here and this will automatically adjust with all of the sell prices for all of your crates too. So it's kind of fucking sick. I really like that, man. But you can see here, like, even with this turquoise sea trading post is 2400%. Going up to brine barrel with this is another 100%, so it's 2500%. Instead of 2400. So you'll be able to dynamically see all of the distance everywhere that you're going, and you'll have to adjust your route accordingly with all of those payouts. So it's fucking cool, man. It's really fucking cool, and that's just the start. Some people really love watching me zoom across the entire world, bee-hopping and fucking zooming and abusing the movement system, right? This movement system is no more over on the private test realm. There's friction in the air, so we're no longer playing in a vacuum. The friction in the air will slow you down and will stop you from being able to bee-hop. They also added in diminishing returns. So basically, if I dodge and then I jump, instead of carrying my momentum outward, the jump is upward, and so it kind of like slows you down when you jump, like that. So instead of being like the full momentum carry forward, it's kind of like, it's better this way, TBH? Which way is this way? Like live or PTR? Because personally, I really fuck with the PTR movement. I think as a huge bee-hop enjoyer, zippy movement enjoyer, like, this movement system was super flashy and allowed me to target somebody and go, oh, haha, tomahawk, right? And just bee-hop everywhere and do whatever I wanted to. It's so much better for the game. It's better for new players coming in to have a movement system that makes sense. And, you know, there's still a skill ceiling to that movement system over on the PTR. It also, in my opinion, makes a whole lot of like displacement and positioning abilities feel incredibly worthwhile too. It makes grapple work more frequently because not everybody is just omega moving away from you all the time. It makes wall impactful because you can't just laterally dodge and then wrap around the wall first dodge. Like, it's phenomenal. Yo, Kelvis, how you doing, my friend? This doesn't remember so much a region from Arcage. Steven takes a lot of inspiration from Arcage. Steven loved Arcage, the creative director of Intrepid. Still does, I'm sure. but he didn't love the pay to win in Arcage. So you can expect to see a whole lot of nods to Arcage. We're also getting ready to call in caravans, which we're going to put some things on called commodities. And we're going to bring the caravan over to a new area and hopefully make it safely to sell these commodities. And if we do that along the way, then we should make some good money. Met Steve on Arcage. So many people have met Steven from Arcage. It's actually really cool to see how many people have played like with or against him from the Arcage days. Everybody that comes in from the Arcage like side of things just seems to know Steven from somewhere along the line, which I think is really incredibly cool. Oh, this thing is fucking juiced. Oh yeah. The juicing tit is wonderful. Makes Rogue's mobility actually matter. And keep in mind, it also makes Rogue less obnoxious and just fucking stupid to play against. Like, Rogue mobility is very good, but it's also now in check, where instead of like one advantage dodge and you're like, foof, foof, and then you're off the fucking map, you can advantage dodge, but if I'm playing my stamina right and I still have good movement, still have good, like, you know, match and everything there, I can keep up with you. It feels so fucking phenomenal. What's everyone's take on making G for mount on PTR? The insane amount of interacts, not even an insane amount of interacts. I haven't tested a ton since they've added the multiple interacts to actually have like, you know, a massive feel for it yet. But I worry that keybind bloat for new players is already going to be a thing. And I really do think that their keybinds here, their default binds, were incredibly well done. And just having an interact and then a radial menu would be my preference, even if it's for something with two options, right? So like, say we have our artisan tools long term, and it's your axe, your saw, and your tap. I go up to this tree, I hold F to radial menu, and then drag to axe or tap, whatever I can cut it down with, and then it, you know, goes to that action. It literally just, it doesn't even have to be anything insane. I tap my interact, drag to radial, confirm there. It's one extra action per thing, but it's also going to be such a quick action for those that actually do, you know, want to use those extra actions. I just think that would be smoother. I don't know if radial menus are dated or anything, but from my standpoint, I really do worry about keybind bloat. From a, you know, from a new player perspective. Like, obviously I'm fine with binds. I don't fucking mind. But a lot of people that come in are like, Dusty, there's a lot of abilities, man. It's a whole lot of shit on your bar. I like radial if it keeps my previous selection. So hold to set your radial and then tap to just use that saved option. So basically, like, if it's, you know, axe, you hold, assign it the axe, and then you walk up and you tap, and then you walk up, and you tap, and you walk up, and you tap. Yeah, I get it. Fixing stuff that's not broken and leaving game-breaking issues in-game. I mean, we also have to remember that there are different teams working on different things. Issues are addressed in different cadences, right? There are a lot of different areas of Intrepid that work on different things. So, like, a radial menu, so to say, or, you know, a new interact bind, or the team that's working on keybinds, very likely is not the same group of people that is working on the econ changes and, you know, things that are incredibly broken. So, it do make sense. It's adding new stuff to the game. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the crate interact definitely isn't something that is completely unnecessary. We're more so just spitballing on things that could be maybe a little more efficient or streamlined for it, but it's not even like an end of the world thing where if they do leave the crate interacts the way that they are and there are more interacts, it's the end of all existence. We just remind it to something else. I'll probably bind it to like a shift or a control mod if I'm being completely honest. It's not that bad. I definitely agree there are a lot of game-breaking issues that are present, but you also have to remember that game-breaking issues are going to be present when it's an alpha or even more so a private test realm of an alpha, where things are meant to be broken. Treating Ashes like a live service is going to set you and only you up for disappointment. So I think that, you know, if game-breaking issues are something where you're like, nothing else can progress until this issue is solved, It's a tough mentality to be in, because a lot of things are going to continue to progress, even if there are very large bugs present. Just to kind of like set a precedent for you. It's so many different teams working on so many different things simultaneously that some things will be broken, some things will get added in. Just kind of how it works. I think it's weird Mount Interact isn't one. What do you mean Mount Interact isn't one? Like one of the interacts, or are you talking like, oh, Find a Weird Mount isn't Interact one? Oh, in terms of like the first prio. That makes sense. Yeah, because it's G and not F, right? So it's on slot 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Toasty, what up, dude? I got 1/8 of batter today. How are you? I'm phenomenal. I went up to a yard sale that my mom had and brought some shirts up. I made myself $6 that I didn't have before. I got to spend some time with my mom and my dad and my gram, and Carla came up as well because it was her day off. We had these delicious plans to get pad thai on the way home via gift card that I've had for a little bit. And the pad thai place was closed. So this is the second time in a row that I've been like, we have to get food here. This place is amazing. It's one of my favorite places. And it's been closed. Not the same place either. 2 different places, 2 different towns, both closed on 2 different days. I'm quite literally the cursed child for picking fucking takeout places. I swear to God. Other than that, it's been a one-differous day. Came home, I did some gathering and some refining actually to get all squared away and help Emu out with the node progression once Emu gets Mayor all taken care of. So, you know, really doing God's work out here. Then I came down to Squall's End and some fungi lads were about to launch some caravans. Only problem is they're all low level. So when I first saw vans, I was about to hit those shits. When I saw their levels, I stopped being about to hit those shits and instantly was like, well, I can't do this. Wrong time close. So one of the places is, it's fucking delicious. Just like my favorite place right now in general. Kind of near where I get like my haircut and shit. And it's closed on Wednesdays. So I had a dentist appointment a couple Wednesdays back, and we were gonna go from the dentist appointment to there to get food and then there to back. And it was closed. Now we just audibled to a different place and got like really good pizza that I posted in my Discord, right? But yeah, this time it was pad thai place. Best pad thai in Maine. It was called Pad Thai 2. Literally best pad thai in Maine. The place before was State Lunch. Just literally my favorite place ever. And we were gonna go, and both times they were closed. Now, the Thai place, I kind of fucked up because we could have got it on the way up or on the way back, but they open for lunch takeout, and then they close, and then they prep everything for dinner takeout, and then they open again. So, we got caught leaving my parents in the lull of like, too late for lunch, too early for din-din. So, I cooked this twice. The good news is we have gift cards, and my mom made glizzies at the yard sale, so that's good. Bad news is no pad thai today. No state lunch a couple weeks ago. It's all rough. It's all terrible. Son G, yeah, I mean G's not the worst, but I also use G for an ability, so I'm most definitely about to rebind that bitch. Like, I'm probably just gonna control mod it, if I'm being completely honest, because if you can shift and control mod, I'll just shift F, control F, control F, control G. But I mean, control interact every single fucking time would be annoying. Wait, why wouldn't you just F, shift F, control F? If you need 3 interacts. Am I on Fent, or did I just solve the interact problem? I feel as though I just solved it. Then you just have to remember which interact is which. But like, it's not the worst. If you just need to press the same thing to get off and on, sure. Is that, I mean, F, Shift F, and Control F gives you 3 options. So you can do, like, Shift F to get on, Control F to get off, regular F for NPC interacts. I don't really fucking know. I need to test it more. But when I go over, I will almost definitely redo my binds because that sounds absolutely fucking horrendous. It sounds awful. What makes best glizzies? Oh, dude, we have up in Maine, they're like red hot dogs. So they're normal hot dogs, but they just have like a red dyed like natural casing. So they have like a snappy skin basically. They're really good. So we had some red hot dogs. And it's like, I don't know if other places have them, but it's a big Maine thing. Like, Carlo had never seen them before. But they're good ass glizzies, dog. I'm a fan of a good old glizzy. I had 3. Carlo only had 1. Got absolutely fucking dominated. I had my 3 in the time that she had her 1 as well. So it's just crazy. Why don't they just add a mount skill to the spellbook since they added a dismount skill? They could. Probably 1,000 ways to go about it, but that also is another bind that needs to be added somewhere in your bars. Although, I mean, I guess 3rd bar is for that, but either way, I feel like we're getting into keybind bloat. No matter what the solution is, I feel like my base concern is keybind bloat. Also, Sally, you asked if I had any intel on the like secondaries and stuff. Secondaries will probably be added in like early 2026, hopefully, but those are just gonna kind of like augment your primary archetype, so we don't really know what the augments will be. No previews into that or anything quite yet because Summoner's still not out, but like we have seen GMs playing Summoner over on the PTR. We have not got our hands on it yet, but GMs have. So it functions, it exists, it's just not existing for us in the mortal realm of things yet. Soon though. TM. Toast, what do you get for batter? I picked up a new ounce recently, which reminds me I should probably go smoke before this caravan run, because I'm not going to be able to smoke during the caravan run. So I'm going to smoke and grab water real quick before we start our vans, and I'll be right back. day. I've returned. Oh, we're so back. Lemon Gush Mints. That sounds kind of nice. Sounds kind of nice. There will be nothing but summoners once summoners are out. Yeah. Yeah, to a certain extent, there will be a lot of summoners. I am not here to deny that. But also, summoners gonna be hype as shit. Invite me and sup. Like, I get it. So, my little debacle is that I am a tank enjoyer in every MMO except New World, where tanks were done incredibly poorly. If I have the choice, I will always play tank, right? But ARPGs, I've always played summoner. Quite literally all the time, every ARPG since the dawn of my life. So some people have been like, oh, Dusty, you're gonna go tank summoner. Not gonna go tank summoner, actually. Because when I play a tank, I don't like to play like the Honda Civic tank build. I play Lamborghini tank build. I play break land speed record tank build. I hit things hard, I go fast. And that is my goal as tank. So I'll be playing either tank rogue or tank fighter. And honestly, tank fighter is kind of growing on me just as a concept, because I don't really need to go invis if I don't need to escape. Just very simply put, tank fighter might be an actual fucking vibe. Especially with ranks coming in. That is what really started to skew me towards fighter. Because I'm just going to dump all of my ranks into trips, pulverizes, stun, and ground... slam and ground slam. Or ground pound. It's gonna be massive. Tank Bard Magisto is going to go incredibly hard as well. I think PvE-wise and like group comp-wise, people are very much underestimating the value of like Cleric and Bard secondaries. Especially in small scale. 3s, 5s. A simple tank cleric, tank bard could do a whole lot. And also have a lot of sustain. A massive amount of sustain. Shroud playing good BF4, a good old BF4 with 25k viewers. The game is from 2013. People think it's the other Battlefield, I guarantee. People in his chat, Tarvo, are probably just like, not everyone, of course, like people are watching because of Shroud, but like there are probably a non-zero amount of people in his chat that are talking about how the game looks like shit. It looks like it's from 2013. I guarantee that people, that there are people in his chat that are just like malding about it. I don't want to jinx it, and I'm hoping that there are not, and that people are at least a little aware that he's quite literally playing the, like the one from 2013, but you never know. You never know. Some APOC? Wait. If you guys are talking about APOC, you have to let me play APOC as well. I want to play APOC. Please. I feel like it would be incredibly fun to have some combat prowess on display out on the battlefields of Ashes of Creation Apocalypse. I feel like I could cook. I feel like I am a multi-talent demon. I can pick up just about any archetype at any point and make it happen. Just saying, just saying. And if we're drafting some teams for it, I'm just saying, it might be worth picking me up. I'd catfall, boots, and scepter you. Wait, they literally had an item named catfall? Catfall boots sound awful for me. Oh, fuck. Was there a pizza that I could hit you with? Because if you have something that's catfall, I either need to have, like, pizza to chase you down with, like, little, like, disc, like, frisbees that I throw at you that you have to dodge, or I have to, like, Donkey Kong barrel roll giant cans of, like, Bush's baked beans, like the American ones that are really good, that have, like, the, you know, the brown sauce with, like, brown sugar and molasses and deliciousness and pork. I'm just saying. That would probably be my 2 boss fights for you. If you went to, like, video game hell. That's mean? No, it's not. That's good game design. You have to have something that's conquerable but also resonates with the people. Scared the shit out of me. All right, so this is cool. They have a lot of new players coming up. Everyone is on PTR. I think we're good to roll whatever. Toasty, what you doing, my boy? It might be time to come through and help defend some vans. We got some first-time van runners that Fungi is trying to show vans to. And I ran up on the first couple of vans, and I didn't like realize at first that it was their low levels. And so I was like, chat, do I hit these vans? And then I saw they were low levels and I was like, no, lame. So they were basically like, oh, do you want to join us? And I was like, do you have anyone that wants PvP? And they were like, no. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll join. Fuck it, I gotta run vans anyways. So if you're trying to show vans, they need the defending aspect too. Yes, yes, absolutely, they do. But I didn't want to I didn't want to just like bust down a bunch of low-level players. And I'll be completely honest, I've been meaning to do vans, and I have, oh, I gotta put my glint back. I've been meaning to do vans, and I had a really good van in my inventory that was donated, and I brought all my glint down here. So it kind of worked out. Like, I could have been the villain, or like we could just run with them, and then Zop and I also make some money from it. And then we just go find vans along the way, and maybe people are dumb enough to try to hit us as well. That would, in my opinion, be absolute bliss. Best case scenario, people hit us and I get PvP content. Worst case scenario, we make it completely scot-free and I get free money. I don't think there's a terrible, you know, terrible outcome list there. So we should be balling. We'll follow them, we'll help out, and we'll try to just secure what we can for the lads. Win-win? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's great. Also, hot dog. You're doing fantastic, brother. I appreciate you coming through Sir Trats. Hope you're having a good night, dude. Are you coming back to New World? I don't have any immediate plans to, no. I know New World's kind of like getting some gas right now from the community, and I love that, but I'm also just very into Ashes, personally. I have a community over here that I look forward to growing every single day, and like, I always root for New World, just kind of like quietly on the side. I still lurk in New World streams, and I hope everybody's doing well over there. It's just, at the point that I'm at, I personally see more of a future with Ashes than I do with New World. And I've got myself into a spot where, you know, I feel pretty confident with the Ashes community as a whole and, you know, investing my time over here. So, I don't really, again, I don't have any immediate plans to go back to New World or anything like that. It takes something pretty dramatic to get me back there for any substantial amount of time. I always say the best chance to see me back on New World is if I probably blow up on Ashes to thousands of viewers and then Amazon Games offers me money to go do like a 2-hour sponsored stream. Other than that, man, it would quite literally take my stream entirely dying over here for me to go back to New World. And even then, I'd be completely transparent that I was just going back for the viewership. But I'm hoping that the stream doesn't die down here. Like, everything is in a lull right now with the player base, but the stream's still been great and people are still showing so much support and love. And so I'm just, you know, I'm optimistic about the future. In 24 days, we have our new phase starting up, 24/7 server accessibility and uptime instead of Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. We've got new servers opening for NA and EU. Like, it's massive. We got a whole lot of changes coming in throughout that as well. Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade, and it's good, man. I'm really happy to be over here. I hope everyone in New World's doing well. It's just, I'm kind of doing something that I think is a little bigger and better for the community now, honestly. Yerd, I don't know where the Noti is. It's gonna scare me, but I see that in chat. Thank you for the 5 months, dude. Much love. I don't know where it'll come through at some point. I hope Notis aren't cooked. Refresh. Did they add the NPC quest givers? I mean, they still have, there are a lot of quests that are in currently. Especially like new player experience. They are emphasizing with the first time user experience, bringing you through that actual starting area and then bringing you into the first questing hub that you're going to interact with. And in my personal like testing of the new starting area, the Anvils, which is not even supposed to be finished yet, I was level 5 before I was even about to start Sweat of Your Brow. and it was a nice smooth level 5. You spawn in Mount Dune, and then you just kind of work your way out, and as you're going out of Mount Dune, you get this beautiful, like, visual, and then you also get a lot of quests that you can do in a pretty linear fashion. Just gotta make sure that you're, like, doing everything well. Dude, I was calling it Mount Doom for a while, and then I saw it labeled on the map as Mount Dune, like Dunehold, and I was like, oh, fuck. Because I was saying that bitch on stream, too. Yo, Yerg! Thank you for the 5 months, dude. There it is. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yes. Yeah. I was saying it on stream as Mount Doom, and then, like, I heard the Dune thing, and I was like, bro, that makes so much sense. How lit that would have been if it was called Mount Doom? Well, I'm sure it's a reference to Mount Doom, but, like, the Dune, like, you know, the Dune dwarves, I don't know what their, like, fucking divine race is called. The dwarves. It's just the Dunes and Kill dwarves, right? So, yeah, that would make sense, because it's Mount Dune, and then it goes into the Dunes and Kill mountain range to the north. Yeah, they're just the Dunes and Kill dwarves. I forgot that they were all called the Dunes and Kill, and then I was like, oh, wait, the Dunir are Dunes and Kill. There's a mountain of fire in a land of shadows. It's more a mountain of ice in a land of green. But it's not all ice either. It's just kind of like a snow cap. So, like, this is Mount Dune. And I do have a little bit of an illustration about, like, basically, I was standing, for reference, right about here. Okay? Looking towards Mount Dune. Okay? So this will give you guys a little bit of kind of like a Google Maps street view, so to say. But this is visually NDA'd. So I do want to just put this out there. I did make this myself. This was not taken from the private test realm. This is not stolen, visually NDA'd product. This is handmade by me. So please, there's no watermark. We've already been accused of it. We've already been investigated. We've already been cleared. Okay? So you're basically standing like right here on the ground, and you're looking towards Mount Dune. Okay? Picture, if you will, the anvils in all their glory. It's fucking gorgeous. Now, They have added some visual changes since this was drawn. There's now atmospheric fog. Some visual, you know, fidelity updates. It's quite nice. Aren't you afraid of Steven? No, why would I be? That man's never killed me once. I fear no sandaled one. I fear no god. I make the rules here. Where is everyone? Oh, we're back. He may create this entire world, but he has no power here. If he tries to slash nuke DustyWhy, all I have to do, I just reflect. I literally have an ability called Reflect. I have such a trick up my sleeve that he is not prepared for at any point. And I don't think he ever will be prepared for it, if I'm being completely honest. Hello, I'm Steven the Sheriff Sharif. I'm banning you right now. You don't have the gall. No, Steven is very like, you know how some people in the community are very like, I'm incognito. I play in this community undercover. Steven was lurking one day while I was leveling an alt. And we were in Oakenbane hitting stuff, and he just types in chat and goes, hey, does this lighting look a little weird to you here? Just on his main, and I'm like, no, everything looks fine to me. And I like went through all my lighting settings and changed them up. I was like, everything looking good to you, sir? Seems fun. Steven's amazing. I personally, after being over in New World for so long, and the dev team and community team over there being so disconnected from the community, it's incredibly fun for me, even just as a community member, content creator aside, to see like how excited and involved Intrepid is with their actual game. Is incredibly cool for me. So gives me a little bit of a, you know, a look into the human side of things. But I definitely think that with a game like this, it is so incredibly community based. It's a first time game being put out by this development studio. It's a long development process. A lot of people are running, you know, low on patience with it for whatever reasons, and that's perfectly okay. But I think that it's great that with all of the circumstances surrounding Ashes, they do have a team that is very human, that is great with communication, that is actually excited for this to come together. It's nice. Gaming communities are usually not patient. No, especially once they get their hands on something. And I think that's also being shown with the community's new, like, complaints, so to say, in Ashes about the private test realm state. A lot of people are kind of, like, unhappy with how PTR changes are coming in for some reason, and are like, it's so fucking broken over here, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's supposed to be, brother. That's why they wipe it multiple times a week, most weeks. I think that once the gaming community sees something, their brain immediately associates it with, like, this is supposed to be finished and completed.
Caravan is absolutely
Yo, Chang,
S tier.
thank you for the follow. Much love. Z, how confident are you? Would you be willing to exclamation song it without me confirming it in front of the entire chat? Are you that confident that you recognize it? Yeah. It's also Shillelagh sessions. It goes so fucking hard. It's Grizzly, but you're still kind of like, you're still kind of on. It's close enough that I'm not gonna like hold it against you. The fact that like you were on with the WoW remix in general is enough for me to give you the overall like the overall W. CEO that literally plays the game in front of you is what the MMORPG fans would hope to see when an MMO is being developed. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the devs all play, the devs literally participate in the community itself. Like, they are insanely involved, man. Much more than I think they have any obligation to be. Are they... Did they leave? Wait, where the fuck is everyone? Oh shit. Whoops. My bad. Literally Sword Art Online, Steve Art Online is fucking insane. That is now Ash's first expansion. And the final boss is just Steven Sharif's IRL persona. We've got to free him from IRL so he's able to game again. Defender. Okay, we're so up. We have many events to defend. And we're truly up tremendous. Defender. HUD editor. Scale. Teeny tiny. Thank you, that is so much better. Yo, chat, anybody on the PTR seen the new Caravan UI? Because that shit is fucking silky. That shit is smooth. I love it. Also, hello, C. Hello. I need to catch up real quick on chat, because I was going on rants. Will you be making a new character for Phase 3? Yeah, I'll be playing tank again. I'm very simply, like, a tank enjoyer. Massive tank enjoyer, especially in Ashes. I think they do tank exceedingly well. There's some people that for whatever reason are still trying to say that tank is terrible and needs a rework. And I simply disagree with them at this point. I think tank is exceedingly well designed as a tank. To the point where our taunt is a very good taunt, a very uniquely made taunt. But I literally was getting into a fucking rant debate yesterday about how taunt isn't even worth the skill point at this point. It's like our kit is good already. We have a lot of options. Now, I do have a slight gripe. First of all, grapple, but that gets better on the PTR. Secondly, I personally would vote for Vengeance instead of the third hit being a stun. The third hit being off balance. The same CC that the Rogue has that roots them and stops them from rotating. Because right now, all of our CCs are trips or stuns, and those are in the same, like, bucket for the CC lockouts themselves. So, as a result, we're just going absolutely crazy in terms of one type of CC, and it's much less than ideal. Damn, this thing kind of zooms. What the fuck? Hello, Nin. How are ye? Also, trip and stun spam is boring. I mean, I don't mind like trip spam lockouts, but like there's a certain element where it's like I have a good amount of this CC. I can force, you know, very punishing combos on people. I have, you know, 3 trips, so enough for 2 trips, and then you to CC break one of them. But like, as C said, we DR ourselves. Yep, absolutely. We give ourselves diminishing returns. We give ourselves full lockouts on targets. There is a lot that we give ourselves that is kind of like unfortunate for the kit. And sometimes it's not even anything that we can control. Like, there are a lot of trips in the kit that I'm personally fine with. I think the stun on vengeance is probably just the thing that I think is most like, okay, I wish this was a little bit different. And I wish that we had that same route that a rogue has. It's called off balance. It stops you from rotating your character as well. The nice thing about that is I would be able to trip, pulverize, slam, you know, shield assault, ground pound while you're tripped. As you're standing up, I triple vengeance you into that route, and then I go behind you, I get more damage, and then I tomahawk. And then that tomahawk behind you would give you the second trip. So technically it'd just be making tank better, which is why I want it. Be terrifying for you guys to play against. But I think that would be nice to avoid us just like instantly locking ourselves out of playing the game in any capacity. But yeah, C was also correct. Summoner, according to Steven and Maggie, is late September to October deployment. And we're gonna see it on private test realm, of course, like prior to the live deployment over on the, you know, the alpha server. We don't know exactly when. We have not seen it yet. We've seen GMs playing it, but I have not got my grubby mitts on it at this point in time. So I'm gonna try to as soon as I can. Unfortunately, it's not available for us yet, and I have no special perms. So same between rogue and fighter again. I think both of the melee archetypes that are kind of like cooked right now. Okay, cool, we're good. I think we're going to the water. A lot of the melee archetypes that are feeling pretty cooked right now between like rogue, fighter, I think they get substantial buffs with the new movement system in the next phase. People are not just able to immediately fucking skibbity toilet out of any form of gap close that you throw out. Grapple, for instance, works much more consistently on the private test realm than it does over here. Wall is exceedingly impactful. Tank already gets substantial buffs with that too, because we can also just pressure a lot easier. But like, I really do think rogue and fighter most definitely receive some love over there. Oh, we're going like southwest. I wonder what route we're taking up. I think we're going to Jova, they said. So maybe they're trying to get to like the open water. I think I'll be able to catch up. I should have a pretty thoomy caravan, I think, but maybe I'm also the sacrificial lamb. It would make sense. You just slap me on the outside and we're good to go. I've been on the BTR and haven't played alpha in a bit. My keybinds don't do anything. I can't move the screen with the mouse. Oh yeah, go down into your game menu down here, like click on it, game options, and then you have to reset your category. That's from one of the old backend updates that they did a long time ago, that unfortunately forced everybody to reset their interact and all of that stuff. So it'll reset you to default binds and then you'll just go from there. I reset everything. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Fortunately, you didn't miss out on anything there, but honestly, I think it's going to be hard to fill in abilities for tank for level 50. So they've talked about tank a little bit in terms of giving some hints. Now, we are going to have ranks to our abilities. We are also going to have more augments in the future. So ranks, we don't necessarily know how ranks will shape up versus like ability points gained versus total rank available of abilities, whatever you may have in that realm. But ranks will allow us to be a lot more decisive with things. we've heard that there will be more in terms of like the tank tree. It's like vertical basically for like more skills, and then horizontal for more augments. And I think more selectable augments is also within the realm of possibilities. So like you could add ranks, you could add augment options for people, and between that, I think that's probably going to give most people a good amount of choice while avoiding a ton of just like raw bloat. But I do also want more abilities. I want a substantial, you know, change in terms of what people are running. Right now, you're running everything as a tank except for, because nobody's running this stupid fucking knockback. You're running everything except for 5 abilities. And in those 5 abilities, you're probably not going to run Inciting Strikes. Maybe, but I don't really think Inciting Strikes is worth it. Taunt's not worth it for anything PvP except for super small scale. Philgley, hail, and thank you for the hydrate. Oh, shit. I gotta slam it in reverse real quick. Whoopsies. Alright, we're good. All is well. Running van? Yes, indeed. So, there were some fun guys that were out at Squall's End, and I stumbled upon them as I was coming out to re-up my citizenship. Because I don't pay taxes, because fuck the taxes. And I'm coming out here, and I see a couple of them with vans. And I'm like, okay, intriguing. Very intriguing. What is going on here? Unfortunately, it's a lot of their low levels. So it wouldn't have been a very, like, I don't know, crazy fight, so to say. They have a couple of higher levels out here as well, but I guess a lot of their first timers. So I saw the levels of the people that were calling in the vans, and I was like, I'm not gonna hit them. And I was like, you guys have anyone that want a PvP? And they were like, not right now. So I just called in a van with them and said I would run with them. I need a little bit of gold at the end of the day. I'm down to 3 gold. So I loaded this van up with some, you know, some goods and some things, and we're gonna do what we can with it. So hopefully I can make a little bit of shmoolah on the way. Are we thinking the dual classes will unlock at a certain level? 25 will be your secondaries. Excuse me. What in the roadblock is going on here? Excuse me. If you stop the van train, then the van train will get hit. You must keep the high priority targets moving at all times. Oh yeah, you guys just gotta reset those and run. You have 2 giants and you got more. You're going through giant land. The vans will tank the giants, I think. I feel like we just run and reset the giants. Danks knows the play. He's set. Alright, we're cruising now. And we're like going through giant land here, trying not to get giants. We'll hold at the beach and spread out along the coastline. Alright, we got like specific instructions that we gotta follow. So we gotta get the lads to the beach, and then they want us to not deploy the water raft until everybody gets out there. I think they got the memo though. It seems like they're resetting right now. I gotta Tokyo drift this shit around this giant. Any moment could be my last out here, chat. Okay, we're good. Playing this shit like a roguelike out here now. We're up tremendous. Kinda want people to have mostly the same core abilities, and then augments and archetype augments be the twist to each person. So what do you mean by like the same core abilities, see? And then have augments and archetype augments be the twist. Because to a certain extent, I mean, the stamina tree does, or the stamina system does give everybody that similarity. And then the melee ranged, like, dual weapon system, so to say, I feel like also does play into that a little bit, that common ground between every player with those variances that they can play into. And then your secondary choice, personally, I think is going to be more of a playstyle expression than primary choice. I think a lot of tanks play tank because they want to tank, right? but a specialization is going to be decisively fine-tuned to complement something with somebody's playstyle or personal goals. And I think that's where we're going to see a whole lot of expression. And expression is great in my opinion. You'd see Mage Rogue and wonder if he's running a burst combo or a poke and annoy. Yeah, absolutely. Well, so that's the same thing. As soon as ranks come in, you're gonna see a tank and you're gonna be like, oh, is this person the brick wall, all HP, all mitigation tank? Are they putting all their points into intercept and banner and indom? Are they putting their points into wall and grapple to be an initiate? Are they Dusty putting their points into tremoring strike and pulverize and slam and ground pound for more damage? And that's going to be a huge change in the variance. And you will have some form of an indicator, maybe. But, like, from a tank standpoint, if you were to see tank, it's probably going to be more indicative of, like, that brick wall build. If you see tank fighter, tank rogue, probably going to be more indicative of, like, you know, the damage build. I would say, like, tank bard, tank cleric, probably more of the wall initiating supporty build. But you'll be able to discern, like, a little bit eventually what you're potentially fighting against. But I do think the ranks will truly add so much potential, I don't know, variance in player expression to something extremely simple like fighting the same archetype, but different people handling the archetype. You'll have people that gear up for and, like, you know, attribute for 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, pretty much everything. I kind of want it to be less what core abilities are they spec'd into and more what augments do they have on their abilities. Oh, so instead of adding like a ton of like super powerful abilities and letting ability scope creep where like only this tier of abilities are powerful and noticeable, you want it to be these abilities but heavily augmented. So it's like, is Dusty running fully decked out reflect? Like, is he running the bonuses on pulverize? What about grapple? What about this, that, the other, right? Something like that. Yep. No, that absolutely makes sense. And someone had brought up the possibility previously too of like ult type abilities that were going to be more of like a long cooldown, higher impact thing. And I feel like ult economy is something that's so incredibly bad to start like PvP econ around. And like ults can trivialize PvE content because then you have to balance it around the ults. And if people don't have their ults, then they get punished and can't do the content. And then if you have ults in PvP, then everybody just ult econs. They would literally just ult dump, hit or miss, win the fight, or just fully disengage and try to play your life. And I don't necessarily like the whole ult econ in most PvP aspects, if I'm being completely honest. Stronger abilities via ranks? Yes. I would even be a fan of like some core fundamental changes to certain abilities, like upon hitting max rank too. So you better not snipe my spot, you fucking rat. How can I launch this bitch? Is my van fucking this up? Uh-oh. Spin it. Which way? I'm spinning it. I'm fucking spinning it as much as I can. This shit's done like 720s by now. All right, hold on. This is the spot. Okay, we got it. This is it. The best spot in history. Okay, so one thing I've thought with like tanks, for instance, wall, rank 1 wall. Fuck me. I broke it. Rank 1 wall. That wall. Rank 2 wall. Slightly longer, slightly taller, so people can't like disengage over it. Rank 3 wall, even longer, even taller, but also has an element where it's like an augment that you select at rank 3 that is like your wall is electrified and puts a small stun on targets who impact the wall for half a second. Or your wall now, I don't fucking know. There's some dumb bullshit other than that. Basically just more powerful augment choices once you get to that third rank, other than just this gets more of everything that it already has. Skrrr. Oh, we're so drippy. Pizza sauce, hello my friend. Just started Ashes of Creation, welcome in. In global chat yesterday, people were saying the Shoal server resets August 26th or something. Yes, so less like the Shoal server resets, more of a full wipe. So basically, we're at the end of what's called phase 2.5. This was a stress test phase that started back on May 1st that was meant for basically one big global server, bringing everybody over here to check networking, backend stuff, server stability, on top of all their other progress. So we're getting ready for the launch of phase 3 on Pizza Sauce. Thank you for the follow. We're getting ready for the launch of phase 3 on August 26th. And with that, we'll no longer have Tuesday, Wednesday downtime for, you know, our live server, which is Shoal right now. So basically, Shoal is typically down Tuesday, Wednesday. On phase 3 launch, it's no longer down Tuesday, Wednesday. It's up 24/7 other than update times. And then from there, that server is going to be hopefully a very long-term server with no wipes is Intrepid's goal. I have a theory that we'll get other fresh start servers throughout phase 3, but phase 3 is meant to last until the game is feature complete. So with that, they want to have 2 short betas after phase 3 that are measured in weeks. Those are closed betas for the playtesting people. And then from there, the game launches in a good spot, hopefully without a lot of technical debt and hopefully with some good forward progress. So kind of a little forward timeline there, so to say. But yeah, on the 26th, everything will wipe, and then we will have new servers, one for NA, one for EU. In the meantime, if you're kind of like, oh, well, what the hell do I do over here, right? Don't want to grind out too much. In your launcher, every playtester actually has access to the private test realm. The private test realm is visually NDA'd, but it's basically a separate version of the game where they put in changes a bit earlier. So it's like more experimental changes, more likely to bug. But with that, the private test realm currently has the Unreal Engine 5.6 version of the game. This one is on Unreal Engine 5.3, and a lot of the other changes that will be here for the phase 3 launch. So I would highly recommend, as other people in chat probably would as well, spending most of your time on the private test realm itself. The private test realm does wipe frequently though, so just keep that in mind. If you're trying to kind of like have a character living now until the end of August, then I would say maybe stay over here and explore. But the private test realm does also sometimes have a gear vendor that's there that will allow you to buy something that levels your character up, gets you some base gear sets for free. You can just kind of make a character, level it if you so choose. Usually it's level 5, 15, sometimes 25 available there. So right now your character will start at 1, but you can also check out the anvils, which is the new area that's not unlocked over here yet. See what the game looks like and plays like on 5.6, because my god, it's fucking gorgeous compared to this, and I think this is already quite nice looking. And just kind of like see the most forward-looking version of the build that's going to be present for phase 3. So they're constantly adding updates over there too. Just keep in mind the private test realm, if you decide to go over there, it's visually NDA'd, so you can't like stream gameplay directly. I stream the private test realm, but I hide my visuals when I do and basically show a VOD instead. You can talk about what you're doing and everything over there. You just can't like directly share screenshots or anything outside of the NDA channels. But again, it's visual only. Are you going the Mirrorleth way? Oh. I went the wrong way. I'm on my fucking way. I made a mistake. Something terrible happened here. I thought that we were going up the river, but apparently we were going down the river. That's my fault entirely. Entirely my bad. We're on our way back down the river now. But yeah, private test realm gives you the more forward-looking, you know, I guess peak to everything for phase 3, but will wipe more frequently, so it just depends on kind of like what you're tolerant of wipe-wise in between now and then. What wheels are you running? I don't fucking know. Somebody gave me wheels. I think Emu gave me wheels. I think it's Willow. I'm pretty sure I have like green Willow wheels and carriage and then a blue chassis. It's a 3x8. And I do have it fully stocked, so at the very least, I'm gonna get some good money from it. Dusty's lucky he has a van on hand. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Triangle wheels probably. Triangle wheels would be better for water, no? Because they would pick up the water a little bit better. Wouldn't that technically be more efficient for this. Yo, Clyde over on YouTube, when does the game come out? Full launch of Ashes. There's no full, like, target release date. My personal guess is late 2027, early 2028, but anything could happen. Iron wheels or bis? That's a lie. Those would run. Those would rust. Before I got out of the water, we'd be cooked. Super slow on land, but speedy in water. So maybe like a boat. Aren't there also like aquatic bobs that you can get, like aquatic beasts of burden, that are based off aquatic mounts, or am I making that up? Because that would be probably also madly beneficial. They don't work right now, but yes. Boats def slow on land. That's what I'm saying. Slow on land, speedy in water. Different types of boats as well. All slow on land and speedy in water. Maybe some triangle wheels on the bottom of those boats. Not a plan is driving it. I am going to give Planet a speeding ticket next time I see him. That man has been abusing the no clip. I got Flying Dutchman relatively recently. Yes. Yes, indeed. I think mid 2028 to late 2029, 2027, no chance, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it could very well be later than that. I guess it all just depends on how the phase 3 cadence goes, and kind of like how you have that chalked up. Because I think phase 3 is so... Sorry to anybody that has a seizure. Recommend, you know, either 911 or 988, depending on which country you're in, but have fun. Anyways, it depends on like phase 3 cadence and like when you expect that to be shored up. Like, they've said 1+ year for phase 3. I've kind of got it a year and a half-ish to 2. And then if there's no huge delay between P3 and betas, that would mean that there are going to be 2 shorter betas supposedly measured in weeks as of right now. Shouldn't be that long, maybe a couple months collectively. So from that standpoint, if P3 is able to just like churn, and it's a year and a half to 2, then I definitely think that would be like the scenario where we end up seeing 2027. But that's also more of the like ideal, right? That's like if there aren't delays, switch ups, so on and so forth. Anything could be delayed at any point. I'm fully cognizant of that. For me, the good thing is that I'm playing the entire time. Years of P3 is crazy. They plan on having the whole map. Yes, so phase 3 is the rest of the game. Their goal for the end of phase 3 is to have Ashes feature complete. So when they go into the betas, they don't want to have any additive like new content that they're implementing. They just want their content, like their content, to be getting a final coat of paint and polish on everything. So I think that's the biggest thing to keep in mind with P3. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit longer of a, you know, a phase timer, but it's also probably going to be the most rapid content cadence that we've seen in terms of things coming in, being outwardly playable, you know, interactable by us. And not like, oh, here's this networking thing, here's this backend thing that you don't recognize or play through or like, you know, notice or interact with. And so I think it'll be a lot of outward looking content for us. Doesn't mean there won't be wipes. Yeah, Intrepid's goal is no wipes, but I don't necessarily know over the course of like adding levels, adding as much content. Shake and bake, Ricky Bobby, baby. I don't necessarily see in the course of adding quite literally everything else to the game how a wipe or a fresh start would not be necessary. I personally have my money on fresh starts more than an outward wipe, because I think even on a longer term server that's kind of borked, you can still probably get some tester data out of it. But I think fresh start servers allow the people who want to stay on their older characters to stay on their older characters. And then people who do want the most up-to-date information, the most up-to-date experience, they're able... Turning on the boost. That's massive. It does allow them to kind of pop over there. I see new servers before wipes because of pop. That could also happen. Yeah, population could exponentially increase at any point. I mean, virality is a crazy thing to consider for how games explode nowadays. And all it takes is the right streamer coming over and showing the game and it being shown in a good, fun light where the streamer doesn't get stream sniped to shit and they enjoy it. And from there, sky's the limit, right? Once the wave starts, if the wave continues, it spreads crazy and more people get in. That's how a lot of games are succeeding in marketing nowadays. It makes an initial ripple with content creators and like not me level content creators, like far beyond anything I've ever been. And from there, they're like multi-thousand person communities see it, they start playing, it spreads to more people from there and it just blossoms. And that can be massively beneficial, especially considering Intrepid, this isn't finished. They're not dropping marketing dollars on this. Anybody that does come play, it's gonna be organic. So I'm excited, man. There have already been a lot of massive creators that have come over and kind of like put eyes on Ashes, and I'm excited to see where it goes. Also, I'm gonna get food real quick for this run. One second. Good day, are we dead yet? Did I take another wrong turn? Oh god.
Caravan abs is absolutely
Oh no, I did.
S tier.
Uh-oh. Yo, Big Tom. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Strag, how are you, my boy? Someone turned Dusty. Yeah, my bad. I had to heat up some buffalo chicken dip for the ride, and then I also grabbed carrot cake for after the buffalo chicken dip. We left you? No, that's okay. We're balling. Jonas, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're vibing. We're all set. Everyone is safe. There is no decoy. It was just buffalo chicken dip. So, Strag, I was running out to Squalls because I wanted to redo my citizenship out there because I don't pay taxes. And Fungi had a couple of vans that they were calling in, and I was like, oh, vans, maybe I attack them. And then I saw that they were low levels, and I was like, well, maybe I don't attack them. So I was kind of lurking for a minute, seeing if they would get a lot of people. And then Slick Rick came over and was like, yo, we got some of our first timers out here running vans. And I was like, well, I gotta run vans at some point anyways because I gave all of my money away. So I was like, I got my van here. I got my glint here. I got a caravan train here. I got buffalo chicken dip. No better time than now, I guess. So here we are, running a caravan on Shoal, so I can get money specifically to give it away to new players. What a world we've come to. This is basically Mr. Beast's whole, like, if you donate $1, somebody gets water for a year type thing. Except more philanthropic. Strike, what you up to? Are you testing over here or are you on PTR tonight? Also, chat, buffalo chicken dip, W or L? Who here does not like buffalo chicken dip, and why would you want to stand your ground on that? What are your thoughts on augments having the ability to make a skill offensive or defensive? Target your van / raft. So, instead of something like tremoring strikes, where it's like AoE versus single target, also having some that are like offensive or defensive. Because I don't think it apply to like every ability, but like grit. Having grit, oh my god. Having grit give like an augment at level 25 or something, where it's an option to lower the Fizzmit by 10%, but gain X amount Fizz power or something. Tank wall could be necrotic, where it causes a healing debuff to anybody that runs through it. Or it could make a wall of light where it increases movement speed for anybody that goes through it. See, I could also see stuff like that being with, like secondary augments too. Because if you have like the wall of light thing, for example, tank cleric, instead of your wall being a traditional wall, you have the option to keep like the traditional wall, or you have the option to make it be like a healing wall that anybody passes through and gets heals. And then any enemies that pass through get like radiant damage. That could be kind of fire. I like that a lot. Buffalo chicken dip, I'm not sure that I've eaten it yet. Charvo. Easiest buffalo chicken dip ever. Ready? Oh, hi. Good day. Would you like to join? So, you just get cream cheese. I did like a square baking thing. 2 blocks of cream cheese. You put it in the oven a little bit, just so it like softens up so you can mix shit into it. I went to Sam's Club, and I got one of those rotisserie chickens that are like $1 a pound for the rotisserie chicken. Pick all the bones out, of course. Shred up the meat, and then put the meat in, put whatever cheese you want in. I do mozzarella, sharp cheddar, and then we have like a habanero cheddar that I put in as well. And then buffalo sauce, a little bit of ranch to make it a little bit of creamy, a little creamier, and then that's all I do. And then you bake it until it's bubbling. You just go there. Buffalo hurts my tummy, but I wish I could eat it. Buffalo hurts my tummy. I don't think it's buffalo that hurts my tummy. I think it's all the dairy. But a lot of things hurt my tummy, but I eat them anyways. Yo, Beatron, how you doing, my friend? What's up with the large trees? Why are they hard to find? Large trees are high elevation trees, so like I believe Nin said, go closer to the mountains. If you go up this way, it's gonna be a very good large area, but they'll stand out once you see them. So like super tall, skinny trees, they don't have a lot of leaves on the lower parts, and then up on the top they'll have their leaves. But check like high altitude areas for those typically. Yeah, of course, dude. Happy to help. Let me know if you have any other questions too. I'm just nomming and running caravans right now, and my caravan's on autopilot, so I can quite literally just answer any questions that you guys might have. This is, if you guys have very in-depth questions, the single best chance, because I don't have anything else to do. We're just rolling along. I have no idea what cream cheese is supposed to be. Yeah, I don't really know either. Like, is it cheese? What is cream cheese? Cream cheese is a soft, fresh cheese known for its creamy texture and mild, slightly tangy flavor. It's made from milk and cream and is not aged, making it distinct from other soft cheeses like brie. Huh. So it's just like a blend of the milk and other shit specifically to make the base. Goddamn, wait, so this is literally just... Oh no, wait. So this is a little bit of chicken, a lot of buffalo sauce, a little bit of ranch, and then just pounds of cheese. Wait, is buffalo chicken dip actually kind of disgusting? Knowing that that's all just real cheese? Sounds American. Yeah, that just kind of hit as I'm making another one. Oh, fuck yeah. That shit's real good. Kimpman over on YouTube. What's your favorite part of the game? The community aspect for me personally. I think Ashes is a game that presents a lot of opportunity for user-generated content through friendships, negative relations, whatever it may be. I think Ashes is a game that thrives in terms of its gameplay loop availability to players and the content available to players. When you're a part of a community that doesn't just have one goal to, like, you know, be this, be that, but really wants to embrace the entirety of the PvX together. So I like that Ashes, personally, very simply, at its core, is all about the massive multiplayer element of MMOs once again. A lot of MMOs have gotten very far away from that. The last MMO that I was playing, quite literally rebranded as an ARPG. And it makes me sad. Makes me very sad. Just want to fish like an arcade and donate money to Dusty Mafia Guild? Yo, that's what we need. We need all... Oh my god, we need all the money laundered, say. I just choked on my buffalo chicken dip. How hard will it be to be a sovereign guild with junior nodes attached to them? Depends. Cause like... That was an OnlyFans gag. That was 3 chickens coming for me all at once. We're not clipping that for a sound redeem. We are not clipping that for a sound redeem. This is what I get for eating on stream. Fuck, man. This is why I don't eat on stream. I try to eat on stream to yap to you guys once. I fucking choke on some buff chicky dip, and now I'm gonna have a fucking throat goat rep. That is not how that works. But send it through to Carla and see if she approves it. That is not how that works. That is an exclamation command. So I mean, you could link to that clip, actually. But the sound redeem, I don't know. You'll have to play that through Carla. She supposedly has a folder of sound redeems ready to go. I don't want that one. I don't know if I want that one. Okay. So basically, if you want to be a sovereign node, you can race to tier 4 if you really do want to. Tier 4 is going to be the highest node that we have access to for right now. And at tier 4, you are a sovereign to 2 tier 3 nodes, and a tier 3 node is a sovereign to 1 tier 2 node. So, it's basically like 1, 2, 2. And then I don't know how many a T5 is going to have for T4s. I don't know if it's 2 or whatever. Anyways, would it be a sound gag clip for 20 bucks? Shit. 20 bucks, 20 bucks. Yeah, I'll have Carla add it through for that. I have no objection. I'd pay 20 to hear that. Exclamation donate shit. If you want to throw 20 bucks, I'll upload that shit by the end of the night. You gotta send it to Carla so she can get it for it, but paid $20 for a sound gag IRL, no clip needed. Yeah? Who did you go to for it? I'm curious where your clientele is right now. Cause something tells me you were paying to create it, not to hear it. At least 3 tier 5s? Yeah, I don't know what T5 to T4 will have. Either way, in terms of being a sovereign, it's going to be a race to tier 4, and if you can't win the race to tier 4, race to tier 3. Part of it is also going to be slightly tied to RNG. So there is a super secret algorithm that uses magic and measurement to determine the best value node for each node at the time of vassaling being assigned. So when a sovereign is established, it will pick its vassals according to the algorithm, not through anything that the actual players do. So vassaling is something that you'll have to play around pretty dynamically. And it's very beneficial to coordinate with other guilds and other communities that are in your biome to coordinate, okay, if you do end up as our vassal, is that something you guys would be down with? Is that something you guys want to do? Here's how it would work. Here's the mutual benefit of us working together, blah, 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 blah. Because there is a massive benefit to actually coordinating with your vassals. So that way, your entire biome has access to everything. Yo, Skog! Thank you for the 5 months, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. Genuinely, it's massive to get all of that up. And if you don't work with your biome, it just won't be a good coordination level. You'll be slow on everything. Yo, cheers to you, Skog. I'll be my wall, dude. I have a buddy that almost vomits to the sound of vomit and gagging. Oh yeah, that shit gross. But I just got choked. It wasn't even that bad. It just, the chicky dip started to penetrate me a little deeper than I was ready for. Because I was still mid-yap. The Yapatron was still engaged. And when the Yapatron is in motion, I can't have shit being shoved down my throat. It's a little bit of a conflict of interest, so to say. And the yap does not stop. Tell that to clip being sent to Carla as we speak. I'm gonna pirate software that shit. I have the ultimate power. I will nuke that shit. My mana what? I have no mana. How am I gonna use something if I don't have any mana? I choose Blink. Carla's guild leader? Carla is currently trying to break out a silver on Valorant. Carla helps with admin stuff, but she also has been on hiatus so she doesn't burn out. But she basically helps with a lot of the admin stuff, organization stuff. We have a lot of people who kind of compromise a council, so to say. And we have a very shared responsibility system for Cat's leadership. We all collectively kind of play our roles. My role is sitting here yapping and recruiting. Exclamation guild. Somebody join the Discord today so I don't get fired. You guys gotta watch zombie streams if I get fired. Togly! The 20! Brother, I appreciate you.
Fugly, $20, gag sound redeem smile, gag sound redeem smile.
What a world we live in. What a world we live in. How long are we going with the framing of it? Is it literally just like the quick like 0.5 second like hot Tua? Cause like that's fine. That's up to y'all now. You guys have to like fucking sort this out among yourselves. Loop that shit. Someone paying a 20 bomb of you gagging is kind of OnlyFans-ish, not gonna lie. I approved it. Now, what if I told you that Thogli is also the leader of a domestic terrorist organization named Dunehold? So basically, each like divine race, there are 4 divine races, your orcs, your elves, your humans, your dwarves, has 2 different races within the divine races based on the lore. So in the Riverlands, you have your humans at the divine gate here, and then they go to the Kalar up in the Riverlands, and your Valoon down in the desert. Your dwarves, they spawn in Mount Dune, and then the Dunes and Kel go up to the Dunes and Kel mountain range, and then Akua go to the tropics down here. Now, Thogli runs a community named Dunehold, and Dunehold is Dunir only. If you're not Dunehold, you're not getting into the party. And a lot of people say, oh wow, that's amazing, that's RP, they're so cute, look at them when they all walk town to town together and march through the streets. We've seen this before, and history ignored it before, and look where it got us. I will not let history ignore it again. Dunehold is a domestic terrorist organization and must be marketed as such. They will not even allow their Nakuan brothers to join their community. They point their hands out only to hit stone. Only to hit stone. The only difference between Twitch streaming and OnlyFans is that Dusty keeps his pants on. Who said I had pants on right now? I don't think you guys have seen below my waist once this entire stream. If I'm being completely honest. How do you guys know I have legs? You guys haven't met me IRL. Some of you have. But those of you that haven't met me IRL, what if the 6'5" is cap and I used to be 6'5" before, like, you know, the great chainsaw accident of like 2024? I want you rise and go get buffalo wings. It's buffalo chicken dip, you fucking swine. Put some respect on his name. Buffalo chicken dip, not buffalo wings. I'm just putting that out there. Carly gave us a good behind the scenes photo. That is true. That is true. Did I have shoes on in that picture? You guys couldn't see my toes, could you? RP is Thogli's disowned Nikuan cousin. Yo, wait. The anti-Thogli, like, RPer would be insanity. Like, saying that they were a part of the, like, the Dunehold throne, and that Thogli had them cast out of the family throne of Dunehold, only to take it over and stop the inclusiveness of their Nikuan brothers and make it exclusively the Dunehold. Sorry, the Dunir. And his family would not be proud, but his family was lost. Thogli, what's your lore? Honey garlic wings are better. Gingery and hickory barbecue wings. Barbecue wings can go hard. Surely you guys are talking about bone-in wings, correct? And not large popcorn chicken? Surely? Quick, do I go watch the Timbers soccer game or no? What the fuck is a Timbers? And why would you want to watch a soccer game? I feel like I would rather watch YouTube videos and take bong rips on my porch than go watch a professional soccer game. If I'm just being upfront. That's my preference. We do PvP nights frequently. Feel free to come by for reps every Friday at 7 p.m. EST. I'm recruiting for the PvP nights, Drag. I'm doing everything I can. The MLS team here, it's free booze for me and it's some tournament game. Do you like drinking? If watching people not successfully complete the one objective of the game and score goals for a couple hours is not a deterrent, then it's free booze. Prior military, good at drinking? What branch? I'll fist fight someone over honey garlic wings. I don't know if I've ever had good honey garlic wings. Army? Oh, yes, you just drink like a motherfucker. Yeah, that makes sense. Thought I showed you my character sheet. I don't think you have. Wait. Oh, this is massive. Does everybody in Dunehold have one of these? Wait, what? This is kind of sick. So, like, what is a honey garlic wing? I know it's probably just honey and garlic, but that doesn't sound like it would taste like much. It just tastes like it'd be sweet, right? But yeah, I mean, free booze, if you're trying to get the free booze out of it, does sound like a good deal. Like, that sounds like something that sounds, you know, really beneficial. Cheaper than paying for booze. And if you don't have anything else to do with your night, maybe there's a fight, like in the crowd, because nothing exciting ever happens during soccer games, but there's a lot that you could root for. I would say free drink, probably a pretty solid deal though. Is someone just like, I have tickets, I'll come scoop? Or are playoff MLS games just free to enter? They're playing a team from Mexico, USA versus Mexico tournament? Oh, wait, you didn't say that. That's hype as fuck. Wait. Yeah, so that's actually hype as shit. Okay. Because the Mexican fans will be going insano style. Nobody in America cares about soccer. But like, if there's a Mexican team playing, their fans will be going hard as shit. Yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be like a hockey game for us. Where everyone just like goes completely degen. I don't know the players and the staff for the Timbers, so I get free tickets basically whenever I want. Are you soccer man or something? That makes sense. Free tickets are nice. Wait, so how free booze? So it's free tickets and free booze? Do you know the bartender too? I always say, I'd rather have a guy for everything than be the guy for everything. Some people want to be the guy. Some people want to have a network of guys. Booze is included just in the ticket? Does every MLS ticket just include beer? I had a full ride to Oregon State for soccer. Then I got bored and joined the military after freshman year because I wanted money. Getting tens of thousands of dollars a year as a full ride scholarship comped. Joins military for Dodge Charger. Didn't this one lose you money? You seem to be doing great for yourself now, but like, didn't this one like in the moment cost more than this one, which was like staying? Also, I'm eating carrot cake again. Chat, are we gonna have this debate about warm carrot cake versus cold carrot cake once again? The American dream, a Dodge Charger, and an anger issue. Who likes carrot cake? Carrot cake goes fucking hard. What do you mean? I did some cool shit in the army. That's fun. And I mean, it seems like you exist now, so that's good. Didn't go down the route of like Fent when you came back, so congrats. Made it out. I have a lot of military in my family. Some of them also made it out. Couple of them did not make it out. Couple of them did Fent when they're back. My uncle's dead now of an overdose, so. Don't do Fent, kids. Literally told the recruiter I want to jump out of planes and blow stuff up, so he got me a contract for 3rd Ranger Battalion. So you gotta jump out of planes and blow stuff up? That sounds kind of fucking fun. Although I'm scared of heights. And I feel as though if I was blowing stuff up, I would miss and blow something else up adjacent. And I feel as though that would not be the goal. I don't necessarily think that blowing things up is incredibly forgiving. It's like, oh no, I wiped the group because I fucked up. Haha, let's all run back. We're down some glint. If I jumped out of a plane and blew the wrong thing up, I'd be fucked. I'd be A, scared as hell because I'm jumping out of a fucking plane for some reason, which is not a good play if you're me. I'm very terrified of heights. If I'm jumping out of a plane, there's a good reason for it. I had a fun time. My dad was in the Marines, a lot of Marines in my family. My dad was a sniper. I don't know like too much about all of the, you know, everything that he did, but he was over in Beirut and talks about it a little bit, doesn't talk about it a ton. I don't pry too much, but he says that he did some fun shit and then did much less fun shit as well. So I can only imagine that he's got some shit. Your dad's Gibbs. My dad is very like, I don't know, kind of Gibbs-esque, but picture Gibbs as like a main country guy that's always like in the fucking woods, just fixing everything, doing everything. Like, I went up to my parents because we were having a yard sale today with like my mom, my gram, my shit. And my dad they have like land that goes up into the woods and shit. And there were trees that fell over because they had a massive storm that came in recently. And so my dad was like up cutting wood and shit. And I went to show Carlo like the land on the 4-wheeler. And we found him up there and he goes, oh good, I got some brush for you to haul out for me real quick. And so we ended up like a fucking hour and a half up there helping him haul out brush from the trees that fell. So he's also a pretty good salesman. He doesn't ask you to help, he just tells you that you're fucking helping now. He's real smooth with it. I literally went up and he's just like, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm just showing Carlo around, and he goes, oh cool, here, grab some brush. And I'm like, no, that's fine. It's fucking fine. Perfectly okay. He's like, I got some gloves in the tractor if you need them. And I'm like, oh, all right, whatever, bet. And then the bugs were bad and he's like, oh, I got bug spray. It's fucking horrendous. Woods instead of basement. Yeah, they don't, my dad didn't have a basement. We grew up in a trailer. Our house was on wheels. Boat mode? This is raft mode. This is tiny boat. Baby boat, do, baby boat. I should leave. Baby boat mode. I had a trailer in Kentucky, they lit low key. Yeah, like worst case scenario, say there's like an impending, like, I don't know, fucking sinkhole warning right where your trailer is. Absolute worst case scenario, you just slap the tow hitch on that hoe and just drag it away. Skirt! Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bro, when I was in school, my friends would always joke around that they were gonna hook up to my house in the middle of the night and pull it away. And I was like, dog, I don't know if that's actually a terroristic threat or if you're joking, but that is entirely possible. Please don't steal my house. Like, they could actually do fucking Grand Theft Auto on my shit, man. Topanga had breast cancer. There goes my childhood crush. Wait, what do you mean? Topanga had breast cancer or has breast cancer? And doesn't breast cancer not always kill? I feel as though with millions of dollars, there's a good chance of survival. I don't know how her shit is. Celebs dropping like crazy though. Bad time to be famous right now with all the celebrity deaths. I will say I'm glad we're laying under the radar on this end of things. Whole lot of motherfuckers dying. I feel like they went after some not famous people for a while, and now they're kind of going back to like the top of the food chain with some A-listers and B-listers. So I'm pretty happy we're on this side of things. Poor and irrelevant. As Zine said, worst time to be rich and famous. Yup. Celebrities really hate to see a regularly scheduled doctor's appointment coming right now. Let me tell you that much. But I hope everything's good. What do I want to make a friend that lives in a trailer home just to steal it? I mean, honestly, you know what, Nin? As someone who used to get bullied all the time for living in a trailer and being poor, you go make a trailer friend. It's not an easy road, but give thanks to the road. The road is the reason why my house can get stolen at any moment. What the fuck do you mean? Well, I'm in an apartment now. You'd have to work harder for that. But like, nah, genuinely, that was a fear of mine, dog. Because I always wondered too, if somebody stole my house, what would I do? Like if I was in it. It's not like I could jump out. It's not like some action movie where I can just open the front door and then shimmy my way around. The deck isn't attached to the house. Like, it just sits next to it. I can't just fucking Karate Kid my way out of that shit. Do you understand how comical it would be going home to an empty plot? I feel like that'd be quite terrible. Like, maybe comical if you were, like, going to your friend's house that lived in a trailer, and you're like, bro, your house is gone. But, like, if that was my house, like, I live in a trailer in the first place. We're not rich enough to afford another fucking house. What do you mean? We're cooked at that point. Like, I'm fucking homeless. Well, already homeless if there's a swift wind. Like, the deck and shit's still there. Just like the trailer got up and left. I mean, if it didn't happen to me, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. You make that shit happen to me, way less than 10 out of 10. Like, cause hear me out. The part of me that's like, oh yeah, that'd be funny, is also remembering the absolute fury and rage that I felt when someone stole my bong. And I was like, going out to smoke my morning smoke, and I always have my glass to the right of my chair on my porch, right? And I'd left the porch unlocked that night, I guess, or something. But basically, I always leave my glass to the right of my chair because I usually sit down, smoke a bowl of ski in the night. And I went out one morning, and I was like, wonderful morning to smoke a bowl. And I sit in my chair and I go to reach down beside me. And I like hit air. You ever reach for something and there's just air instead? And you're like kind of waving your hand around and you're like, oh, must be here somewhere. It wasn't. And so I'm like, oh, maybe fried Dusty last night, brought the bong inside and cleaned it for sober Dusty this morning, right? I look inside and the bong was not on the inside. And I'm like, okay, well, this is slightly concerning now. And so I go back out. And I'm like, all right. We find the weed. And I usually keep my weed on a little box. And the weed was mostly gone. Mostly. Except for like one little nuggie, basically. I had a couple different bags that had about an ounce a piece in them. And those were yoinked. And then I had a bag that had a couple of grams left in it. That one was left very graciously. They took my bong. They took a couple ounces. They left me a couple grams and my little hand bowl that I still have to this day. And it was the first piece of weed-related glass that I ever acquired in my life. And I still have it. I sat down. And I smoked the angriest bowl that I've ever smoked. It was a fury-laden bowl. I was ripping that thing like it owed me money. It was awful. Awful. Gonna walk down the Detroit trailer park and just wave at some people, then leave a Hot Wheel trailer on the ground like it's shrunk. You're not, Zine, you're not stealing somebody's trailer. Say it with me. I will not steal people's trailers from the trailer park. Please. Can't have shit in Detroit. And you're not gonna, to make it through the jungle, you're gonna have to sweat. DJ Khaled, stop. DJ Khaled, do not encourage Zine to steal people's fucking trailers. So I got all my trailers? How many trailers do you have? Are you in real estate? I mean, so I guess the key is to have every key. More doors, more keys, more trailers, more doors. Jesus fucking Christ. It's sentient. This is quite possibly the real DJ Khaled responding to every inquiry. This is absurd. This is insane. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. These are the most like accurate conversational exclamation keys we've ever seen consistently. I'll attempt to steal a trailer the second I get the chance. Jet ski and wind noises. So is this telling me that you have to infiltrate through a jet ski? Do you have to find a trailer park that's on the water? That's no bueno. Me post trailer theft. After you sold your trailer for a jet ski and a massive boat, so you take the jet ski inland to get your groceries and stuff for the day, bring it out to your boat, and then you live life on your boat. It's rough, boys. It's rough. No, not another trailer. We're not stealing another trailer. No, 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 no. DJ Khaled, in a playful twist, spotted an unattended trailer while on his boat. Channeling his signature confidence, he jokingly claimed it was another one and playfully loaded it up, creating a lighthearted scene of unexpected mischief on the water. I love how it reiterates that he jokingly and playfully stole their shit. Another one. I cannot believe that. Everything is sentient. Everything is constantly... It even corrected you on the misspelling scene. I want you to know. Because you said, like, Khalid. Like, the one that's, like, not DJ Khaled. And it still corrected you. It knew that you wanted DJ Khaled. Yeah, you said that one. Exactly. That was the DJ Khaled that you said. Am I tripping, or is there a massive waterfall here that we're not going to be able to get around? Should we, like, go through here and then hit the bridge? Or is there, like, an uppie here? Because I think this is all just rock, right? Oh, maybe we go here. Okay, I found our landing area. I don't think we're gonna want to go that hard to the shore. Maybe. Is there a movement buff over on the shore over here? Oi. Oi. Wait, yeah, no stealing trailers, guys. Please, no stealing trailers. So many vans? Yeah, there are a couple of vans. There are a couple of vans. And to think, I came over to Squall's End with the intent to up my citizenship and nothing else. I've been needing to run vans for a minute. I got a whole lot of glint. And I'm ready to use it. I feel like I should just go up to the tropics. My homie from Oklahoma came to Michigan for the first time in 2 years. You could show him how cool Ashes of Creation is. I'm just saying. Just be like, yo, bro, welcome in. Dap him up and be like, here, I pulled you up a chair. Check this shit out. And then lock in. He's at college on scholarship for CSGO. But is he good at CSGO? Source, worked in collegiate esports, and I know a lot of motherfuckers that just handed out scholarships to people to boost numbers. I bet he's nice, though. You can show him how easy it is to steal a trailer. So, like, the trick is to find one that still has the triangle hitch at the front. Because once that's off, it becomes tough. You also want to make sure that you can see underneath to make sure that it's not up on blocks. Because if it's up on blocks, wheels won't be on. If you can find one with wheels, it's going to be your best target. Just Kia boys that shit. Maybe we can take a boat to a random piece of land and then tell the locals it's ours now? A boat or a trailer? I mean, because I'm sure if you had a trailer, you could eminent domain that shit. Zine, can you imagine? Back in the days before, like, verifiable documents and, like, internet records and stuff, I could just go somewhere, like, very far away, right? I could go to, like, I don't know, Zimbabwe. And I could be like, yes, it's me, Barack Obama, former president of the United States. And they'd be like, oh my God, Mr. Obama, amazing to meet you. Like, in the year, like, 7, before the internet, before they could just Google shit and be like, what did Obama look like? Can you imagine how many people just went to like a fucking kingdom, right? And they were like, yes, I am Prince Hangycock from Kingdom here to fuck your daughter. I am looking for a princess to wed because I am from the richest and most powerful kingdom that you haven't heard of yet. Or even one right next door that they did hear of. Like, say I'm just from like fucking Dustopia that's right next door, but I'm just a fucking commoner. I could just go over there and be like, yeah, I'm royalty over in Dustopia. Everybody really loves me over there. I'm super rich and famous. It's fucking absurd. That's why jesters were so lit. I feel like jesters were the only real motherfuckers that there were. I feel like they kept it a buck through all the jokes. Literally just say a few jokes and dress up fire. Yeah, but then you have the whole element of if your jokes aren't funny, you get fucking murdered. So like right now, if your jokes aren't funny, you just have 0 viewers. But, you know, back in the day, there was a little bit more riding on it. Now, murdered, having to get a real job again. Which one's worse? I know how I'd want my streaming career to end if I had a choice. And it's most definitely not with Indeed streams. Mars and I watched a thing about history of jesters. Motherfucker been trying to research his ancestors and learn the true background of clown shit. Literal Twitch streamers of the Dark Ages? Are they the Twitch streamers or are they the stand-up comedians? Cause like, I guess the jesters are just the ones that made it. Like the jesters are like the successful Twitch streamers, I guess. Cause the ones that didn't make it are just quite literally fucking dead. Or they just got kicked out and like excommunicated and, well, honestly, even the good jesters are dead now. Everyone from that era is probably dead. I don't know if there's anybody from like the jester medieval castle era that's still alive. I'm gonna go on a limb and say everybody's dead, even if they were good jesters at this point. But the bad jesters didn't even get a chance to be a jester. They just fucking died. They got cooked. Oh wait. We're waiting on the rest over here. I'll scout it at the top of this. Oh, what the fuck? Who this? Okay. Jesters were also just really well-spoken people too. Yeah, I mean, I feel like back in the day, if you could read, then you probably had an advantage. I also feel like you have an advantage right now if you can read. A lot of motherfuckers still can't read. Basic math, logic, wearing deodorant daily. A lot of those things are just gone. The medieval age ended with the discovery of the Americas and the fall of Constantinople. So why didn't they just build castles in America? They just decided they no longer needed castles? I've always kind of wondered that. Cannons. Yeah. Yeah, that also makes sense. But like, so instead of trying to build a fortress, they just like said, fuck it, I'll take the cannon to the chest? Like what? Medieval castles suck against cannons. So what's bis against cannons? Like what goes hard against cannons? Because cannons seems like a pretty crazy meta. Is that where airplanes came into play? Dwarves. Forts are quite good against cannons. So like, what's the difference between a fort and a castle? Like, we have forts up here, and I guess they're just like, they're made out of wood to start. I don't know if that adds any indicator or any like, I guess like holding on anything. But I feel like forts are just like smaller castles. Logistics are good against cannons. Also, did anybody think to try one really big baseball glove? I feel like the art of war is one that could have been resolved by Rawlings pretty early on. Maybe that's why cannons aren't the play anymore, because baseball's come so far. It's televised now, so everybody's kind of like used to it. People catch foul balls regularly. I feel as though if the grenade was shaped around the size and weight of a baseball originally, that if we gave US soldiers baseball gloves, it would truly help celebrate the great American pastime of baseballing. All right, I think we're good. I think we have mostly everyone. Yes, mostly everybody is here. We're up tremendous. Do we just go all the way through the tropics? Or do we just end it here? Because I think they're only going to Jova. I kind of want to get the most bang for the buck here. And just keep it going through. Because we could just get out here. Zop's already out in the Opics. Yup. Yeah, I might go out there. Zop, are you going out to Brine Barrel for the extra 100% or nah? It's 25 versus 2400% out there. I also think they become worse with better cannons. Firearms are also the answer why nobody wore steel plates after a certain point. They just didn't matter. Were steel plates good against cannons? I feel like... Did cannons come before firearms? And then they just kind of like shrunk the cannon into a handheld version? Special steel armor was quite good against early firearms. Bro, it must have been scary as fuck. You go to war, you're told that you've got like the latest and greatest in like people dispersing technology. And they're just like, behold the blunderbuss. The handheld cannon this thing used to take down city walls, now you're using it to take down a man. And then you go to shoot somebody with it, and it's like, ting, off of their chest, and they just run at you with a battle axe and cut your head off. All because you were told that your blunder blaster had a little bit more power to it. The Osman Empire used cannons quite early, for example. Old sieges also used to last hella long, right? Because you couldn't just like sprint in with a blicky and then spin the block. Like, you had to like wheel up cannons like it was a fucking stage setting. So I'm sure it was kind of like imposing. But also, I wonder why Maybe people were just too bitch-made to push out and play respawns. But why didn't people just push outside of the castle walls more while people were still getting set up, like before the cannons were spun up and shit? Because I feel like they tried. Interesting. I feel like it wasn't primarily meta. We shoot a Trojan horse but make a real caravan and pull up in Intrepid Studios. What? And then what do we do when we're in the studio? What's the goal at that point? Is there a goal? What are we trying to accomplish? We just give it to him. The caravan, or like it? Cause like a couple of them got some knuckle sandwiches on the way. Whoever Orphan is, they got a trip coming their way when I see them. I don't know which GM that was, but they nuked me and all I wanted was 20 extra animal fat. Fucking libel and slander, dog. Absolute tragedy, if I do say so myself. Unreasonable, just disgusting. Make a real cat's war deck and leave it on the door, and then kick the door down. Come back in and they're just like, why, what happened to the door? We've been robbed. And then they just see a war deck sitting on Steven's desk. I feel as though they would not like that. Dusty getting nuked by GMs is just a normal part of life. Do you think that I've died more to GMs than any other individual player at this point? I feel like it's gotta be very fucking close. I die a lot to GMs. Paxius, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. If you ever want to be totally confused about a period of warfare, read about the 30 Years' War. It's a complete clusterfuck. 30 years? How does nobody catch a dub in 30 years? What do you mean? No, that's actually insane. Huh. I guess just Omega stalemate where nobody would push out. Everybody's just playing lives like crazy. I feel like the craziest thing that people don't talk about from like very old warfare is that everybody just fucked each other. I think that's the wildest thing. Like, if you had like a soldier that you were vibing with, guys were probably just steaming hams in between the battles. It was lonely out there. You guys probably had a lot going on. There wasn't social media. You weren't getting posted on Twitter, especially the Greek philosophers. Oh yeah, orgy at the bathhouse. No girls invited. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like that is something that many people choose to ignore. Everybody wants to glorify the gladiators until they find out that the gladiators kiss their homies goodnight, and then they're like, ew, the gladiator. Brother, just kiss your homies goodnight. Be a fucking gladiator. If you want to learn from the Romans, you want to learn from the Spartans, the 300. Brother, the body count of all of those men was probably 299. I'm just putting that out there for you. And they were some of the fiercest warriors ever. Got movies about them. People remember them fiercely. That and the smells. Oh, the smells of post-war celebration orgy must have been awful. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, no, I get sweaty enough in like my 3-minute romp after a stream. Like, can you imagine? Yeah, that'd be awful. Although, what if first Guild War, we all just go to the bathhouse after? What if that's the play? Did you know it was ritual for the teachers to ditty them? No, I did not. And I'm glad there have been some regulations put into place to prevent that. Some people seemingly miss those regulations, though. But I'm glad that they got mostly sorted out, man. That is a less than ideal set of circumstances. Slept Steven with the glove. Bro, I'll challenge Dwarf to a duel at TwitchCon. I don't know who from Intrepid's actually going to TwitchCon this year, but I have received confirmation that Dwarf plans to come through. And we must not let him leave. Until Ash is launched. Don't straight face me. Wait, what do you... Thogly, would you not duel Planendorf at TwitchCon? Would you back down from an honor duel? Because low-key, Carla and I were like, what if we got enough people that we could organize like a LARP thing? Like, we just go to a big-ass field and get like a bunch of like fucking prop weapons made and shit and then just LARP at TwitchCon? That would go so fucking hard. I'm throwing that out there. And we would have the advantages because like, if you were on my team, I could pick you up and throw you at people. I don't know how like densely packed you are as a dwarf, but like, I feel like the height difference, I could probably get a good like, a good lift. I would clap you in a sword fight. I feel as though... Now keep in mind, I'm no expert swordsman. I don't claim to be a regular fucking duelist. But I have a 6'8" wingspan. I feel as though Zine would still be, or not even Zine, Nin, Zine was gonna get the smoke there. I feel like Nin would still be in the WWE like stage entrance, and then I would just reach across and like poke, and then done, and then I win. I feel like I'd be a nasty fencer. I actually watch a lot of fencing clips. I don't know why, but fencing is like modern day sword fighting that's actually allowed. Let's go fencing. Fencing gotta be sick. What do you mean? Like fencing streams and shit? Ain't nobody putting it on like that. We can do like a fencing goal too. I know a fencer here that said we can go anytime. A fencer where? In Detroit? I'm not going to Detroit. Where? Yeah, no, I'm not going to Michigan. We can go to San Diego one. Yeah, that sounds a little better. I'm not going to Detroit. I'm more worried about getting kidnapped and sold for money in Detroit than I am in Mexico if I go with Carla. I used to fence. Did you stop because you were bad or because you were so good you ran out of competition? Because those are the only two reasons that somebody stops doing something. You're either so bad at it that you have to stop and do something else, or you're so good at it that there's nobody to compete against, so you run out of things to do. Poor. Fair. Is fencing a rich person sport? I don't really know too much of the back end. I definitely feel like it'd be richer, but I feel like it'd be less rich than golf. But I mean, golf for school signups just meant we got to play like free golf, which is nice. Fencing in Detroit is just people dying. Poor fencing is just knife fights. It's one of the cliche rich people sports. Really? Why? Don't you just need to get a sword and then like an anti-stabby suit? I feel like you just... I played hella tennis, that's my rich people story. Tennis isn't even that rich. You can get a tennis racket for like 20 bucks and then a fucking pack of balls that'll last you a while. I played golf and tennis in high school while I lived in a trailer. And it was cool because the golf team got free golf practice and the tennis team used the tennis courts. You ain't gotta be rich. It's knifing people for crack rocks. Oh no. That is the IRL PvP though. I feel like certain cities are actually just lawless zones. I did want to go into the Vegas tunnels when I was in Vegas, because apparently that's actually a lawless zone. We did not go to the Vegas tunnels when I was in Vegas. I guess that shit is just not safe. Let's find a LARP tourney. That's what the original plan was. That's what I was saying. LARPing at TwitchCon would go hard as fuck. What is a rich people? What, like, what? Why is fencing a rich people sport? Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Fencing is expensive. Beyond coaching, equipment, and club fees, fencers must often travel like a tennis pro to compete in the top tournaments. Okay. So it's just because nobody is there, like, actually fencing? So you have to go further to fence? Is it just the travel? Huh. Coaching and club fees. So it's highly privatized. Yo, what up, Gary? How you doing, my friend? Just found out I gotta work on my birthday. Yo, I mean, maybe they'll buy you a birthday cake or something. It could be fucking lit. The gear is probably also just expensive. Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe, like, getting a sword is a little bit expensive. I don't really know. Is it a foil or something? Don't they have different types of swords? Because there's, like, a foil and then there's, like, a rapier or some shit like that. How's your night? It's chill, dude. It's chill. I'm running a caravan right now. I know you guys probably never thought you'd see that shit. But, taking a caravan all the way from Squall's End, all the way out to the Turquoise Sea trading post. And when we get out there, I'm going to get some shmoney to then give away to new players, which is going to be wonderful for the culture. Will be absolutely up tremendous. So I'm trying to make it out to the water where I can start a nice straight and narrow, because I gotta pee. So my goal is to hit auto run and then pee, and then we'll be vibing. That will be absolutely wonderful. But I'm hoping birthday work isn't too crazy. We have someone in guild that used to work around the not so great parts of Vegas, and he said he quit because he was tired of seeing bodies all the time. Oh God. Yeah, that's less than ideal. Jesus Christ. When I was in Vegas, it was intriguing. Vegas definitely was not as, like, glitz and glam and tourism and pretty as I thought it was going to be. It was very much like a semi-scary, humbling, humanizing moment more than anything else. It was like the contrast of these crazy expensive casinos and buildings, and then people literally just passed out in the street, and I was like, what a city. Wow. And people wonder why I like living in Maine instead of big cities, dog. Like, I went up and I sat in the grass today and met a lot of nice people. Got to see Skid Row. I've seen videos, and that alone is enough for me to be like, ugh. Yeah, I can only imagine that shit is quite literally like a scene in The Walking Dead. From what I have watched and what I have heard, it most definitely seems as though, definitely seems as though that shit is quite literal human zombies. It's the center of downtown Los Angeles. Gotta love it. I don't know, man. I don't know how people like cities. is cool to visit, like maybe once in a while. I like Boston more than I like a lot of other cities because I guess Boston is a little smaller now. But just like, I don't know. I don't really like cities. I don't really like those crazy populated areas. I like just living in Maine and chilling out here and doing my own thing. It's nice, it's relaxing, it's enjoyable. I love it. Desert around Vegas would be a necromancer's wet dream? Yeah, there are probably some people buried out there and shit. Probably a lot of people that just fuck off outside of the Vegas city limits and quite literally die too. Just go for a walk and then you end up in the desert and you're like, well, I guess I live here forever now. I like not too big cities because a lot of public transportation, you can get a lot of stuff without walking, at least in EU cities. Yeah. Get to a lot of stuff just walking was nice. When we were in Iceland, granted, like, there was not a lot of time that we spent in the city, but, like, Reykjavik was very, like, walker and, I don't know, just, like, small commuter friendly, so to say. My friend lives in the desert of Vegas. That's the only part I've been to. I feel like, isn't Vegas primarily residential out towards the desert? I don't know, flying over Vegas is fucking insane though, because I obviously haven't driven into it. Like, I just flew in, and you go over the mountains, and then you just see this fucking flat nothingness, and then you just see this massive little, like, this massive area pop up out of the nothingness. Just roads materialize, all of it. Kinda cool. Those are for events. So it's around Staples Center, but did venture a little further out. Corla had us trying to venture out in Vegas a lot. And at points I was like, oh yeah, this sounds like a super fun venture out. This sounds absolutely amazing, absolutely wondiferous. And then there were other times where I was like, I want to go back to the hotel as quickly as humanly possible. As fucking fast as we can. Oh, also, the pin message. Ragnar was talking about New World. And I told him that he had to watch his language in here. And he realized the error of his ways a little bit too late. So. Chat, do we know how much gold I'm gonna get for this caravan? Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like a hundo. It won't actually be a full hundo, but 32? Nah, I'm getting way more than 32. Because these guys likely had smaller vans and started in the desert, ended at Jova. So, I mean, I think I'll probably get like 70 plus. Zop will be done his soon. I don't know what Zop had, but I have a full 8x3 full. So that's a lot of commods. When Lake Mead was drying up, there were a fair amount of human remains. Yeah, fuck it. Just throw that shit in the river. It's fine. It's fine. I've watched enough murder mystery thingies to know that most murders don't get solved anyways. So, that's why I'm on stream all the time. If an op ever wants to get me, they're gonna have to do it where this shit can get verified and solved. They're gonna have to fucking deal with that on their end. If I'm going out begging for primes. There's nothing they're gonna do to fucking stop me. Just tossed out a number. I've never ran a van. You've never run a van? Has my libel and slander of vans worn off, like rubbed off on you that hard? Going out with clips? Oh yeah, live stream fails. Streamer quite literally dies. Yeah, that'd go hard. And then some random Hassan quote would outshine it for the front page. But, no, this is life. We do what we can. Two certainties in life and death. Well, two certainties in life. Death and a political streamer will always have the more popular content. It's just what we gotta do. Taxes? Nah, fuck taxes. You only have to pay taxes if you're not friends with an accountant. But once you're friends with the right accountant, taxes go out the window as well. Also, chat, I'm looking for a couple accountants to work with this year. My last one is in jail currently. So, As we approach the, the upcoming 2026 tax season, I am taking offers. Must be in a non-US territory, but familiar with US tax laws. Cuba is not acceptable. We found that out the hard way last time. Must be in Sweden. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Yeah, Sweden, Russia is okay. China as well. Ni hao. Yes, there are options, but we're running out of some of those options. We've exhausted a lot of accountants. I think Germany also does not expedite. All right, well, Guten Tag, Bratwurst, Beerfest, Das Boot. The Germans will be here in no time. They shall come out in droves. Put in a coin and rug pull, 10x up. Bro, honestly, like, why not? Like, what if I just crypto scam like 5 people, right? Like, what if it's not even like that many people? You know, what, is it really my fault for scamming them, or is it their fault for getting crypto scammed in the first place? FaZe Banks 2025. Allegedly. Sorry, he's not FaZe Banks anymore. He's just Banks because he is no longer associated with FaZe because of the crypto scams. Jail immediately? You can't go to jail for crypto scamming people. Crypto isn't real money. And neither is your money anymore once I bought shit coins with it. It's my fault. Everything's your fault, Hoofs. It's all your fault. It's always been your fault. Hoofsy told me to start Hoof Coin so far back, and I could have made it out too if it weren't for you meddling kids. The rug pull was about to happen. Hoofs and I were about to go to Belize. We were about to retire with Ozzy and all of the celebrities. Hulk Hogan was waiting for me. We were gonna rip our shirts off together. I was gonna do his and he was gonna do mine. Not anymore. Hoof Coin would have been it. Hoof Coin would have been everything. The German justice system is a bit more strict on other stuff because there's no death penalty here, for example. Really no legal expert. Can you smoke weed in Germany? What does mine say? Is that a Dude Where's My Car reference? Because Dude Where's My Car was a pivotal part of my childhood. And I know what you're saying. Dusty, Dude Where's My Car should not be a pivotal part of your childhood. What do you mean your childhood? Dude Where's My Car was one of the first movies that I ever had like the scenes memorized from, like word for word. I didn't know what a stoner was, but I knew that stoner comedy was my favorite type of comedy before I was a fucking preteen. That shit had me rolling before I even knew what it was. Never seen? Zine, Dude Where's My Car is insane. Insane. Antonius, the 3-day streak for the boys. I appreciate you, dog. Much love. Much love. Your Dude Where's My Car is my half-baked. Yeah, I guess I never really got too hip by the half-baked. But yes, absolutely. Half-baked has a ton of staying power in the, the community. A ton of references that last through to this day. Maybe I need to go back and give Half-baked the love that it deserves as a stoner comedy. Mayhaps. Surely it's streamable on like Netflix or some bullshit, right? I'd be willing to wager. All right, boys. The caravan is set. We're on our path and we're absolutely balling. I'm gonna go pee real quick and bring my plates out. I'll be right back. Un momento. Don't hit my caravan while I'm gone. return, did we get nuked yet? We did not get nuked yet. Oh my god, we're so up tremendous. Boys, this has been a successful run for the lads. I will say, this has been wondiferous so far. Now, depending on how much money I get, that could very well lead to some new lads getting some doubloons, getting some clams, getting some schmeckles to start their Varan adventures. And we love that. Previous government half legalized weed with some weird compromises, but they fulfilled their promise. Half legalized weed? How half legalized weed? Off I must go, deuces. Nin, I hope you have a great night, my friend. I appreciate you coming through and hanging out. I want to be live early tomorrow. I think Carla goes back to work again tomorrow. So, tomorrow, long stream. Because I had the yard sale today, so I got on late like a little bitch. So, we about to be doing some fun stuff. Half legalizing would be only medical only. That's fair. Yeah, I could see that. But if it's anything like our medical only was in Maine, it was like, oh, why do you need a card? I have tummy aches. Okay, you're in. Feel better, hon. I don't know about your end of things, Hoops, but it was a really, really, really easy to get med only. You can grow your own weed, 3 plants per person and consume it, but you're only allowed to own a certain amount of weed and carry it with you. You're not allowed to give it to somebody else, not allowed to sell it. Edibles are not allowed. God damn. Interesting. So, what if your plants are just like high yielders and you're at that like amount of weed? Do you have to leave it on your plant growing still? That would be so unfortunate. Like you miss a harvest because you've simply got too much dank. Surely a non-zero amount of people in the world have been impacted by that. No, I'm sure. I don't think you're a stoner, so you probably wouldn't know like the street prices on things. I'm just always curious about regional pricing. Because I know Iceland was $170 for 7 grams of weed. Which is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. On the plant's okay, but you have to be careful to not own too much dried stuff. Fair. Yeah, can't cure it. Depends on what they mean the ownership is too, because like, say I run a cure room, and like, I wouldn't smoke my weed before it's cured, because that's just not the best, but... Not allowed to sell it. Oh, right. Right. Yeah, no, that does check out. That does check out. So, I mean, at that point, it'd probably be expensive as shit. Because that's why Iceland was so expensive. Because in Iceland, apparently, weed was criminalized as much as cocaine, so everybody over there just did cocaine instead of weed. So it was actually, like, most people didn't even smoke weed over there. So that was intriguing. People in Michigan will pay for your card to let them be your caregiver plus 6 plans. Wait. So, if you are underneath somebody and they're your caregiver, they can have 6 more plans. So people tried to sign you up for their card so they get more plans. Oh. Oh. Isn't that intriguing? Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that part of it. All I know is Maine was like 30 bucks for a med card. Huh. Hate this song. Hold on. Let me see if there's a banger in here. Oh wait, we got a good one. You're lucky this was in here. You're very lucky. Cause this slapper, well, it takes prio overall. This shit in Bardcore is an absolute fucking treat as well. Z, how long have you been awake? I feel like it has been a little bit... What are you on, like 27 hours now? Have you just been degenning trees on the PTR? Is it just the tree TR for you over there? Surely you're refining as well. 32 hours. I mean, I guess, like, if it's your off day, might as well get the most out of your off day and then sleep on the work days, right? Because if the work days are going to be all work, Just trees. Reminds me of when I was leveling in WoW and I was just tanking dungeons to level. And people were coming in and they were going, Dusty, how are you still leveling? And I go, don't think just dungeon. Just trees. You are a beaver, essentially. You're off for 12 days? Oh, yeah. No, that's perfect. So, are you in the Riverlands or are you in the Anvils? Because that's also going to be a big thing. You're in the Riverlands? Oh, yeah, you're trying for a mount, aren't you? Do you think anybody else that you've seen so far is just popping out mats? That's a lot of wood. So if you're at 32 hours and 16,000 trees, that means you're getting what, 500 trees per hour? There's 3 of us, all level 13. Just from gathering. Are they near you? Cause low key, high key. I'll come over and I'll corrupt on them. I swear to God, Z, I'll do it. I will pull up with a gaggle of goblins and I will spin the block on the ops if it guarantees that you get them out. That would be fucking hilarious. Would that be manipulating the contest in like an unfair way? Because realistically, anything can happen if Zine just dismount, I think. Yeah. Hello, sir. Target my caravan and then make sure you do your speedy stuffs to it. Because we're hoofing now. I can't wait until boats get more functionality as well. With the new harbor node crates that are in, or the new harbor crates that are in, I look forward to that a whole lot. We've talked before about trying to, day one, get a boat in the water as quickly as possible. And if we can get Zine literally just like existing on a boat, running loops back and forth early as one of the first boats, he makes so much money. He just has to avoid everybody else on the water and not fucking PvP at that point, unless he has people with him. But existing is all I do. So what do you have planned with Zoppington? Because I know you and Zop are going to be working quite hard over there. Zop has like an army though. We need to make sure that he has enough gatherers so everybody is able to stay supplied constantly. Just gonna do whatever makes sense I can flex. Just want to do the medic artisan stuff. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Depending on how much have you played on the PTR? Because it may be worthwhile to check out the new recipes and shit. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow. But we could spawn in the Riverlands. And we could go around and do some gathering shit. Because I want to check, some of the gathering to refining, like, payout ratios and stuff. And just kind of, like, see what that's looking like. Flower PTR. It'll be a little skewed, though. So, wait, Z, are you getting a shitload of high rarity wood? Because that would also be giving you more experience along the way, right? Yo, Streg, do you want to spin the block and corrupt on people? I'm just saying. Because that could be very fun. That could be very, very, very fun. That could secure all the space for Z to win. Kill the gather. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We just, we set the screen, so to say. Who's over here? Zoppington? Zop, which way do you think I should go? This shit is slow as hell. I need a better bob. I need wood to make high-level pods. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I mean, we should have a lot of people that are on the lumberjacking grind. Like, lumberjacking itself is so fucking pivotal. Like, I think we need wood for everything. Because you need it for high-level pots. We need it for just about every single craft that's existent in Ashes. We need it for a lot. So I'd say mining, and then lumberjacking, and then herbalism, just in terms of prio. I know there's another one to hit a tree. What's your phase 3 plan? Hit trees. Because imagine how good the XP would be if you were running back to start, like, idle refines during this. Level properly. So instead of hit trees endlessly, you're gonna hit mobs endlessly. Okay, that's fair. Now, are you gonna degen, like, full 24 plus hour no sleep? Our node prog says mining and herbalism are a prio so far. Is that for P3? Because I think node prog for P3, last I heard, was going to change based on, like, what was first, second, third leveled, right? Because they're trying to prevent bottlenecks and stuff. So they're doing, like, first level is going to be these gatherings, second level is going to be these gathering, and then so on and so forth. And they kind of, like, ascend from there. Your ass taking on water? Yeah, I think it's the bunny. Zine brought the mount on, and I feel like we didn't really accommodate for extra mounts. Like, we've even got Turl over here completely naked, trying to counter it as much as possible. But the bunny is just... Zine, could you maybe, like, move the bunny over to the other side, perhaps? Maybe try to, like, even this out. We're getting a little wet. Fortunately, I do have my pallet to stand on. Actually, is this just a picnic table? Wait. This just looks like a picnic table asset. Interesting. Oh no, it's steps. Be a nice picnic table, though, I will say. It's even reinforced to the middle for extra stability. It's a solid picnic table. I cannot, however, reach whatever this is, the rudder. I can't reach that, so we're like turning telekinetically, which is fine. I don't really know. Maybe that's also the reason that we're taking on water. We're going against the wind, and the wind is apparently coming from directly above us. So it's more like going against it like this way instead of going against it this way. So it's a little bit of a problem. For P3, we have a good plan that encapsulates gathering through to crafting. Bless. Does it all go to shit if certain things level slower or faster? Now, I would also assume that from like the node architecture side, it gets substantially easier having more plots. 6 plots at T3 is 50% less needed cooperation with other nodes. It's massive, it's huge. It makes it great. So, I wonder how that's going to change like the forced regionality, but that's probably also partly to accommodate for vassaling being active maybe. And I'm wondering if like total nodes are going to be, or like not total nodes, but total plots between the nodes are going to be the same. Because there's a whole lot of math that they've surely already done surrounding these systems. The biggest assumptions are we get a town vassaled with a village. That's the whole thing. Now, we'll talk about this more in the officer meeting, of course. But I've had a lot of thoughts towards like how we're gonna try to structure and balance our, you know, our leveling groups and not fucking their prog, while also trying to incentivize the node. And I think we're gonna have way more node proggers than we will levelers, so to say. And I also think if we can get our potential like vassal lads to help with node prog day 1 to make sure that we are the, you know, the sovereign. I almost said the Sigma, the big Sigma node. Then that would also be huge. The gather events were really cool. What, over on the PTR? Or were you saying for the, oh, like that we did early on? Like where we did the willow gather and shit like that? Because we're going to do, when we did lumber for fans? Yes. Oh yeah, expect a whole metric fuckload of those. Oh, believe you me, yes. Now, we also have to have the gold to supply those, but something tells me we may have somewhat of what I call a market specialist joining us soon. So, Pava Shambles is a good friend of the stream. He's been with us for a while since New World and was a good part of Cats and the communities that we ran with New World. And basically was always a friend of, you know, everything we did. Now, Papa Shambles stayed very tuned on what meta changes is Dusty predicting. Because, for Bruisers at least, if there was a change, and I said that it was a new meta, it became meta. There was a day that some healing, the ring tech broke. It was a perk on rings that was called Healing Breeze. And basically, there was a mechanic where every time we dodged, one of our items healed us, and that self-heal was facilitating Healing Breeze, which then put a heal over time on us. And it was a lot of healing. So, that changed with an update. Lo and behold, it was bugged. But Shambles was in stream when I broke the tech. And I was like, everybody in the game is going to be using this ring with this perk. Shambles went around on every single server that he had characters on, spent all of his money on every single one of the like modifiers, basically, the material to make those rings. And made... At the time, gold cap was still 500k, I believe. I don't think it had gone up to a milli yet. But either way, he made about 3.5 million gold. And gold cap was either 500k or a million across all of his servers. He made so much fucking gold just manipulating the economy. And that was his thing. He likes playing the markets. So, we might have an econ specialist joining us very soon. Are your graphics on medium or low? Yes. Whoops. Medium and low. Thank you for noticing. They should have made the same water base. The water and coast look nice compared to land. A better pirate game than Skull and Bones. What do you mean? You don't want to have a load screen every time you try to hop on to my raft? Brother, come on. That's quadruple A gaming. Like, that is a beautiful load screen. Seamless combat. So, keep in mind, memes aside, this is the base system for, like, water traversal. The slowest, the most basic. There is one boat right now. There are multiple types of boats that are planned for the long-term progression. And those boats will have different sizes, different attachments, different functionalities, from like merchant ships to smaller ships to larger ships, potential melee attachments for like ramming other ships, cannon attachments, and we don't even know what else. But ships also have inventories where they can be used similar to the Caravan is the way the Caravan is right now. So I have goods on this Caravan that I spend glint on. Glint you have to grind up from mobs, and you can either sell it to vendors to get gold, silver, copper, or you can save your glint and buy things to put on your Caravan. Those things called commodities can be driven from one place to the other, right? So I started all the way down here. And now we're all the way up here. And the goal is here. So, if we safely arrive with all of these things, I'm going to get a good amount of shmoolah from arriving there safely. So, that is the big goal. So, I have to go blow my nose. Sorry. My allergies are killing me today because I was outside for so long. Bro, I swear to God, pollen is my largest op. Holy shit. I spent time like outside in the woods today, and everything up here is like blooming, and it's like, you know, late summery, so it's all flowery and shit. Oh my god, take allergy medicine. Did you just hear me blow my nose? You want me to bring you one? Yeah, this one is empty. Yes. Okay, I just went kind of hard on the nose trumpet, I will say. Wait, no, I think I still have one. I think I have a desk allergy medicine. Okay, I do. Yes. We're up tremendous. This is the old one that I found on the floor. Yeah, that was I was a stuffy lad. But yeah, kitten, so in terms of my graphic settings, I run a mix of low and medium.
Caravan abs is absolutely
Hey, Revna.
S tier.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. I run a mix of low and medium. A lot of the things that I run higher, like view distance, very advantageous for PvP stuff. Global illumination, you can change it however you think it looks best, performs best, but my goal is to hold around 144 frames while having things look good enough. Are you calling someone kin? No, I said kin. Like K-Y-N. Are you projecting? Or are you calling someone kitten? Is this like, are you gaslighting me now? Have you been calling someone kitten and I'm supposed to like believe it now? Yeah, of course, of course. Foliage effects you can even drop on low if you want to push higher frames. Textures are not the worst. I keep mine at medium so it looks a little bit better, more viewable, but shadows I would definitely drop on low. She's a different school, you wouldn't know her. You're going insane. I'm not going insane, I've been insane. I'm still fucking streaming in alpha, what do you mean? The channel's dying and I'm still here. The kitten drama. The kitten drama is always about. The accusations are rampant. There's gonna be a canceled DustyWhy YouTube series coming soon. Fucking more Pegasus will have 17 videos about how I'm done. And I will not at all be done. It'll go over to Internet Anarchist. He'll cover it. And then eventually get Sunny V2'd. Carla was very unhappy with an Internet Anarchist video that we watched yesterday. Apparently it was wildly inaccurate. So, I personally, if I had to go into the, like, next content creator to have a drama for an inaccurately represented video, because Sunny V2 got essentially, like, cooked that way, among other things, but Sunny V2 doesn't post anymore. An Internet Anarchist was like Sunny V2 after Sunny V2. So, I kind of, based on like the lore that Carla said and how that video represented things, could see Internet Anarchist on the whole like cancellation nation thing. I'd hate to be made into a Moist Critical video. I would love to be made into a Moist Critical video, but instead of like one of the bad ones, he's like, hey everyone, just wanted to tell you guys about this streamer I've seen that's working really hard. His name's Dusty. He streamed over 750 days in a row. I've been lurking in his stream for a while, and it's just really chill vibes. Really good player. Great stream quality, good community, pretty positive. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. That's literally it. That's what I would want. I don't need a long one. It can be a short. It can be a fucking cameo. That's all. That's all I want. And my life would be complete. So like, I rated him multiple times, and unironically, I would rate him because, like, you know when you type in a big streamer's chat and you want to see if they read your chat? I do the same thing, except I get to throw, like, all of my viewers at them and get them to be like, Dusty, thanks to the raid. I got Moist Critical to thank me multiple times. So we have been mentioned. He knows I exist, even though he may not know that he knows that I exist. He's acknowledged me as a human being. So we're up tremendous. The first like raid or two, he was busy doing other stuff and didn't acknowledge. But we went 2 for 2 back to back, so. I did that at Pirate Software and he started good talking about ashes. When was this? What the fuck kind of Twilight Zone? Did I take a fentanyl instead of an allergy medication? He started good talking about Ashes. Pirate software. Same person. Good talking about Ashes. Before the Zine arm apocalypse. Bro, for a while he was very sour on Ashes, but there have been rumors that he's gonna return for P3. I hope he does. I hope a lot of communities do. I hope every single player in the world comes for P3. I think that would be fucking phenomenal for the community. I just say, as every bit of like fair heads up, there will probably be a lot of PvP going that way. It's just got to be ready for that. And I hope that he comes in with the mentality of like, people are going to want to fight me. I just haha brush it off if I lose and say GG. Because genuinely, for the longest time, so many people wanted to like him. And people don't fucking systemically hate him. Well, some people do because they're weird. Most people just want him to be like, hey, that's my bad sometimes, you know? And I'm hoping that maybe coming back into Ashes with Phase 3, seeing all the players, seeing all the community, seeing all the growth, and seeing that there are also some very strong communities is enough for him to be like, we chill out, we say GG when we lose, we try to get better and stuff. Is he actually coming back? Poopy pants, what up, I go? Rumor has it, yes. Rumor has it, yes. Yet to be determined, right? Anything can always happen in between now and then. Absolutely anything. With that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if he did come back. He played a lot of Ashes, and he seemed to really enjoy it. He had a very active community over here. But again, like I said, I think the biggest thing is... Zine, I do not think the AI... I don't think the AI got that one correct. That one didn't work. Ahoy, matey. We need more small streamers on V3 too. Fuck the small streamers. No, I'm kidding. I am a small streamer. Like, genuinely, I think that there will be... Well, keep... Zine, I'm a small streamer. I'm a small streamer. There will be a lot of people that come back in. There will be a lot of new people that come in. We have to remember that from a streamer perspective, it's very daunting for people to come in and see, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday downtime and see not a lot of people over here right now. And they're like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I completely get it. A lot of people also at the point where they're like, what do I do for content? How can I stay active, right? And I absolutely get that. A lot of people have gone to other games, but I think P3 will bring a good amount of people back. I think that having it be 7 days a week alone is enough incentivization for some larger and smaller content creators to come in. And I think that at that point, as long as people stay semi-consistent and get a lot of content out, the entire directory grows. I'm not much of like a scarcity mindset. I'm much more of a like... If there are more eyes on it, then everybody that's streaming that's trying to make this a thing where they do it full time is able to, you know, benefit more. So I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, I mean, hear me out. And not every content creator is also able to just devote 8 to 12 hours a day to streaming, like the same way that a full-time streamer can. So I think that in terms of like small content creators too, people have to realize, like, I'm just about the smallest that you can be as a full-time content creator without being homeless. Even though I'm full-time, I'm by no means big, but I'm large enough, so to say, that I don't have to worry about scheduling things popping up. I can accommodate this, that, the other, right? Not a lot of our small streamers that are not doing it full-time are going to be able to stream every single day, all the time, every day. But we have a lot of people that do poke their head in when they're available. And again, we do have a lot of content creators that are streaming other stuff right now just to avoid burning out. I get that entirely. I never necessarily expect somebody to stay through the entirety of an alpha's development or anything like that as a content creator. I mean, shit, I learned very early on in New World, like, content creators are always going to come and go. You're going to have some people that want to go to the hype thing. You're going to have some people that burn out. You're going to have some people that just want to take a little break and chill out. So I just hope that more people find motivation to make content, because it also doesn't have to be a matter of like, I'm streaming 12 hours a day, look at me. It can be like, oh, I'm dropping a YouTube video a week and they're getting 1,000 views, but it's 1,000 more views than you'd be getting if you weren't dropping a YouTube video. And any form of content is good content that can potentially like catch that wave of, you know, virality and sweep up. Streams can grow extremely quickly. Videos can always just catch algorithm and pop off out of nowhere. Anything can happen. So more people making content just increases the odds that some content hits the wavelength. So really want to see all 2.5, but my arm got cooked after the tourney. Yeah, all the beatdown. The beatdown from the tourney cooked your shit. Who do you like to start streaming Ashes? A lot of people. I don't necessarily know that there's one person in particular that I'm like, oh my god, there's like a messiah of MMOs to come over. I just want people to come in when they're ready to come in and see it in a fun way instead of seeing it in a shitty way. Because I think the word of streamers is a very impactful word, especially massive streamers. And if they come in and they're not enjoying it and they put a lot of negative on it, they, you know, talk about how bad this, that, the other is, then that's going to make it look pretty bad to a community that would be pretty ill-informed about it if they're new content creators coming in. Like, not new content creators, but like large content creators that weren't here in the scene before, right? So I hope that the content creators that do come in, regardless of how large, small, and different, come in aware that this is in development, and they come in, you know, patient as a playtesting minded individual, and they want their community to give that same patience. I think patience is the biggest thing. Like, a lot of MMO communities are not patient right now. And I think if content creators come into this playtest and they iterate like, hey, we're checking out this playtest. If things feel wacky or look wacky, or you guys notice anything, let me know, because they want us to do bug reports for everything and do a /bug. We can help this game get better for launch. I think that's wonderful. And I think that will help a whole lot, if I'm being completely honest. But if people come in and they're like, hey, we're checking out Ashes of Creation, it's you know, it's an MMO that's pretty much done. They're starting new fresh servers today. They've been cooking for a while, so let's see what they got. They're gonna pop in and they're gonna be like, what's going on here? And I think the perspective is just incredibly important for people to have before they come in. Ravik, how you doing, my friend? Did you quit New World? AK, is New World trash now? So I stopped playing New World a lot back in December. December was when I came over to Ashes full time. I warlogged a little bit in New World past December, but I hit a point where the Ashes streams were just more popular than the New World streams, and I didn't have to stream New World anymore. I remember, like, specifically the day that I figured out that I could stream Ashes full time and it would overtake New World, and I literally, like, called Carla and I sent her a picture of my metrics, and I was like, I think I made it out of New World, and I was so relieved. And so basically, like, I stopped seeing a future in New World shortly after the October relaunch, with server transfers just being a thing that pillaged every server, no matter how much emphasis was put on new player content on those servers. It ruined it all. And so I tried to ride it out for the community as much as I could. Stayed till December, but like, as New World does, you always get a big spike in viewership and hype and cope at the start of the season, and then that'll very quickly fizzle out and die out, and people will lose 50% or more of their viewership out of nowhere, and then everyone just panics and goes somewhere else. And I got to a point where I just kind of like didn't want to be stuck in that constant negative ebb and flow of things, and I saw a big future in Ashes and still do. We're getting ready to start the last phase of alpha testing on the 26th, and Past that, we just work towards a launch. This game isn't even launched yet, and I have 2,000 hours-ish at this point, and I still have a ton of fun. Right now, we're in the last few weeks before this phase comes to a close, and with that, we're looking at, you know, the lowest the population's going to be for a very long time. We're looking at Ashes in the worst state that it's going to be for a very long time. And everything should just continue improving. The private test realm looks better, plays better, everything, man. It's wonderful. So, I stopped playing when they made the crossplay stuff happen. Cats with Abs was fun. Enjoyed my time with you. Hey, keep in mind, man. Keep in mind. Cats with Abs is here as well. Cats with Abs is not just a New World thing. Cats with Abs is a way of life, man. So, over in the Ashes scene, Cats is doing the exact same thing that it was in New World. We're trying to take our competitive-minded players, and keep in mind, we got Zombie as well, the lovable asshole. And we're trying to take our competitive players, and we're trying to have our top-end competitive PvP guilds fighting on the top end. But in Ashes, you can have a whole lot of guilds working together in your community. So we still take in all of those new players, and we give every new player accessibility to all of the content that they could possibly want. It's the same Cats, just in a game that has more social systems, more to do with other people, and more ownable nodes already. There are going to be 85 player ownable nodes on the full map, or player ownable towns. It's going to be wonderful. Ashes goes so deep, and if you like the social systems of New World and the community play of New World, right? But you like a little bit of tab target as well, brother, Ashes is it, let me tell you. I will be here every single day until this game launches and beyond that. So I have to jump in Alpha 3. Already bought it and watching you play does maybe want to go now. But, well, like you said to me days ago, the player base fresh experience and then enjoy it more. Emmanuel, the 26th, if you're waiting to hop in to enjoy it more, is going to be so fun. There will be so many people all launching at once. Whether you're going from the Anvils or the Riverlands, you will have so many people around you everywhere that you turn. If you find a single area where you can mob grind and kill mobs, you take it. You don't move. I fucked up day one of this phase, and we had a fully uncontested mob grind area to ourselves. And I got greedy and I was like, let's move somewhere else and see if we can stretch it and get something better. We spent 8 hours, Emmanuel, 8 hours running around the map looking for a place to grind after that. It was awful.
Cat with Abs is
Awful.
absolutely S tier.
Yo, Doug, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Shoke, how you doing, my friend? Will they destroy PvP like every other MMO because PvE people complain after dying? I don't believe so. No, there isn't necessarily like a full force of, you know, you're always flagged in the open world or anything like that. So if a PvE player dies to a PvP player non-consensually, so like, say you decide you want to kill a PvEer because they're annoying, but they don't flag up for PvP against you when you hit them, you would go corrupt, which is very bad. If you corrupt from murdering someone, you lose pieces of your gear when you die. You cannot unequip gear while corrupt. You cannot go into towns while corrupt. You cannot trade with other players while corrupt. You have to kill an insane amount of mobs, or you have to die to lower your corruption and eventually get rid of that corruption. So, every time you die, you're going to lose pieces of your equipped gear. You can RNG it out at low levels of corruption and not lose it, but after a while, you absolutely will lose gear. So, you're not really meant to just, I don't know, go around and nuke PvEers, so to say. So, while it is a full PvX, a PvX is different than like a, you know, full PvP enabled all the time, no matter what. And there are separations, there are gameplay loop decisions where PvEers can actually make active decisions to change their gameplay loop. You can be a part of a guild that is more or less active in the guild versus guild war system. If you're vying for one of the 5 guild castles on the map, then that's going to be a huge thing as well for PvP. If you are a citizen of a node that is a higher tier, then that node is very likely going to be more apt to find itself in guild versus guild wars. Node versus node wars, node versus node sieges, and more PvP on the node citizen side of things, right? So, come from RuneScape, I like PvE and PvP, gives late game gear, purpose, and economy alive. Yeah, I mean, there's always a certain element of late game econ too. There are many facets and ashes of upgrading gear and ways that when you're trying to upgrade gear to the highest levels through enchanting, you can also have a piece of gear just poof as a whole. So the enchanting is like a plus level system up to level 20. And once you hit level 8 or higher, you have a chance to delete the entire item on a failed enchant. So you definitely have your item sinks. They've been discussing more long-term item sinks as well. But you also have forms of upgrading like tempering, which increases the quality on an item within the same rarity bracket. That requires materials that you get from deconstructing. And then with deconstruction, you get the materials for that, you temper, improve the quality of the gear, all of that shit. So there are a few sinks that do kick out gear, but it'll definitely be interesting in terms of the economy, as you mentioned, in the long term. We haven't had a true like long-term econ sim just because everything in terms of the functional world is changing so rapidly. And that's what phase 3 is hoping to be able to simulate in some way. Been so bored, used to play Arcage, thinking of playing Ashes. Doug, you should check out Ashes, in my opinion. If you liked Arcage, depending on like what your personal, gaming area is right now, whether you're enjoying what you're doing, whether you're in a spot where you're like, I'm desperately looking for something new to play, Ashes is most definitely in development, right? It's in an alpha, it's playtesting. It is not a fully polished MMO, not a fully finished MMO by any means. But if you're looking to hop into something where you're going to see development kind of like continue in front of you, and you're going to see the world grow, and most importantly, you're going to be able to provide feedback on the systems that you think are the most important to you, then Ashes is great. I think a lot of people tend to hop into Ashes and... I think a lot of people tend to hop into Ashes and kind of like get themselves into a false expectation of like, this is, this level of completed or soon to be completed, right? And it's simply not, so. And for the long run, that's beautiful then. Do you already have your access or no? Because if you do not, also important to know, yo, Z-Tap. Thank you for the combo, brother. I appreciate you. It's also important to note if you don't have your access yet, your $100 pack does come with a 90-day period where you get a full refund on everything. So if you're not happy with, the playtesting environment, you can quite literally just get your money back on everything and then just wait until launch. So that is one of the largest things to keep in mind. Wait. Oh, right. And then here. And then here. Haha. Haha. We're getting so rich. This turn-in is actually gonna, like, multiply my net worth so fucking much. But yeah, so when you do purchase your $100 pack, you get a 90-day period where you get a full refund, no matter how many hours you played if you're not happy with things. Do I sell it over at the assistant at this place? I've never turned one in over here. Yes. And again, that's like no hours limit whatsoever. So you can play as much as you want for 3 months. No, not this again. Is that wrong? Wait a minute. So 100 lodge. Oh, I didn't know there was a 100 lodge here. My bad, I didn't look at the map. I'm sorry. I'm just glad I didn't delete the shit. Okay, Biss. It's your right. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, I haven't run a caravan in like 4... Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's so much better. Holy shit. This is so good. Okay, there is a god. Oh, Strag, you're so far behind. Okay, anyways. Now that this is all situated, and I'm rich, we're absolutely stacked up. Anyways, in terms of the refund, 3 months fully protects you. You have 1 month before the fresh starts. Less than a month at this point is on the 26th. And then you'll have an NA and an EU server to hop into. So, depending on like which region you're from, I would highly recommend the NA server regardless. It's very likely going to be the more populated of the 2 regions, just because a lot of EU players do still play over on NA anyways. Any big guilds playing like Slayers or Buckwood? I don't know any like Arcage guilds or anything like that. There are quite a few sizable guilds, but guilds are always shifting around too. I'm sure more will pop in, of course, as the game gets closer to launch. But in terms of guild sizes, like, a lot of your larger guilds are in the multiple hundreds. I don't necessarily know if there are any that are even close to breaking into the 4 digits in terms of active players at this point, just because the player base is small. But for perspective, I help run the Cats with Apps community. It's a community that we brought over from New World. So, it was all about getting new players access to competitive content over there in a game where it was incredibly hard to do so. And it's incredibly easy to do it over here. So our competitive players in our top 2 guilds try to get the best PvP content that they can at all times. And then we have like community guilds that are kind of like underneath that are people that just want to chill out and be a part of the community. So there are a lot of guilds that are similarly structured. There are also quite a few guilds that are more focused on the PvP side of things. But our community in particular, we are 210 plus confirmed active players for phase 3. And we have hundreds more on the sideline that are waiting to return at some point. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. But that 210 plus is active, confirmed, numbers, verified, good to go. So, exclamation guild, if you are hopping in and you do want a community to start out with, and I promise you, you will get a shitload of content. We do community PvP nights, community caravan nights. We do pretty much everything that we can get our hands on to incentivize people to come over here and play as much as possible. So, growing with the game, even if it's slow, I think they monthly kind of give us some updates, and that's very important. See, I actually think a lot of people say that, not a lot of people, some people say that content cadence is slow at Ashes, and I very heavily disagree with that. I think that content is so incredibly fast over here that people kind of have like a false sense of what they are actually looking at. We get such rapid bug fix content. Okay, no, that's fine. We get new content implemented extremely rapidly. We are getting massive, sizable, functional map expansions that are quite literally the size of entire games maps. And we're just like, oh, it's another one of the 18 zones. Like, brothers, I cannot reiterate. The New World map is about the size of the Riverlands. We have received multiple Riverlands worth of content, while New World has tried to add capture the flag. Like, we get so much content over here so fucking quickly, all the time. It is remarkable. It's insanity. Size not everything though. Actually, repeatable fun content's important. Actually, repeatable fun content, in my opinion, comes from the gameplay loop being in a fully iterated spot. And repeatable content comes in a lot of forms for people, right? But no, I agree. I think that's the one thing that I really look forward to the most. For me, it's going to be something like arenas, 3v3s, 5v5s, where I am able to consistently and guaranteed get PvP content, but also we're incentivized to get out, gather, refine, craft, PvE to get people their best gear, like do all of those other things as a community, while also, you know, having that repeatable content. But the repeatable content is also not like a WoW instance where the repeatable content is just running the same exact thing on loop with no variables. Everything is a potential variable at all times. And it's a PvE variable through competition. It's a PvP variable through like guild decks and like, you know, node decks and PvP flagging. Everything can change at a moment's notice. And your repeatable content isn't going to be the same repetition that it was the day before or the week before. It's quite nice. In terms of visual quality, the Unreal update in PTR, does it look better? Yes, and also yes, it runs smoother. Fupo! How are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful evening. I hope you've got plenty of wonderful cat naps in today. Have you been over on the BTR testing? because my golly gee willikers, it looks fucking beautiful over there. I just ran a caravan, if you will. I ran all the way from Squall's End to the tropics, and I would have gone further too if it weren't for that meddling red wall. We would have kept going, Foop. We would have sailed into the sunset forever and made even more money. But now I've got 91 clean gold to give out to some new players. And honestly, I just made about 86 gold. Thank you for having us down to help whenever money is needed. I just made about 86 gold for that. And I believe that it was, I don't know, maybe, what was that, chat? Like a little over an hour or something? It really was not that bad in terms of the timing for that. And that was a huge gold multiplier. But keep in mind, as the map expands, you also have more room to run caravans safely and more potential gold multiplier. So that's massive. Does the naval system already up in PTR or in phase 3, the big ships and cannons like they showcased here days ago? Yeah, so right now you have the caravels. So caravels are like ships that are already in the game. There's only one type of ship though, just those. Those have 2 cannons on each side, so they're intended for about 8 people, but you can put a lot of people on one if you really want to like pack it full. So there will be more kinds of boats. There will be merchant ships, smaller boats, larger boats, faster boats, slower boats, and all boats also have inventories where you can do what I just did with the caravan system, where you put things on your caravan or your boat and you drive it place to place. If you safely make it, you get money. Money is good because you can buy things with gold, silver, and copper. So that is a way to multiply your glint, which you get from killing mobs, into more gold than you normally would get from it. It's very, very, very high risk, high reward because you can get attacked at any point along the way, but more boats are going to continue to be added with different kind of functionalities, different speeds, like I mentioned, different sizes, everything. In the course of phase 3, I hope Ashes will move away from its mob grind focus. I think mob grinding is kind of tiresome. I don't necessarily think mob grinding will ever be not the core focus, if I'm being completely honest. But you also have to keep in mind, mob grinding is only really like a small portion of the true like end game gameplay loop. Like it's not a small portion, it's a large portion. But you are mob grinding with the intent, outside of just I need to level so I'm mob grinding, to get recipes, to get named mob materials, drops, everything like that. They are going the route of, you know, making questing viable in a sense of like they want it to be fluid and have some playability and some throughput to it. But questing in a full open world is always going to be very hard to... I thought I heard a bard near me. Always going to be very hard to make one-to-one as efficient as mob grinding. But there are going to be more, I don't know, alternative things to do than just mob grinding soullessly 1 to 50 long term too. Like you're gonna be doing multiple grinds along the way, but realistically it all breaks down to preference too. But I tend to break things down to a very, very, very like how baseline can I make it. What's Lamplighter doing over here? The fuck? And at the very core of it, I feel like I, as an MMO player, I'm hitting one of 3 things. I'm either hitting mobs, I'm hitting people, or I'm hitting gatherables. And as long as I'm doing one of those 3 things, as long as it feels fun to do those things, I'm happy. So I'm a little bit more simple in that sense. I agree, dynamic events are cool. Now keep in mind, there are also a lot of world events throughout the map. So that one's tied to actually like Node Wars. But Ankle Biters is a world event throughout the map. God Spikes are everywhere. But there are a lot of different events that can pop up throughout the map on cycles. And some of those world events do also have different kind of like participation grades, so to say. where if you do better in the early stages of that event, you can have, you know, a harder ending to the event with better rewards. It's to be determined how in place that event is, but yo, Doug, thank you for the T1, dude. I appreciate that. Much love. Very kind of you. I appreciate that. Let me know if you have any questions, dude. But yeah, so the dynamic events are somewhat, you know, somewhat in. They do pop up on a cycle throughout the world. More of those naturally, you know, popping up throughout the world itself will be great, but are there any seasonal environment changes? Oh yeah, there's a full day, night, and seasonal cycle. And the seasonal cycle isn't just a matter of like, oh, it gets snow on the ground. There will actually long-term be lasting implications to the seasonal cycle too. So in the winter, you could have different tables of gatherables becoming available, with some of them being covered by the snow and not available. You could have access to different areas and points of interest be sealed off during the winter or unlocked during the summer. And so there will be functional changes to the playable environment based on seasonal changes and rotations as well. Some mobs like Kieran look different. Some have different like kind of like rotations, I guess, in terms of where they spawn, but Poopa's gonna implicate your seasonal cycle. Wait a minute, my seasonal cycle is a normal one. Dynamic weather is not yet in-game. What do you mean dynamic weather, kid? Because some of their weather systems are baseline functional, yes, but others are not. Like, Kieran do change based on the season, but depending on what you mean about dynamic weather, but like the POIs being sealed off and stuff, that shit's all in the future. A lot of those things are future changes. But you also have to keep in mind, pretty much everything in Ash is a future change. Especially once we get into the pretty of it, you know? Just turned off for a lot of it. So they have a lot of capabilities. I watched the I'm getting all tongue-tied even trying to think about it. I watched the weather like dev showcase video multiple times because it was just like fucking awe-inspiring. Wind and all that is in, just not active. Blizzard, storms, and all that stuff. Yeah, so I think that's what Fupo is saying, is in, just not active. Was active before. So that's been tested and shown, right? I think Steven's shown the wind and stuff before on stream, right? And then also probably crashed servers with the wind and stuff. If I know Steven. But yeah, there will be a lot more environmental changes being added as things are stabilized. But Unreal Engine 5.6, I think, also comes with a lot of capabilities for that stuff, right? From what I've gathered, Unreal Engine 5.6 comes with capabilities for just about everything for you, for like developer side things though. I just notice a hell of a lot more frames, smooth inputs, consistency. And yes, my sweaty PvP graphics. But it looks beautiful. It looks very beautiful. Also, Fupo, I'll have you know, I'm impervious to the sunburn. I went outside today for an extended amount of time. I was in direct sunlight. And it only hurts a little bit. I spent hours outside. Your move. And by the time P3 comes out, an Intrepid secretly adds Renkai for me and only me. Mwahaha. My Renkai skin will repel the sun. Because something about being green and not getting a sunburn, I'm sure, is in the lore. But I will be impervious to sunburn on both fronts. The void cannot consume, the void cannot punish. Environmental weather we're not expecting until end of phase 3. But when exactly? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I do like having the catch-all. Because theoretically, I can never be wrong if someone asks me when something is coming and I just go phase 3. I'm right. I'm absolutely fucking right. All I know is we mages are gonna hit hard in Storm's winter. Oh yeah, because they were gonna have certain abilities be empowered at certain times, right? Yeah. You wanna know what the craziest thing about that is? I, as a tank, hit people harder no matter how hard they hit because Reflect reflects up to 800% fizz damage depending on how much damage I take. I could reflect the motherfucker right now for 900% of 213.6, which I'm pretty sure is at least 1,000. That is a lot. It's a whole fucking lot. That is a massive amount of damage, chat. It's like a quarter of people's HP right now. My theory on sunburn is everyone has a very thin vampire that lies surrounding the skin and it gets burned in the sun. Bro, my vampire must be pissed. His life has been awful. Just garlic everywhere and sunburns every time I go outside, foop. That poor guy, like, if there is a Geneva Convention for vampires, I'm probably going to end up in their, like, war criminal prison for what I've done to mine. I have turned lobster red. Fupo, at the start of summer, I got sunburned in a 65-degree day because the UV index was high. I had like a straight like t-shirt sunburn line, and then the next day I sat outside in the sun with my sleeves pulled up so that way I could avoid like just having the farmer's tan, and I intentionally burnt my shoulders. Tanks are getting grapple fixed but nerf everything else. Good. Yes. I think that's fine. Why would anybody ever be mad about a patch that fixes tank grapple? If you guys had abilities that were fundamentally not working, you would also want those fixed a lot. Now, does phase 3 primarily fix tank grapple not functioning? Yes. It's quite wonderful. Does it fix it entirely? No. Ranger gets self-sustain? Yeah, buddy, 2026. You can select the cleric for your secondary. Enjoy. PTR is feeling very good. PTR is feeling impeccable. Impeccable. Now, I didn't get to pop over today after the bug fixes because I ended up doing a lot of live stuff. But I do intend to pop over tomorrow and see after the changes if it's feeling even better. But the PTR for me, so far, has made this world look and feel dull. Not in like a terrible way, but it's like the PTR is just so far aesthetically and function like feel level better than live. Unreal Engine 5.6 is like if I walked outside tomorrow morning and my Honda Civic turned into a Lamborghini Urus and was still somehow fully paid off. That'd be fucking sick. But it's just like all gain with no acquired debt, hopefully in the form of quite literal technical debt for Intrepid. If they were able to transition from 5.3 to 5.6 with low technical debt, what's the downside? That's insane. Got burned last year tubing down the Chattooga River. This year I wore a long sleeve shirt and sunscreen saves lives. I don't know where that river is, but that sounds like something we would have in Maine, I won't lie. But when I was in Vegas, Carla had me applying so much fucking sunscreen so constantly. At one point, I was basically like the old Mark Zuckerberg surfing with like the fatty sunscreen on his nose. I was basically that level of protected. There was absolutely zero risk of a sunburn on that front. And it felt good. But I will say, wearing sunscreen every time you go outside, while it is the best thing to do, does also kind of feel like bumping my hip on the counter and then putting a band-aid on it even though it's not bleeding. sure if I'm spending a lot of time outside, I should screen up. I'm probably not going to. You'd like the game Chivalry 2, David over on YouTube said. Chivalry 2. I feel like I haven't seen much from it. Oh, look at it. I don't know. A lot of people always, of course, tell me that I would like X game, Y game. I just like Ashes a lot. And at most, a game would have 23 days now to steal me. And I don't think that would happen. Cause like, they'd have to get me from the community, from Ashes as a whole, from everything. Like, the community would chase me back and they'd be like, Dusty, what you doing? And I'd be like, So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think the odds are very good for another game to steal me away from Ashes, so to say, before B3. I think I got too much going over on this end of things. Shady put on that armor? Bro, I was tanking IRL, yes. Because there were times, too, where, like, keep in mind, it was hot as shit out there. And it was sunny as shit. There were times where I was literally just like, get behind me, I will shield the sun. And, bro, I acted like a big-ass shade. She's 5 foot fucking nothing. I'm 6'5". I got plenty of extra room. I can play that tank role no problemo. I think I'm up tremendous in that regard. I need to get my Jova refined goods for Emu. Because Emu is attempting to become a mayor. And Emu is attempting to preload a shitload of materials for the mayoral process. And I am aiding in that grind. I'll have you guys know I farmed up a shitload of basalt and trees today. So I'm actually getting closer to journeyman than I thought I was going to be. So that's phenomenal. Finally catching up the quite literal technical debt of me going to Iceland and then being like, I don't need to do my trade skills anymore. We'll have them caught up for phase 3. Don't you worry about that, chap. I have an obligation to not just myself, but my people to have my lumberjacking and lumber milling in place for phase 3, and I will do so in a very quick manner. I will make all of the haste. Right now, however, there's not much haste to be made. You're on the same height combo as my parents? Wait, so where did you come out? Just out of curiosity. Like NBA baby or like very short? I'm trying to like weigh the odds here. Cause like, y'all ever watch the movie like, what is it, Surrogates or something? I think that's about an entirely different type of surrogate, but I think that's about robots that people control, but that would also be a cool kind of concept. But at what point do I need to stack the odds in my favor to guarantee like a 6'10" child? Does the 5 foot nothing counter me out? I feel like it would. And also, ain't nothing killing New World guilds like kids right now. I choose a life of abstinence for not just me, but all of my people. Oh, duels? Duels? 5'11"? Oh, that's way above average. Wait, no, you're up tremendous. Yeah, that's fine. 5'8" is average for a man in the United States. Do they accept this? Mr. Trident, accepting the 1v. Oh wait. Caravan? That makes sense. Alright, we're up tremendous. Wanna make sure he's ready. I think he's good. Alright, cool. We're up tremendous, lads. It has begun. The tank versus the fighter. The melee versus the melee. The two scorned archetypes in place together once again. I'm gonna wait for my bleed to go out here. Get a nice interrupt there. Big spike here. And then we'll get our interrupts. Try to keep that pressure up. Nice, you got a good trip there. I've got a trip lockout in 2. I'm gonna get a combo out here and make sure that I've got 10 more seconds of grit. Look for a trip there. I fucked up that trip, but I should have enough time still. Good fight. I fucked up my reflect, so I had to go fishing a little bit. But the fishing was successful at the end of the day. I like PvP. Pew! Will he accept the challenge? Aha! He will. Oh no. That's not gonna be good. No! I fucked myself over! Any referral codes? Exclamation ashes. If you would ever like to use it. It doesn't kick back any real money, in case you are wondering. What that does is support with in-game currency for the duration of your account. So basically, the in-game store will be no pay to win, no pay for convenience, no pay for progression. It will be just skins, transmogs, and 15% of all of your purchases will come back to me as in-game currency for that in-game store. So I can get all the drip without having to pay out the ass, because I am a full-time streamer, which also means unemployed. So, exclamation ashes, if you would like to use that. Am I showing the gear? Yeah, I got you. It is right now Dunmore Helm for the Fizz Power, Basilisk Skin Tunic for the max HP, Rosarium Guard, Fizz Power, Ironwing Gloves for the efficiency on the MIT rating, Lungs of the Abyss max HP, Brine Breeches max HP, Boots of the Tardy Fizz Power, Beast Warden's Prod max HP, Steel Shield for the Fizz Power, Lego Rivbow for the Fizz attack speed primarily, Steel Ring. I would have 2 of these if I had found 2, but by the time I wanted to switch over from the Obsidian Ring, I couldn't find another Steel Ring. I would run 2 of these for more Fizz speed, drop a little bit of the max HP, but Obsidian Ring is also good if you want less attack speed, more HP. I just like the attack speed. Lumadon Necklace for the max HP and the crit, double Lumadon Earring, thank you Streg for these, and then Windstead Cloak and Ashen Haunt Shoulders. So Fizz-wise, I'm 213.6, 21.7 crit chance, 181.9 crit power, 102.4 attack speed. The 102.4 attack speed is really nice as well. For the longest time, I was sitting around like 86. And 86 got me used to dueling very slow. And now I feel like, well, not I feel like, I can quite literally during my combos fit in another ability that I was not originally able to fit into my combos. So just because of that extra, you know, that extra little bit is quite nice. It's quite nice. No PvP event. Tonight. Perhaps tomorrow if I can yell at the lads. Potentially just Ranger, ideas of Ranger Tank or Ranger Fighter depending on the CC benefits. CC breaks are also going to be a massive thing. Yeah, as you mentioned, CC breaks are fucking huge. I can't wait to get a second CC break potentially as a tank, or even just put more points into my Shake It Off CC break. Maybe get like a period of CC immune. A lot more people tomorrow. Porcini might be back tomorrow too. Ooh, hey Stragma. Trident just said they'll have more people tomorrow, and Porcini may be back tomorrow as well. I just told Strag, so it'll be relayed. Check in tomorrow and I'll stay bothering them. Okay, cool. So we could probably get a nice little community PvP run in tomorrow if we ever so wanted to. I do believe the Fungi lads would be down. Do we have Dunehold that would want to come out? Any of the hard guys? Anything else? Because could be a pretty solid PvP night turnout. I think that'd be what, a Sunday? Shit, I'd be down for some PvP on Sunday. Spill some blood for the Blood God, Glint for the Glint God. Boop. Am I still flagged? I am still flagged. I have an earlier night tomorrow, because Cat Boss comes out on RS. Cat Boss. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, we could always get it going too at some point. Just kind of like spread the word with our guys, put out a ping to show up. And once it's running, it should be running, hopefully. So we can always have Zombler or somebody take over on the putting the van side out. But If we can spread the word about it, that could be potentially large for the laddies. Who do we have over here? Did I have anything in my inventory? I did not. Okay. What do? It's a literal cat god. So what do you get for conquering the cat god? Because I feel as though you should not be able to kill the cat god. I feel as though that may be some symbology that you're trying to spread my way. I feel uneasy about this death of the cat god. I don't know what to think about all of this, man. Oy, 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 oy. Okay. Tomorrow, boys, we get on early. Carlo has to work again. So I'm getting on early to make up for getting on late today. What does that mean? Oh wait, is Cat the Devourer? What's she eating, though? Okay. Race. Cat. Fire. Alright, so... what do these, like, bosses consist of on this side? Huh. This shit goes deep. There's so much lore. What the fuck? I did not expect that much lore associated with all of this. That's actually insane. Huh. Today I learned. Today I learned. What the fuck is Zine doing? There's just like floating, treading water. My goodness gracious. Okay, boyos. It's 24 years of lore. It's fucking massive. Jesus Christ. It's absolutely massive. Yo, Ski, what up, my friend? But just came out here to hang out and we went to a pool party and I kept reminding them to drink lots of water to not get heat stroke, and then I got heat stroke. Bruh! Why not? Oh, wait, were you not drinking water? Did you not go with the hydro homie system of hydrating every time you remind someone to hydrate? Also hydrate. Dog, gotta take care of yourself, brother. You must take care of yourself. Boyos. I must sleep if I do want to be on early tomorrow, because I must get active. Probably some PTR testing tomorrow, although if I can get on early enough, I kind of want to go back out and run another van or two to start the day, because that's a lot of gold for one van. That shit is phenomenal. Yeah, Z, you should probably sleep as well, because I'm starting stream in like 12-ish hours. I mean, stay up if you desire, but you gonna miss the apps at some point if you pass out there. All right, boys. I greatly appreciate y'all coming through. If it is your guys' first day here, I greatly appreciate it. Today's day 767 in a row. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I had the family yard sale today, so I was a little late, but tomorrow we'll be here earlier. And it'll be a longer stream. I do typically stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. Today, I'm selling you guys short at just over 7. I know. I know. Pain and misery is all you guys know. I just subject you to so much suffering and torture. And I'm sorry. I'll be back earlier tomorrow. And we'll get a nice pump in, big stream in. Start the day, maybe give some shit to new players. And then hit some caravans or something. Probably be a fun day. Boys. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I greatly appreciate y'all being here. Z, pump the numbers. Double time on the trees overnight or sleep in double time in the morning so you can finish the weekend strong. Either way, boys, I'll be here tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Have a good night.